Chapter 70. Seeing the silence of the other elders, Chao Xiong wanted to strike while the iron was still hot. He continued, if this was only a misunderstanding, it won't be a grave punishment. We should sentence him to the ghost pavilion to meditate, facing a wall for half a year for being reckless and handling affairs impulsively. Hearing Chao Xiong's words, Elder Sun grimaced, and he said, Ghost pavilion? Chao Xiong went on, even though the ghost pavilion appears to be sinister, but it is without danger. First brother had experienced it himself, so I don't need to say more. If we make him wall meditate in a different location, I'm afraid the other disciples will laugh at us for being too easy on him. Personally, I feel that the ghost pavilion is the most appropriate. At this point, Chao Xiong looked at Li Qie, and he said, plus, Li Qie is protected by the patriarch. Him going to the ghost pavilion is extremely fitting. The ghost pavilion was the area where the patriarch suppressed evil ghosts and foreign Tao. This is just in time to borrow the patriarch's heavenly aura again to suppress the ghost pavilion. Within the elders, Elder Sun was the most supportive of Li Qie. He said while he frowned, This matter is not fine. During the moment when Gu Taizhou was still hesitating, Li Qie glanced at Chao Xiong, smiled, and he calmly said, since I have the patriarch's blessing, then what is there to be afraid of? Ghost pavilion? So be it, this disciple is willing to accept this punishment. Staring at Li Qie for a moment, Gu Taizhou nodded his head in the end, and he said, fine, since you are willing, then it will be the ghost pavilion. We'll sentence you to wall meditation in the ghost pavilion for half a year. Protector Mo will be the overseer. Gu Tieshou's arrangement was simply excellent. Instead of saying that Protector Mo would be supervising Li Qie, it is more accurate to say that Protector Mo would be protecting him. After the verdict, Gu Taizhou said in a serious manner, Li Qie's actions are reckless and completely deserving of punishment. Sectional leader Zhou instigating the whole event, also needs to be punished. Without the ignorance and foolishness of Zhou, the group of protector who wouldn't have died in vain. So, take away his position, and he will no longer be assigned to any duties in the sect. Hearing this decision, Chao Xiong's heart was bleeding blood. He had lost 2 disciples and 3 loyal sectional leaders. Currently at his side were a few loyal hounds that were willing to do his bidding. The removal of Zhou's sectional leader seat was a big loss to him. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to acquiesce. If one couldn't bear the small matters, then it would ruin the grand scheme. Sectional leader Zhou is ignorant and foolish. I also agree with Big Brother's decision. Chao Xiong gritted his teeth, and he accepted Gu Tieshou's decision. Even Chao Xiong had already accepted, so the other elders didn't need to say anything. The decision became unanimously agreed upon. The decision of the elders was quickly announced to all. In a flash, each and all of the disciples of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect had heard news of this. Many couldn't help but be without words because this matter was incredible. At the moment when Li Qie had joined the sect, there were countless disciples that laughed at him with disdain. Now, Li Qie had killed 3 sectional leaders, 1 protector, and even Leng Shizhi, who was considered the number 1 genius disciple of the sect. This was an unspeakable matter. What was even more frightening was that even though Li Qie committed such a huge crime, the punishment was very light. This changed the expressions of many disciples and sectional leaders. At this moment, they were able to feel a different atmosphere. As for the elite disciples of the sect, they were warned by their masters and protectors to not openly discuss this matter. Regarding the Tao instruction in Li Qie's dreams, this was a secret with a gag order from the elders. Outside of the elders and protectors, others didn't have the right to ask or know about this matter. Regarding this matter, in reality, the 5 elders had secretly discussed this. This was a decision made after the matter of Li Qie's punishment. Chao Xiong was excluded. This was not a formal meeting, but it was privately discussed. Before the meeting, all 5 of the elders secretly sneaked out. At that moment, Elder Sun made a suggestion. We should let Li Qie practice the daylight sky merit law. Elder Qian also nodded his head in agreement. this we can do. The patriarch protects Li Qie, and he teaches him the Tao in his dreams. If we let him practices the daylight sky merit law, maybe we could obtain our heavens will secret law again. When immortal Emperor Min Ren carried the heavens will, he was able to create a heavens will secret law. It was one of a kind. A heavens will secret law was the highest achievement in the life of an immortal emperor, and its power greatly exceeded the other emperor merit laws. Heavens will secret law, one could say that it carries the heavens will godly aura. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had left behind his secret law to the sect. Unfortunately, the cleansing incense ancient sect lost this invincible secret law later on. Currently, Li Qie could be taught by the patriarch in his dream, so all of the elders were hoping that they could find the heavens will secret law through Li Qie. If they could regain this secret law, to the declining sect, it would be, without a doubt, a heart-saving medicine. Elder Sun couldn't help but exclaim, I feel, that Li Qie is currently the treasure of all treasures within our sect. We should let him learn anything that has to do with emperor merit laws. With the Tao instruction in his dreams, we could regain all the emperor merit laws that we have lost. It is entirely true that we should let Li Qie practice the daylight sky merit law. Maybe it is the truth, that we could regain our secret law. First Elder Gu Taizhou nodded his head, and he carefully said, however, we cannot be too impatient and emotional. The proverbs say, we shouldn't bite off more than we can chew. If we ask for Li Qie to practice the daylight sky merit law, there is a chance that he wouldn't be able to understand it. Without this understanding, he wouldn't be able to call for the patriarch, so we should first let Li Qie finish practicing the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law. When he stabilizes this merit law, then we can let him practice the daylight sky merit law. In reality, Gu Taizhou didn't know that Li Qie didn't practice the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law. He had already practiced the Kun Peng's 6 variants along with the revolving crescent sun merit law, so he didn't need to practice the Violet Yang 10 Sun merit law. Elder Sun felt that statement was logical, so he replied, First brother makes a lot of sense. Li Qie is the ultimate treasure of our sect, we have to slowly dig it out. If we are too hasty, then what if he suffers from qi deviation? Isn't this the same as destroying our future? After the secret deliberation, there was finally a decision. They prepared for Li Qie to practice any methods that had something to do with emperor merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In a main peak of the sect, Chao Xiong was secretly meeting with Dong Xinglong. In the grand hall, there were only the two of them. The only difference was, Chao Xiong was no longer as calm as he was last time. Chao Xiong impatiently said in a cold manner, Brother Dong, the plan has been implemented. At this moment, mistakes definitely cannot appear. His last plan suffered great losses. He lost 2 disciples and 3 sectional leaders, so he wished to cut Li Qie into countless pieces. Brother Chao, you can rest assured about this matter. From now on, you and I are in the same boat. From now on, there will definitely be 0 errors. Within 3 days, Lai Zhanho will be here. I had turned towards His Royal Highness for commands. At that moment, the situation will be very favorable for Brother Chao. Dong Xinglong smilingly said with his expression saying that victory was already at hand. Having heard this, Chao Xiong couldn't help but become shaken. Lai Zhanho, this was a great general of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and he was bestowed this title by the mortal king of the kingdom himself. Dong Xinglong cheerfully smiled, Brother Chao, if the emperor sends down a command, this is a good opportunity for you to climb to the sect master's position of the cleansing incense ancient sect, you must grab on to this chance. Chao Xiong inevitably fell silent. Becoming the sect master was always his ambition, however, before this incident, he didn't want to use these types of schemes to become the sect master. Now, he had no other choice. His hope that was placed in Ling Shizhi was destroyed by the hands of Li Qie. To him, this was a grave blow, and it also broke his aspirations. Chao Xiong asked with a deep tone that was filled with worry, Brother Dong, can you confirm that after the successful matter, Lai Zhanho will leave and the mortal king won't offend my cleansing incense ancient sect. Dong Xinglong smiled and replied, regarding this matter, Brother Chao can rest assured. Brother Chao, think about it for a little bit. With the power of the Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom today, wanting to destroy your cleansing incense ancient sect is an easy matter, don't you think? However, His Majesty is kind, and he never wanted to take action. What does this imply? What His Majesty wants is only the heavens will secret law. As long as you could obtain this secret law, the other matters are not a problem. Chao Xiong gravely replied, Brother Dong, don't worry, obtaining the heavens will secret law, I will take care of it. He didn't want to sell the heavens will secret law of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He had thought about this many times. Once he gained control of the situation, even if Lai Zhanho wouldn't withdraw his troops, he wouldn't be afraid because he has the portrait of the patriarch in his hand. As for Li Qie, humph. A frightening killing intent flashed from Chao Xiong's eyes. Dong Xinglong naturally couldn't read Chao Xiong's thoughts, and he also didn't know the matter of the patriarch's portrait. However, since he had the backing of the Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, he was not afraid. Even if Chao Xiong could somehow flip over the torrential ocean waves, in front of a gigantic monster like the Heavenly God sect, it wouldn't be enough to reach the apex. On the other side, Nan Huiran had heard the news, and he was shocked. Nan Huiran, with an ugly expression, loudly asked Li Qie, Brother, you really have to go to the ghost pavilion to meditate for half a year? Could this be fake? Li Qie cheerfully smiled, and he said, the elders had all decided, what else can I do? Seeing Li Qie's relaxed appearance, Nan Huiran couldn't help but say, Brother, do you know what type of place the ghost pavilion is? Li Qie replied in a relaxed manner, didn't you talk about it before? It was previously the Zither Pavilion. Nan Huiran couldn't bear it anymore, jumped up, and then he said, that was a long time ago. In the past it was called the Zither Pavilion, but a few 10,000 years ago, its name was changed, people called it the Ghost Pavilion. A coward would be scared shitless entering this place. Currently, not to mention this Ghost Pavilion, even the peak over there, no one dared to venture near it. Chapter 71, Nan Huiran told Li Qie in a mysterious manner, I heard there are ghosts there. Since it is called the Ghost Pavilion, ghosts would be a normal thing. Without ghosts, how could it be called the Ghost Pavilion? Li Qie laughed. Seeing Li Qie without any anxiety, Nan Huiran jumped anxiously and busily said, Brother, I'm not joking with you. There are really ghosts at that place. There are really ghosts there. If you don't believe me, you can go ask my master. Protector Mo was also present. Hearing Nan Huiran, he pondered for a moment, and then he said, the Ghost Pavilion is indeed ominous. It is better to be careful even though I've never heard of anyone dying in the Ghost Pavilion. I did hear that the first elder was unbearably hurt, suffering many losses in there. Whether there are ghosts or not, a conclusion cannot be drawn, but there are definitely some ominous things at that place. Ghosts, eh? Li Qie gazed towards the far direction, farther than far, and he finally smiled cheerfully. He said, if there are actual ghosts, I would like it even more. Why is there the need to be afraid of ghosts? At this moment, he couldn't help but smirk and burst out laughing. Nan Huiran, regarding his first brother's heavy taste, became silent. Regarding these ominous ghosts, others just wanted to escape, however, his first brother said that he liked them. Nan Huiran was really concerned about Li Qie, and he still wanted to persuade him, however, his master, Protector Mo, gently shook his head, so he became silent instead. Protector Mo didn't try to convince Li Qie. From his perspective, Li Qie already had his own ideas. He trusted that Li Qie's actions didn't warrant their worries. In the end, Li Qie smiled and said to Nan Huiran, let us go. It's time to see the Ghost Pavilion. Nan Huiran had no other options, and he had to resign to his fate. He followed Li Qie to see the Ghost Pavilion, but along the way, he was muttering, "Brother, if you meet a ghost, do not say I didn't warn you, there are real ghosts there." With Nanhuiren's continuous verbose speech like a married housewife, Li Qiye could only smile. In reality, the matter of Li Qiye heading to meditate at the ghost pavilion, the disciples at the cleansing incense ancient sect had all heard. The moment the ghost pavilion was brought up, the disciples all shivered in fear. A deadly pale disciple said, "Staying half a year at the ghost pavilion? I wouldn't do it, not even for a day. I would rather stay in a punishing frozen cave than the ghost pavilion." Another disciple shook his head and said, "Don't even mention the frozen cave, I would rather go to the dark dried valley than the ghost pavilion." Other disciples started to speak. Regarding the ghost pavilion, even Uncle De Dan was afraid of it. The disciple continued, "Uncle De Dan could be considered the most courageous person in our sect. 5 years ago, he didn't believe in the evil occult, so he made a bet with us to go into the ghost pavilion. The second day, the sun had not risen, and he escaped and even pissed his pants in terror. Little bastard, revealing my shortcomings, do you want to be beaten?" A middle-aged man, who was standing to the side, glared at him and yelled. This middle-aged man was incomparably rough-looking. It was clear that this person was the uncouth fellow, De Dan. Even though this disciple was glared at, there were other disciples that curiously asked, "Uncle, what happened at that time? What happened that night?" This uncle, questioned by the disciples, gave in. He contemplated for a moment, shook his head, and then he said, "The ghost pavilion has ghosts, frightening ghosts, maybe not just one, but many ghosts." A disciple curiously asked, "Li Qiye going to meditate in the ghost pavilion, how long do you guys think he can last?" Someone was feeling like gambling, "I'm willing to bet that he won't make it through one night." Another disciple coldly scowled and said, "A whole night, humph. From my perspective, I'm afraid that once night falls, he would have peed in his pants." The ghost pavilion is not only notorious in name, there are definitely ghosts at that place. At the moment, many disciples of the sect were gossiping. All of them said that there were ghosts there, but what type of ghosts, no one knew. In fact, regarding the ghost pavilion, even the protectors were afraid of it. First Elder went to the ghost pavilion once, and he tried to use his Emperor Merit Law to suppress the ominous aura of the ghost pavilion. No one could believe that on the second day, the tired First Elder came out of the pavilion. He couldn't suppress the evil aura in the ghost pavilion. Since then, no protectors or disciples dared to not know their own strengths and venture into the ghost pavilion. Originally, the world spirit energy of this peak was quite good, but because of the ghost pavilion rumors, no one was willing to come to this peak to cultivate. Currently, this peak was the scene of declination. The surrounding 10 miles were declining as well. Even the flowers and trees were sickly looking, it was as if they were affected by the ominous aura of the pavilion. It was said that a few 10,000 years ago, the disciples of this peak formed their own branch. This peak used to be prosperous for generations. However, later on, it became haunted. This place started to decline until no disciples were willing to step into the place again. When Li Qiye was standing on top of the peak, basking in the view of the mountains and rivers in this area, he couldn't help but become solemn. This fading scenery was not only because no disciples were willing to go there, but one could faintly feel uneasy. It was like there was something below, exerting evil energy. In the last 10,000 years, all of the past disciples of the sect considered this place to be ominous. It seemed like this was not without reasons. Also standing next to Li Qiye, Nanhuiren felt a cold chill behind his back, as if a ghost was staring at him. It gave him sudden goosebumps. If Li Qiye wasn't with him, he would never be willing to go to this evil place. Regaining his wits, Li Qiye observed the big pavilion on the peak. The building named Ghost Pavilion had begun to rot. Looking at the pavilion in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but to gently sigh. The Ghost Pavilion, in reality, was meticulously crafted with many interesting charms. It was built on top of a peak. It was as if it was part of nature, causing others to feel that it and the peak were integrated into one. From the decoration of the pavilion, it could be understood that the sect greatly valued it in the past. Unfortunately, because of the ominous aura, the sect had to forsake it. The ghost pavilion was not large in size, but it was very detailed. It could be praised as it was beautifully refined. However, the current pavilion was covered in dust and spider webs, as well as wild grass and weeds. Even the wild squirrels and birds considered this place their home. Entering the pavilion, stepping onto the floor made out of 10,000-year-old jade pine caused a creaking sound. In the midst of the atmosphere inside, a coward would be scared shitless, especially since there were sounds of bats scurrying rampantly, increasing the evil atmosphere. Protector Mo nostalgically said, "This place used to be an important ground of the cleansing incense ancient sect, but unfortunately, it is completely deserted and ruined now." It was not just Protector Mo reminiscing, even Li Qia's heart was sighing softly. That year, on the long winding road of the Tao, before immortal Emperor Min Ren carried the heaven's will and his sweeping of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, inside this pavilion, Li Qia used to teach the Zither Tao to little Min Ren. Regarding this story, when he was still the Dark Crow, he used to tease Min Ren for his worthlessness at playing the zither. If he had to become a zither performer for his livelihood, Li Qia was afraid that he would starve to death. Back in those days, Min Ren regarding Li Qia's ridicule, he also couldn't do anything besides bursting into loud laughter. Without Li Qia's command, Protector Mo and Nan Huiran busily cleaned the inside and outside of the ghost pavilion. After they were finished, the pavilion seemed a lot brighter. The dark atmosphere was partly swept away. However, even then, the pavilion still felt quite sinister. After preparing all the daily essentials for Li Qia, they reported back to Li Qia. After seeing the preparations from the two, Li Qia gently nodded his head. He finally said, "This is fine, however, I will sleep in the grand hall. There is no need to prepare a room especially for me. Also, Huiran, go bring me a zither." "Zither? What do you need a zither here for?" Hearing Li Qia's words, Nan Huiran was surprised. Normally, very few cultivators would elegantly play the harp and watch the moon. Li Qia smilingly said, "Over here used to be the zither pavilion with extremely beautiful sceneries. At night, to be able to enjoy the moon and play the zither, how wonderful is this matter." Nan Huiran couldn't endure and gently whispered, "Big brother, this place is the ghost pavilion. At night, there will be ghostly matters. You are still in the mood to play the zither? Smelly brat, don't ruin my mood, hurry up and go." Li Qia, a 13-year-old boy, called Nan Huiran a brat as if he was an old grandpa, but Nan Huiran cheerfully smiled and ran away. At the moment when the two, master and disciple, were arranging matters, Li Shuangyan also followed and especially observed this ghost pavilion. She carefully analyzed it, without letting go of a single detail. Li Shuangyan currently watched the 4 large pillars inside the grand hall, and she was in a daze. The 4 large pillars were made from 10,000-year-old jade pine. After countless years of baptism, they were without any sign of deterioration. On top of that, each of these pillars was densely packed with veined patterns. Actually, not only the 4 pillars were covered with these patterns, the entire zither pavilion was covered in these patterns, but the patterns' colors were very faint. If one did not focus, it was essentially difficult to see. Li Shuangyan, a genius with a Saint Fate palace and emperor physique, no matter where she went, she would be the heaven's proud daughter. As she watched these patterns, she immediately felt that they were extraordinary. A genius like her was meticulously analyzing, wanting to see through the mysterious truths inside. However, during her observation, she found that these patterns were not Tao runewords or magical incantations. She couldn't shake off the feeling that there was a mystery indescribable by words inside. "Do you see anything special?" Li Qia went next to her. He revealed a comfortable smile to Li Shuangyan who was observing the patterns. The Dan means big courage. Chapter 72, Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to look at the little boy, who was younger and standing in front of her. With his calm demeanor and casual expression, she understood that this little boy had already knew what this was. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to ask, "What is it?" The genius heaven's proud daughter, Li Shuangyan, had never underestimated herself. However, after such a long observation, she was not able to clearly understand the mysteries of the patterns. Li Qiye already knew. This caused Li Shuangyan to feel a little helpless. Did this little boy in front of her really have a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal face palace? Li Qiye stared at the numerous densely packed patterns. At this moment, his eyes became particularly abstruse, and gently whispered, "Zither melodies." At this moment, Li Shuangyan felt that the little boy in front of her had become an entirely different person. It was as if he was the victim of countless vicissitudes, as if he was bathed in countless moons. The most regrettable thing in this world is lacking an intimate friend. In the end, the little boy in front of her spoke out such a subtle and ineffable line. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but inquire, "How do you know these are zither melodies? What are the mysteries inside these lines?" The genius heaven's proud daughter was acting as if she was an eager student. "Ah, the mysteries inside are of an ancient story." Li Qiye smilingly said, "As for how I know, I calculated with my fingers." Li Shuangyan felt helpless once again. She couldn't see through this little boy. These zither melodies in front of her, she knew that her understanding would not be lesser than any other genius. However, this little boy, with just a glance, immediately knew what it was. This was too devilish. She couldn't help but wonder if the little boy in front of her was still human. Finally, Li Qiye told Protector Mo, "All of you should return, I want to be by myself to quietly contemplate." Nan Huiran didn't have an opinion, and as the observer of Li Qiye for his wall-facing meditation as well as his protector, Protector Mo had the responsibilities to look after him. He hesitated, and then he said, "But, you are not safe in this place. If this place isn't safe, then other places are even more dangerous." Li Qiye bloomed a smile, and he arranged for Protector Mo, "Your mission isn't to protect me, it is to watch over Chao Xiong carefully, understand?" Protector Mo glanced at Li Qiye, and then finally nodded his head in agreement. Even though he was a man of few words, he was aware of the situation. At this moment, he immediately knew what to do with Li Qiye's command. "You also go back. Here, I alone am enough." In the end, he also told Li Shuangyan to go back. In this place, he didn't need Li Shuangyan's protection. The truth was, with Li Shuangyan's presence, it wouldn't be convenient for him to catch the big fish. Everyone had left, and only Li Qiye remained. He didn't do anything except meditate in the grand hall with his eyes closed. Soon, the sun had set, and the moon had risen. The night curtain beckoned, and the entire peak was encompassed by a gloomy shadow. At this moment, the four directions were all silent. Outside of the peak, one could faintly hear the howls of the wolves. Under the night sky, the mountains and trees, along with the vines, seemingly became ferocious. There was a transformation in this place. It was as if an evil aura was coming from the ground, as if something ominous wanted to rise from the earth. Hush! At this moment, inside the ghost pavilion was a howling fierce wind. In but a moment, a black fog appeared inside. It was as if this place was wanting to become hell. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, waves of sinister laughter came from inside the pavilion as if an evil ghost was hiding in the shadows, staring at Li Qiye. Li Qiye, who was sitting in the meditation pose, suddenly opened his eyes. He calmly smiled, and he gracefully said, "I don't want to personally take action. I only want to ask one thing, where is that zither?" At this moment, Li Qiye was carrying the zither given to him by Nan Huiran, and his 5 fingers were hovering over the strings. Ha ha ha. The reply to Li Qiye's question was even more sinister laughters. Afterward, the sounds of ghostly bones creaking filled the air. At this time, Li Qiye focused his eyes and observed. The ghost pavilion was no longer here, and he was in an empty unknown wilderness. Looking as far as the eyes can see, it was an endless wasteland. The more frightening matter was that below the ground, there were waves of skeletons crawling up. These skeletons had been here for who knows how many years. They slowly stood up, carried broken swords, and they motioned towards Li Chia. In the midst of things, Li Chia was surrounded by the endless sea of skeletons. This type of illusion, to me, is as simple as eating breakfast, it is without meaning. Fush, at this time, a skeleton struck at Li Chia with his blade. Li Chia remained motionless, this blade pierced his body, and blood immediately sputtered. However, Li Chia was still motionless, and he was still smiling. Creaking, creaking, wave after wave, the friction of the bones caused creepy sounds that would frighten others and cause their scalps to tingle. Anyone else would immediately turn and run. At this moment, many skeletons had crawled up to Li Chia. Some grabbed his hands and others his feet, they then lifted him up. They turned to the four directions, and they started to pull. Seemingly, they wanted to dismember Li Chia. Being dismembered by so many skeletons, wave after wave of extreme pain came, it was followed by the spurting of blood. Fush, next, the arms and legs were removed by the skeletons. His body became two halves, blood came flying out from his body, along with his innards. His head rolled really far away. For anyone else, they would have defended themselves earlier as well as destroy these skeletons, but Li Chia was still calmly smiling as his head was rolling far away. As his skull was rolling on the ground, Li Chia, who was still smiling, said, "I only ask one question, where is that zither located? For the sake of an old friend, I won't make any moves. Once I take action, the consequences would be unimaginable." Suddenly, the scenery changed. There were no longer skeletons, and his body was without harm. Li Chia was still sitting in the ghost pavilion like before. Boom, suddenly, Li Chia's entire body felt like a floating immortal, with wings extruding from his back. At this moment, in the sky, a heavenly gate was opened. Li Chia, without another option, walked inside the heavenly gate. Entering the heavenly gate, Li Chia was immersed in the immortal sceneries. Within the immortal palace, he only saw immortal zither flying, godly mountains floating up and down, brilliantly bright immortal palaces, heavenly weapons, godly treasures, countless materials, and godly stones that would cause countless cultivators to drool. One would lose their senses in this paradise. Wave after wave, heavenly sounds filled the air. Two groups of heavenly fairies, slim and graceful, started to dance gracefully. The two groups surrounded Li Chia, and they began to dance. Each and all fairies were heavenly frightening beauties. Li Xuanyan could be considered a grand beauty, but to compare to this group of fairies, she would still lose her colors. What was even more stirring to the will of people was that the fairies were only wearing a thin silk veil, draped over their incomparable and beautiful naked bodies, sometimes hidden and sometimes showing. The two group of fairies started to alluringly dance faster, their dances were erotic and extraordinary, and they would cause others' blood to boil. Under this dance, not mentioning the men, even women couldn't help but waver in their minds. Wonderful dancing style, Li Chia remained unmoved just as before, and he said, "Seems to be an old friend." The dance became increasingly faster and increasingly tantalizing. Even immortals would be attracted by this erotic dance, but Li Chia was just silently sitting back and admiring the scenery. Naturally, this illusion was useless against Li Chia. Suddenly, the scenery changed again. Li Chia was traveling in the desert, with the sun hovering over his head. The illusions, one by one, kept on transforming. Each illusion was meant to attack the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans. Any cultivator, even if they could successfully pass one illusion, wouldn't be able to go through the second, the third, the fourth. As long as one was still human, they would naturally have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Unfortunately, these illusions were facing Li Chia. Li Chia's willpower was unwavering, he floated throughout countless moons with endless ups and downs. What sufferings and transformations had he not experienced? After the illusions transformed into different illusions, Li Chia lost his patience. He opened his mouth. "It seems like you want me to make a move." Zheng. Zheng. Zheng, from the 5 fingers of Li Qie, the sound of the zither started to play, the entire illusion suddenly collapsed into destruction. Zheng. Zheng. Zheng, waves of zither melodies rang in the air. At this moment, the dense melody patterns inside the ghost pavilion started to ripple with Li Qie's tune. Once the illusion disappeared, a huge monster head appeared inside the pavilion. This head was gigantic, one could only see that it had a bull's horn, bloody eyes, the body of a snake, and the wings of an eagle. It was dragging along a thick and long bloody tongue. Li Qie stared at this monster and asked in a relaxed manner, "Where is your real body?" Roar! The monster roared. Facing this roar, the 5 fingers of Li Qie stroked down, and the sound of the zither immediately rang. The melody patterns inside the ghost pavilion became louder and stronger. Bang! An explosion occurred. Suddenly, there was a crack in the ground of the main hall, an ancient zither, along with melody patterns, suddenly rushed up. This ancient zither was extremely old with moving brilliance. It jumped up, and it suddenly fell into the hands of Li Qie. Roar! Seeing the ancient zither falling into the hand of Li Qie, the monster ferociously roared and rushed towards Li Qie. Li Qie's eyes concentrated, and he gravely said, "Back." His 5 fingers started to pull at the strings of the ancient zither. Zhang! The zither melody was like a sword. In a flash, the melodic patterns in the entire ghost pavilion flashed brightly, becoming terrible sword energies. Fush! The sword energy struck down towards the gigantic monster. After being struck, it flew away to the far distance. The 2 bloody eyes of the monster stared at Li Qie, seemingly afraid. Intimate friend is made out of 2 words, comprehend and sound. The words have 2 meanings, one is someone who can understand your music, the other is your best friend. Chapter 73, If you don't show your true body, you should be careful because I will cut you. Li Qie hugged his ancient zither, and revealed a comfortable smile. Ha 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 ha, the monster sinisterly laughed. The sound was hard to hear and deafening to the ears, causing others to shiver. You will never be able to kill me. No one can kill me. Is that so? Wait until I dig up the yearning lunar peak beneath the bones of the dead, can you say no one could kill you then? Bang! 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 After hearing Li Qie's words, the monster was frightened and retreated to the back. Show me your true body now, don't pretend to be gods and devils in front of me. Li Qie sat in a meditative posture on the floor, staring at the monster. He gently wiped the dust off his ancient zither. Zheng! 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 The zither started to play again. It was as smooth as the flow of water, it flowed inside the ghost pavilion. From the flow of the zither came the harmony of the melodic patterns, soft and smooth. Inside the zither tunes, it was as if others could see that inside the blue mountain over yonder was a small bridge to cross the river. Through that, there would be a courtyard filled with the chickens' crows in the morning. A small and tranquil village was appearing in front of their eyes. This unfathomable monster, hearing this tune, noisily backed away. At this point, the layers of fogs dissipated from its body. In the end, the gigantic monster ultimately disappeared, and a shadowy figure appeared. It was only a slim and graceful figure, it was only a shadow of her back, but it was enough to topple the spirit of all living things. Just the shadow of her back was enough to cause all living things to unconditionally turn their heads for another look. This was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of nations, this was a beauty with incomparable and absolute peerlessness. Who would have thought that a monster causing other people to be frightened would have such a peerless beauty as its true body? Flowing water mortal home. The blurred shadow unfathomably stared at Li Qie, and she murmured, "Yo you. How did you know this melody?" Xiao He, it really is you. Li Qie stopped playing, and comfortably laughed while he stared at this peerless beauty's shadow. The peerless beauty, having heard Li Qie's words, immediately became frightened, and she continuously stepped backward. She frighteningly asked, who are you? Li Qiye opened with a smile, and he said, that year, under the wudong tree, digging out the bones for you, besides little brat Min Ren, you tell me who else was there? You are your excellency divine crow. The peerless shadow, astonished, asked with her eyes wide opened. With the exception of that little brat Min Ren and I, who else would know what was under the wudong tree and yearning lunar peak? Who else would know about the flowing water mortal home? This melody, flowing water mortal home, I was the one who taught it to that little brat Min Ren. It truly is you. Your excellency divine crow. This peerless shadow was extremely ecstatic. She quickly stepped forward, and she surprisingly said, Your excellency divine crow, you are truly still alive. Li Qiye smiled and emotionally reminisced, I am eternal since the ancient past, this is nothing strange. The peerless figure drew closer, her shadow was transparent and unclear, but from the shape, one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. Li Qiye finally looked at her, shook his head, and he said, You have not dissipated. What sins did you commit to suffer like this? Turning yourself into something that isn't human nor ghost. You have to remember, that year I told you that you are not Su Yu He, you are not a ghost, but you are also not human. You are only a strand of yearning sentiments, not wanting to dissipate. The peerless figure heard Li Qiye words, and she bowed her head in silence. I know. Li Qiye shook his head, and he continued, You liked that little brat Min Ren, but you could not forget. Even that year, that little brat Min Ren couldn't recreate you. You are a dead person in the end, plus, your souls and spirits have dissipated along with any hateful sentiments. You are not a ghost, you are not a hateful sentiment, and you are especially not Su Yu He's soul, wandering in this world. In reality, you and Su Yu He no longer have any relations. You are just a yearning sentiment, a strand of yearning sentiment towards Min Ren, not willing to depart. The peerless shadow's head remained in a bow, she didn't say another word. Li Qiye gravely said, Little brat Min Ren's biggest flaw was being too gentle. That year, I had told him to use a melody to transcend your soul for it to find peace, but he couldn't do it. The peerless shadow quietly whispered, Your Excellency, don't blame immortal Emperor Min Ren. This was because I was not willing to transcend. I only wanted to leave behind a strand of yearning sentiment. Li Qiye shook his head, and he said, Little brat Min Ren is no longer here, do you feel like there is any meaning in leaving behind a strand of yearning sentiment? When little brat Min Ren was still in this world, he was too gentle and merciful, often, he came to play a melody for you. However, you know as well, this was not because of you. Little brat Min Ren passed away, so why do you still remain in this place? Hearing Li Qiye's words, the shadow called Xiao He became sad, bowed her head really low, and finally she gently said, After he left, I hoped that one day I could be buried along with him under the peach tree, but it was impossible. I had no choice but to remain within this zither. Later, the zither sank into the ground by itself, and I fell into a deep slumber. Seeing this poor woman in front of him, Li Qiye gently sighed. In the end, he had to say, Fine, after I accomplish everything, I will go to yearning lunar peak and dig out your remains. I will bury you together under the peach tree, to fulfill your last wish. Xiao He bowed to pay her respect, and she gratefully said, Thank you, Your Excellency. Seeing her, Li Qiye could only sigh. There were no words to describe the feelings in his heart. He could only say, this was Mother Nature mocking humans. That year, he brought immortal Emperor Min Ren onto the road of cultivation. He let Min Ren choose this place to establish the cleansing incense ancient sect for a reason. During the desolate era, this place was a mysterious grand ground, many unexplainable things had happened here. In that era, countless races had examined this place. Straight to the beginning era, there was a different race with heavenly piercing talents that rose up in this place, they created an empire without equals. This race, at this place, had a tyrant, and the tyrant was ferocious, just like the rest of his kind. This caused the entire human race, in the mortal world, to be massacred by him. Afterward, a virtuous paragon of the human race rose up and rebelled against this tyrant. This virtuous paragon was an unequaled creation, and he towered over the 8 desolates. He was the opponent of the other tyrant. However, the tyrant used to explore the mysteries of this land. Each time, he and the virtuous paragon fought to the death. Whenever he was in danger, he would borrow this mysterious land to defeat the virtuous paragon. The virtuous paragon was not discouraged. Again and again, he waged war against this mysterious land. However, defeat after defeat, from being a young courageous man filled with energy to be a mortal emperor with white hair, in the end, this virtuous paragon became despaired. Unless he could carry the heaven's will, there was no way he could defeat this tyrant that was borrowing the strength of this mysterious land. However, he didn't have this chance. He had given up his opportunity to carry the heaven's will. Before the last war, he came up with a new method. This virtuous paragon had a daughter. His daughter, whether it was her talents or beauty, she was peerless beyond comparison. She was considered the #1 beauty of that time. The virtuous paragon, wanting to figure out the mysterious land, had let his daughter marry this tyrant in the end. The tyrant also knew the intentions of his mortal enemy. He lusted for the #1 beauty, so he brought her inside his empire. From then on, the #1 beauty, that was admired by all, became the sole possession of the tyrant, and she became his toy. Fallen into his hands, the #1 beauty accepted countless degradations and suffered from countless shameless acts, but in the end, she was able to obtain the secret of this land. The virtuous paragon, using the secret found by his daughter, was able to defeat the tyrant in one last battle, and he destroyed his brutal empire. However, the story didn't end there. Afterward, the virtuous paragon was not able to inherit the secret of this land. He forced his way up to the heavens, wanting to borrow the secret of this land to connect to the heaven's will, to carry the heaven's will, and to become the invincible #1 in the 9 worlds. However, after the #1 beauty suffered humiliations in order to accomplish her task, she died in the dark night curtain from sadness. Her hateful sentiment didn't disappear, it lingered on top of this land. The moment when the virtuous paragon was trying to attack the heaven's will, the hateful sentiment was suddenly triggered, it went on a crazy rampage. Regarding his daughter, the virtuous paragon had always felt guilty. Due to his daughter dying from sadness, the virtuous paragon experienced an even greater blow, causing his Tao willpower to give birth to a will devil. During the crucial moment, the hateful sentiment of his daughter suddenly pierced the high heaven, and it went straight into the heaven's wrath, causing the devil will of the virtuous paragon to suddenly go crazy. In the end, he couldn't overcome the will devil's devouring, and he died under the power of the heaven's wrath. In the end, the human race kingdom, established by this virtuous paragon, in this place, turned into ruins. The daughter of this virtuous paragon, the #1 beauty of that era, was Su Yu-He. Countless years had passed. Li Chia, as the Dark Crow, led immortal Emperor Min Ren to this place to establish the cleansing incense ancient sect. At that time, this place was still in ruins. However, the hateful sentiments of Su Yu-He still existed, and it often caused chaos due to her hatred. The hateful sentiments pierced the heaven, and they turned this place into a ghost domain. Chapter 74, Li Chia allowed for immortal Emperor Min Ren to perform a ceremony for her crossing, so that she could go in peace. However, unfortunately, this strand of yearning sentiment was unwilling to go, and immortal Emperor Min Ren was too merciful to forcefully send her away. This was why she had always remained in this place, alongside the ancient Zither, without a way of departure. Recalling the past, even Li Chia, who had experienced countless years, still couldn't help but to sentimentally sigh. Thinking up to here, Li Chia looked at the peerless shadow and said, "You said that after the ancient Zither sunk into the ground, you also went into a deep slumber. Why are you now causing havoc? From my view, this is not a simple ghost matter. The world's spirit energy here has been contaminated. You are merely a yearning sentiment, so you don't have the power to have such a big influence. there must be a different reason. Suyuhi's yearning sentiment responded, after the ancient zither went into the ground, I also went into a deep slumber with it. I do not know how long I was asleep for. There was a commotion afterward, an evil energy pollution disturbed me, so I woke up. I was staying here, and I didn't want to be bothered, so I scared the disciples away from this place. Li Qiye's eyes became serious, and he asked, evil energy invaded? The peerless shadow couldn't help but say, Your Excellency, from my point of view, there is a chance that the mysterious ground under the earth is the cause. Hearing these words, Li Qiye's expression greatly changed from his always calm demeanor and into a stern one. His eyes suddenly jumped, and he gravely stated, There is zero chance. That year, I brought along the little brat Min Ren with the old chicken heads group to kill until the heaven falls and the earth rends in order to forcefully seal it. With little brat Min Ren carrying the heavens well under my order, he came inside one more time in order to use a matchless sealing technique in that place. The mysterious land definitely cannot escape the sealing of little brat Min Ren, this I have the utmost confidence in. The peerless shadow frightenedly replied, I'm afraid that this is absolutely true, this evil energy is too familiar to me. This feeling, I know it all too well. After I had awoken, no matter the place, I always had this uneasy feeling, it was as if a small amount of evil energy was escaping from the ground. The words of the peerless shadow caused Li Qiye's heart to plummet. Even though she was only a yearning sentiment of Suyuhi, this matter, to her, had too much influence. If she said so, then it definitely would not be wrong. He had confidence in immortal Emperor Min Ren, plus this matter was related to the eternal inheritance of the cleansing incense ancient sect, Min Ren must have been extremely cautious. With the unbeatable methods of Min Ren as an immortal emperor, Li Qiye had no reason to doubt him. As long as he suppressed and sealed this place, the evil energy had no chance of escaping the confinement of Min Ren. However, now there was a strange occurrence. What actually happened below the earth? Li Qiye's eyes focused, and after a while, he turned towards the peerless shadow, saying, It seems like there are some things that I need to change my plans around. When it is time, I will open your grave. If it is really necessary, I will bury you under the peach tree first. Thank you, Your Excellency. The peerless shadow gently bowed. She was only a strand of yearning sentiment, and she existed only to be a pair to the ancient zither. She still had some mysterious power, but she had no way of burying herself. Li Qiye gently stroked the ancient zither in his hands. This ancient zither, he was too familiar with it. The time when Min Ren had only started to practice the zither, he gave this ancient zither to Min Ren. This day, outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect, there was a huge ancient ship flying towards them. This ship was extremely big, it was the length of 10 miles. When it flew in the sky, it cast a frightening shadow on the ground. The ancient ship resembled a mobile fortress. It absorbed and spat out ancient brilliant lights. The body of the ship was engraved with magical runes and formations that were moving continuously, emancipating the power of the Grand Tao. Without a doubt, this ship could not only fly in the sky, but it could also defend itself against cultivators' attacks. On this ancient ship, a crimson blood energy, along with an ancient royal noble aura, poured down freely without any intention of suppressing itself. The rolling power of the royal noble aura was felt by the cleansing incense ancient sect disciples, even from afar. This type of arrival, it was not a friendly visit, it was a clear provocation against the cleansing incense ancient sect. The moment the ancient ship arrived at the outskirts of the cleansing incense ancient sect, 800 soldiers from the ship simultaneously roared. It was as powerful as a rolling tsunami that encompassed the entire cleansing incense ancient sect. It deafeningly shook the ears of the cleansing incense ancient sect disciples, and caused their blood energies to run amok. In a flash, the sound of bells ringing echoed throughout the entire sect, warning the disciples that enemies were approaching. However, even though the ancient ship arrived at the sect, it didn't start its attack. The giant ancient ship simply stopped beyond the boundary of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In the midst of everything, both the top and bottom of the sect were alarmed. It was not only the sectional leaders and protectors, even the 6 elders were unable to sit still in their chairs. The moment first elder left the main peak, he saw a flag on the ancient ship that was embroidered with the word war, and he couldn't help but darken his expression. At the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, royal nobles that could have the word war on their ship like this could be counted on one's fingers. Currently, he didn't have to look, he already knew who the person was. Lai Zhanho. A royal noble whose title was bestowed upon by the mortal king of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, as well as one of the strongest royal nobles within the kingdom. Even though he did not originate from the Heavenly God sect but from another big sect, he pledged his loyalty to the mortal king. He had accomplished many remarkable military achievements. At the frontier of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, there were countless smaller sects that were stamped out by his hands. Lai Zhanho was not only a brave general of the kingdom, but he was also a renowned ruthless character. Lai Zhanho brought along 800 soldiers to the outskirts of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. This matter did not simply just alarm the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, but it also alarmed the other sects within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, especially the closest ones to the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. They became frightened with the appearance of the ancient ship. The worship of Lai Zhanho, could it be that the Marquis is personally going into battle? Seeing this ancient ship, countless cultivators were surprised. A nearby sect master's expression darkened, and he said, after his title bestowment, the Marquis rarely left the kingdom capital. Why did he suddenly appear here without any indications? The appearance of the ancient ship caused many cultivators to secretly follow. Seeing it stop right outside of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect made these cultivators glance at each other, filled with astonishment. A sect master's face changed colors as he quietly mumbled, could it be that Lai Zhanho is personally attacking the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect? At the moment, many powerful characters thought about many different outcomes. The Cleansing Incense Ancient sect and the Heavenly God sect were mortal enemies. Today, the Heavenly God sect created the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and it was erected on the remains of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect's old kingdom. The kingdom was an even bigger territory. The war that occurred 30,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect personally took action, and the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect was utterly defeated. With their miserable defeat, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect couldn't do anything outside of returning to the ancestral land. After the grand defeat, the Heavenly God sect didn't use this opportunity to give chase, its ancestor also didn't personally slaughter the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. During the decline of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, both of the sects still had minor skirmishes, however, the Heavenly God sect still did not destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. Regarding this matter, within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and even the Grand Middle Territory, there were many different versions of rumors circulating. Some said that the Heavenly God sect did not destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect because it still had a living monstrous ancestor who was extremely powerful. Even the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect wasn't sure that he could destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect in one breath. There was another rumor that the Heavenly God sect ancestor wasn't sure that he could destroy the Emperor Foundation of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. Even though the sect had declined, in the end, it was still a sect created by an immortal emperor. On top of this holy ground, the foundation built by an immortal emperor could not be shaken. The Heavenly God sect was not confident in attacking this Emperor Foundation. A different rumor had it that because the immortal Emperor True Treasure of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect still existed, the Heavenly God sect couldn't destroy it. As long as the immortal Emperor True Treasure remained in their hands, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect would not be destroyed. No matter what, to sum it up, after the Heavenly God sect's victory over the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect and the founding of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, the Heavenly God sect had never directly attacked the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. A few 10,000 years quickly passed, and suddenly, the worship of Lai Zhanho appeared outside of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. How could others not be surprised? Chapter 75. The arrival of Lai Zhanho at the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect caused quite a stir throughout the kingdom. Lai Zhanho's title was bestowed by the mortal king himself, so, to a certain extent, he represented the will of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and the Heavenly God sect. Since Lai Zhanho was personally leading the troops, could it mean that the Heavenly God sect had finally decided to make a move against the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect? An elder from a different sect said, "It could be that the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect has fallen completely with no hope for revival, so the Heavenly God sect finally turned the butcher knife against them." There was an old monster that had some knowledge regarding the war that year and said, "It seems like Lu Sanjian is truly dead, the Heavenly God sect finally wants to make a move." Lu Sanjian, that year, was of illustrious prestige. In the legends, Lu Sanjian was not an ordinary genius. Some people said that he was the disciple of Mu Shaodi, but some also said that he was the grand disciple of Mu Shaodi. Rumors had it that in the last war 30,000 years ago, Lu Sanjian personally commanded and fought against the Heavenly God sect ancestor. Even though the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect lost disastrously, the Heavenly God sect was still in fear of Lu Sanjian, and they did not want to attack the lair of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. Lai Zhanho personally leading troops against the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect made other heritages and sects think about many things. The Cleansing Incense Ancient sect was of Immortal Emperor heritage and contained Immortal Emperor Min Ren's merit laws and emperor treasures. Only one emperor merit law or an emperor treasure stranded in the human world was enough for people's eyes to become reddened with greed. Even though there were early rumors that many of the emperor merit laws of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect were lost, it still had some emperor merit laws and virtuous paragon merit laws. This was still enough for countless sects to be overwhelmed with avarice. At this moment, many sects were privately discussing that the personal expedition of Lai Zhanho was for the emperor merit laws, or even the heavens will secret law of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. The worship stopping right outside of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect caused both the upper and lower ranks of the sect to be extremely alarmed. At this moment, the sect's atmosphere was extremely tense, and the disciples mentally prepared themselves for war. At this time, in the worship, a person stood up. This was a middle-aged man with a tall and majestic figure. He was adorned with battle armor like a general on an expedition. This man wore a leopard and tiger ornamented headband, and his eyes beamed with ominous ferocity, full of threatening momentum. Once he stood up, he was like a golden mountain and jade pillar. He was filled with uncontrolled blood energy, like a gigantic tsunami soaring through the entire sky. Frightening blood energy floated around his body. Standing there, he was like a leopard covered in blood, wanting to devour humans. This caused others to smell the bloodthirst from afar. Lai Zhanho, general of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, vicious underling of the mortal emperor. He was not only a powerful royal noble, but he was also a bloodthirsty warrior. Brother Gu, I heard that your sect was of an immortal emperor heritage. This general has always looked up to emperor merit laws. Hearing that your great sect has a peerless emperor merit law, my curiosity couldn't help but become tingly. So, today I came to learn, wanting to see the invincible style of immortal Emperor Min Ren's merit laws. Lai Zhanho stood on top of the worship, and he laughed with an arrogant and overbearing attitude. When the tail of the Kun Peng struck down, Lai Zhanho couldn't stop it and was knocked 1,000 miles away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but to breathe in cold air. The entire Cleansing Incense Ancient sect was ecstatic, and they started cheering. Emperor merit laws are so dreadful. Gu Taizhou didn't even let out his true energy, he only used the emperor merit law to defeat the true energy of Lai Zhanho. This matter is simply frightful. The cultivators observing the fight, no matter if it was a tyrant of one domain or the head of one sect, their faces couldn't help but greatly change. The Kun Peng's 6 variants. According to the legends, it is the strongest core emperor merit law of immortal Emperor Min Ren. This ability is unbelievable. Many people lost their colors seeing this scene. Today, they finally had the chance to witness the power of an emperor merit law. Their hearts started beating faster. Emperor merit law, eh? This was too heaven-defying. You are not enough. At this moment, Gu Tiesho's domination pierced the heavens. In a flash, he was able to catch up to Lai Zhanho, and the Kunpeng manifesting into reality stomped down on him. Return, Lai Zhanho loudly roared and summoned a godly diagram. Once this godly diagram appeared, it instantly became endless mountains and rivers and sucked Gu Taizhou inside. The godly diagram manifested into mountains and rivers, others could only see the faint shadows. Next were rumbling noises. One could barely see Gu Taizhou jumping into the sky inside the endless mountains and rivers formation. His Kunpeng moved unhindered in the heaven and earth, and his mysterious true energy swept the 8 directions. He wanted to escape from this diagram several times, but the formation kept on suppressing him. Inside my Yangshuo mountains and rivers diagram, let's see if you can cause any waves. Lai Zhanho coldly scowled, and in a flash, he also went inside the diagram. He took control of the formation, and the fight with Gu Taizhou continued on inside the godly diagram. Yangshuo mountains and rivers diagram, seeing this formation trapping Gu Taizhou, many people were secretly shocked. A sect master who was watching the fight exclaimed, I heard that the Lai family has an unfathomable ancient saint who was well versed in formation techniques and was researching ancient formations. He created a godly diagram named the Yangshuo Mountains and Rivers diagram. I heard that if this formation was at full strength, not mentioning ancient saints, it could even defeat heavenly monarchs. Chapter 76, Gu Taizhou is in trouble. Even if Lai Zhanho couldn't activate 10 parts of this formation, he would still be enough to slay him. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads in pity. The cleansing incense ancient sect was struck with horror seeing Gu Taizhou trapped in the formation. The 4 elders lost their color. The situation was very disadvantageous for the sect. However, everyone underestimated the strength of Gu Taizhou. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Even though he was trapped, he used the power of the Kunpeng's 6 variants and maneuvered freely. Even though he couldn't kill a way out of the Yangshuo Mountains and Rivers diagram, if Lai Zhanho wanted to kill Gu Taizhou inside the formation, this was also not an easy task. At this moment, Gu Taizhou and Lai Zhanho were persevering inside the formation, and they both were not able to suppress the other. Gu Taizhou was indeed secretive. I thought he was just a named hero. It is unthinkable that he is actually an experienced royal noble. The entire cleansing incense ancient sect's hearts were hanging high in a cage up above. At the moment, only Gu Taizhou in the sect had the power to personally uphold one direction. The other 4 elders were only named heroes, and they were unable to help. Even if the 4 were to fight together, they would still be unable to compete against Lai Zhanho. All of the disciples knew a calamity had befallen on the sect including Li Qie, who was punished inside the ghost pavilion. While the pressure of a royal noble flooded the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, Li Qie simply only glanced into the far distance once. Outside of the sect, the grand battle had been going on for 5 days and 5 nights, and the stalemate continued with Gu Taizhou being unable to escape and Lai Zhanho unable to kill him. Gu Taizhou could not surrender, and Lai Zhanho definitely could not withdraw his troops, so both of them could only continue this act. On the seemingly tranquil 5th night, the ghost pavilion became even more ghastly. Li Qie was meditating with his eyes closed in the main hall. It was as if the battle outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect had nothing to do with him. The quiet ghost pavilion did appear to be haunted during this silent night. An unknown amount of time had passed, and then suddenly, a gust of wind blew Li Qie's eyes open. In front of him stood a person. Li Qie examined the person standing in front of him, and he smilingly asked, Elder Chao, the night is already so late, why did you come here? At this moment, standing in front of Li Qie was Elder Chao, who was recovering from his wounds inside the sect. Chao Xiong stared at Li Qie with a chilling gaze, but his countenance was cheerful. He happily said, My good talented nephew, I was asked by the other elders to come teach you the Daylight Sky Merit Law. Daylight Sky Merit Law. Hearing this, Li Qiye couldn't help but smile, and he said, Elder Chao, I heard that the daylight sky merit law was a minor heavens will secret law of our cleansing incense ancient sect. Even though it is only a minor law, its importance is even higher than virtuous paragon merit laws. All of the elders must agree before passing down this technique. My coming here to give you the daylight sky merit law was unanimously decided by the elders. Chao Xiong busily continued, currently, a calamity has struck our sect, and first brother is trapped inside a formation. The elders need a miracle, and we need a heavens will secret law to come to the rescue. Hopefully, good nephew could dream and see the patriarch, so he could grant you the heavens will secret law. Hearing Chao Xiong's words, Li Qiye hesitated for a moment, and then he replied, Elder Chao, I'm afraid this won't work. Even with the dream instruction, it would still need several months. Chao Xiong hurriedly said, try it once for now to see if you can see the patriarch or not in your dream. If not, we'll think of something else. Li Qiye also hastily said, okay, I will try for a little bit. Did Elder Chao bring along the daylight sky merit law? Chao Xiong took out a manual and said, this matter was too urgent, the original daylight sky copy wasn't brought along. I brought you a hand-written copy of it. Li Qiye accepted the manual, and he was going to open it, however, he then hesitated again, put down the manual, looked at Chao Xiong and said, Elder Chao, even though I am only a third-generation disciple, regarding this grave matter, I still know that a heavens will secret law has the utmost importance in the foundation of our sect. I want to meet the other elders once. It is not that I suspect Elder Chao, but because this matter is so important, I need to see them to really know that it was a unanimous agreement. My good nephew, this is our existential crisis in front of our eyes. The other elders are outside to hold back the powerful enemies, and they can't come back at this moment, they could only entrust it to me. Chao Xiong hastily spoke with a worried expression. Afterward, he rolled his eyes and added, if good nephew really wants to meet the other elders, so be it. I will just lead you to them. This could not be better. Having heard this, Li Qiye nodded his head, but he then shook his head, saying, Elder Chao, I'm afraid this will not do since I am still serving my punishment at the moment. I have to stay at the Ghost Pavilion for another half a year, I cannot leave. Chao Xiong impatiently said, it is a life or death moment for us, and the elders had decided to abolish your punishment, good nephew. We don't have much time, hurry and follow me. Li Qiye hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head again, saying, Elder, this still will not do. Protector Mo is responsible for watching me. If I want to leave this place, we have to inform him first. How about this, Elder Chao, quickly go bring Protector Mo here, and we will leave together. Stop your long-windedness. At this moment, Chao Xiong lost his patience and shouted, I let you go, so you go with me. Li Qiye said while staring at Chao Xiong, Elder Chao, what is the meaning of this? I am only following the normal protocol. As an elder of the cleansing incense ancient sect, you should know the exact procedures. Less nonsensical rubbish. Follow me right now. Chao Xiong's gaze became fierce. His violent intent was flashing in his eyes as he gravely spoke, are you going to walk by yourself, or will I have to drag you? At this point, Li Qiye suddenly appeared to understand. He took a step back while hugging his zither and shockingly said, Elder Chao, you didn't come here because of the other elders' request. You can't be considered stupid yet. Seeing Li Qiye's suspicion, Chao Xiong decided to stop his pretension. He gravely said, if you want to live then follow me right now, otherwise, this seat will personally take action, and I will make your face pretty. It seemed Li Qiye at this time had finally calmed down. He glanced at Chao Xiong, and he said, so it seems Elder Chao wants to seize the heavens will secret law then? However, even if the Patriarch Dao instructs me in my dreams, I still wouldn't give it to you. Chao Xiong exclaimed with a devious laugh, this you don't need to worry about. Wait until this seat brings you to an isolated location and imprison you. At that moment, this seat won't be afraid of your defiance. Li Qie shook his head and said, if I go missing, I'm afraid Protector Mo will quickly find out. Chao Xiong shadily laughed, then said, so what if he finds out? Hee, at this moment, a disaster has befallen the cleansing incense ancient sect, it is a mess, and there are no precautions at the Ghost Pavilion. Who is to say that you didn't take this chaotic opportunity to escape? Hee, if there were a page or two of a copy of the Daylight Sky Merit Law, then I'm afraid everyone will suspect you to be a spy who snuck into the sect just for the Daylight Sky Merit Law and the Heavens Will Secret Law. At that moment, Protector Mo and the others will be your accomplices. Li Qie shook his head, Elder Chao, you are too confident in your calculations. You aren't afraid that the other elders will see through it? The other elders will see through it. Hook, maybe after this disaster, there might be a new sect master for the cleansing incense ancient sect. Hook, if Gu Taizhou was trapped to death in the formation, the sect would need a capable elder to lead it against the powerful opponents. Also, the current sect master is weak and useless. A calamity has arrived, yet she cowardly hid outside, thus, the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, I'm afraid it will need to make a wise decision. Chao Xiong thought about his calculations, and he couldn't help but to deviously laugh. Li Qie smiled and said, so, Elder Chao would be the new sect master then. Elder Chao will be the new sect master, why the need for this hastiness to seize the Heavens Will Secret Law? Chao Xiong's eyes became severe, and he began to be impatient, less talking. Li Qie stared at Chao Xiong, couldn't help but laugh, then he said, I understand, so you bargained with others. Was it Dong Xinglong, or Lai Zhanhou? It seems like the person who you conspired with will not release the hawk without seeing the rabbit. If you don't give them the Heavens Will Secret Law, they will not withdraw the troops, or they won't drag you to the sect master seat. Rubbish, come with me. Chao Xiong was now restless. He let out a deafening roar and he reached for Li Qie with his hand. Chao Xiong, I didn't think the sect traitor would turn out to be you. At this moment, a loud roar came forward. From the outside, 5 people rushed in. This included the 4 elders along with Protector Mo. Elder Sun's group suddenly came in, causing Chao Xiong's expression to greatly sour, and he took a step back. In a flash, he captured Li Qie, and he retreated to a corner. At this time, Elder Sun, Elder Qian, Elder Zhou, and Elder Wu quickly surrounded Chao Xiong. Elder Qian yelled, Chao Xiong, you betrayed the cleansing incense ancient sect and sold off the sect's emperor law. How will you face the ancestors? Chao Xiong's face was sometimes red and sometimes white. He was in disbelief, and he frightenedly said, why are all of you here? Why are you not outside the sect? Protector Mo gravely said, Elder Chao, I have been watching all of your moves. You and Lai Zhanhou's act was too real, even the elders were fooled, but you didn't fool me. Chao Xiong's expression became extremely ugly. He was using this opportunity to capture Li Qie without anyone knowing, so he didn't think that Protector Mo was trailing him. Elder Wu shouted, Chao Xiong, it is not too late to surrender. Chao Xiong thunderously exclaimed, if successful, would be a king, if failed, then I am a villain. I have nothing else to say. Know better and make way for me, otherwise, I will crush your treasured disciple. Without him, you all will never find the Heavens Will Secret Law. Seeing Chao Xiong's 5 fingers gripping Li Qie's head, the expressions of Elder Sun's group greatly soured, and they glanced at each other. So he is the key to the Heavens Will Secret Law. At this moment, a calm voice filled the hall. Chapter 77, At this time, a person entered the Ghost Pavilion. The moment he walked in, he let off his royal noble pressure, causing the elders to greatly change their expressions. Seeing this person, Elder Sun blurted, Dong Xinglong, Chao Xiong, you didn't tell me that this little brat was the key to the Heavens Will Secret Law. Dong Xinglong's gaze fell upon Li Qie. His eyes narrowed before he burst out in laughter, in other words, obtaining this little brat is the same as obtaining the emperor merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Brother Dong, this isn't the time for us to blame each other. Chao Xiong spoke with a serious tone, at this moment, we have to work together. Let us leave this place first, then speak. Dong Xinglong glared at Chao Xiong and coldly sneered, Chao Xiong, you still want to command me with your little strategy? Humph, if I hadn't been watching over you closely, you would be a dead man right now. Chao Xiong, conspiring with an outsider and betraying the sect, you have committed irredeemable crimes. At this moment, Elder Zhou couldn't help but roar, the four elders were enraged by this betrayal. Chao Xiong's face turned white, then green. Finally, he chillingly scowled, and he didn't bother arguing. Dong Xinglong's arrival had sealed the conclusion of this matter. Dong Xinglong stared at the four elders and smiled, Old man Zhou, your words are true, but after today, it will not be. Li Qiye conspired with the 9 Saint Demon Gate to steal the emperor merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and he was discovered by the four elders. Then, a great battle broke out between you all and the traitor and Li Shuangyan. In the end, both sides died valiantly in battle. As for Gu Tai's Ho, Chao Xiong and I will join forces with him and enter the formation, and we will defeat Lai Zhan Ho and expel the enemies, but Gu Tai's Ho will die from his heavy wounds inside. The cleansing incense ancient sect Su Yonghuang was cowardly and weak, and she hid away in the outskirt, not daring to fight. The sect will definitely remove her sect master position. Elder Chao has contributed greatly along with the support of the entire disciple body, so he becomes the new sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Dong Xinglong spoke slowly. The four elders' faces were extremely difficult to look at. One Chao Xiong, they were not afraid of, but with the appearance of Dong Xinglong, the outcome has been determined. The four of them would not be able to compete with Dong Xinglong. This story, it isn't that bad, right? It could even be a legend praised by the future cleansing incense ancient sect. Dong Xinglong was quite satisfied with his ploy, so he grinned, Chao Xiong will be at ease with his sect master position, and, as for me as the guest advisor for the cleansing incense ancient sect for so long, I have fulfilled my obligations. The moment you step down, you will also bring the emperor merit laws of the sect away, right? At this moment, a pleasant and ringing laughter came forward from Li Qiye, who was in Chao Xiong's grasp. Li Qiye was still hugging his ancient zither. Even under Chao Xiong's control, he still maintained his cool. At this moment, he smilingly stared at Dong Xinglong, and he clearly spoke, not a bad plan. Unfortunately, in my eyes, it is simply superfluous. Also, before killing you all, remember this one phrase, anyone who opposes my path will be killed without mercy. Zhang finished speaking, the 5 fingers of Li Qiye suddenly pulled on the zither strings. In a flash, the zither in his hands spewed out an endless brilliance with continuous Dao pressure, and he broke Chao Xiong's grasp on him. Zhang, the harmonious sound of the zither caused the melodic patterns inside the ghost pavilion to come alive. At this moment, these densely packed patterns suddenly lit up, and endless magical runes came forward along with a clear sword note, 2 sword auras immediately came pouring out. A sword blade cleaved down, Chao Xiong was too late to scream as his head was sent flying upward. He then noticed the blood spewing from his neck. Even after death, he didn't realize what just happened. Dong Xinglong pitifully bellowed. The sword aura swiftly pierced into his body, and the sword edge, in a flash, destroyed his Dao foundation. Under one sword, his fragile Dao foundation couldn't handle one blow, it was as if it was dry and rotten wood. He violently spurted out a mouthful of blood, and he fell straight down on the ground. No, Dong Xinglong bellowed while rolling on the ground. His skin lost all color from fear, and he crazily screamed, no, this is impossible. At this point, the 4 elders and Protector Mo were frightened frozen. Chao Xiong was acceptable, but Dong Xinglong was a royal noble, yet he still couldn't block one blow. Even till now, the four elders still didn't know exactly what just happened. My 3,000 years of cultivation, in the end, Dong Xinglong let out a loud roar, and he shiveringly crawled up. In a short moment, he was a few hundred years older. His back bent down, and his flesh dried up. "Little animal, I will fight you till death." After standing up, Dong Xinglong became crazy, and he rushed forward at Li Qiye. However, at this moment, he was like a 100-year-old man that couldn't walk without shaking. At this time, Li Qiye raised his eyebrows and ordered, "Grab him." The four elders and Protector Mo regained their spirits. Elder Qian easily captured Dong Xinglong. He was stunned when he noticed that Dong Xinglong's cultivation was completely destroyed. "Little animal, kill me if you are courageous." "Kill me, ah." Deng Xinglong, with disheveled hair, crazily struggled to escape Elder Qian's grasp. He even tried to pounce on Li Qiye with his nails. He cultivated for 3,000 years just to lose it all in one night. To a cultivator, this was a fate worse than death. One couldn't blame Dong Xinglong for being so outraged. Li Qiye slowly glanced at him, and he said, "We will definitely kill you, however, just not right now. You 1,000 times, 10,000 times shouldn't have offended me, this was you courting death." Dong Xinglong deafeningly screeched, and he tried to pounce on Li Qiye again, but Elder Qian easily held him back. Such a change rocked the four elders' hearts. Earlier, Dong Xinglong was a royal noble, causing them to fear 10,000 times over. Even if the four of them fought together, they wouldn't necessarily be a match for Dong Xinglong. However, just a moment later, he became an old man that couldn't catch a chicken properly. This matter was too frightening. The four elders hesitatingly stared at the ancient zither in Li Qiye's chest. Seeing its ancient style, they couldn't help but shiver. Finally, Dong Xinglong was taken away to be imprisoned. This matter. What actually happened in the end? Chao Xiong betrayed the sect. This matter did not need to be discussed. However, Li Qiye easily killing Chao Xiong and destroying Dong Xinglong caused the elders to still be stunned. Hugging his zither, Li Qiye calmly explained, "It was only an immortal emperor's power and immortal intent. When they turn into swords, they are enough to slay the four directions." At this moment, the four elders and Protector Mo couldn't help but to analyze this ghost pavilion. Earlier when Li Qiye played the zither, they all felt the change in the Tao. However, everything was so fast and they couldn't see clearly. Right now, they still couldn't see through the mysteries here. Elder Sun drew in a cold breath of air and asked, "Where did this ancient zither come from?" Li Qiye smiled, "I was meditating at this wall. When night came, the patriarch appeared in my dreams and told me that downstairs had an ancient zither that was buried. That year, the patriarch used to play it and later on, it sunk to the ground. I followed the patriarch's instructions, and I dug out this ancient zither. In my dreams, the patriarch also informed me about the true mysteries regarding this zither pavilion. Originally, this pavilion was the place where the patriarch used to reminisce. During his period of upholding the world's immortal power, he used to play the zither here. Unwittingly, Tao truths were imprinted within the zither laws. After a long period of time, the entire zither pavilion contained these zither laws, and eventually, these zither laws were able to contain the vast emperor's power and immortal intent of the patriarch. Not only that, these zither laws also hid a peerless Tao of the zither. Li Qiye spoke continuously as if everything was a matter of fact. Li Qiye smilingly continued, "The patriarch in my dream taught me how to play and activate the zither laws in order to borrow the emperor's power and immortal intent." Hearing Li Qiye's words, the four elders couldn't help but greatly change their expressions. Even in their wildest dreams, they wouldn't believe that a place they considered the ghost pavilion would contain such emperor's power and immortal intent like this. Elder Wu emotionally said, "Li Qiye is the person our ancestor has personally chosen to lead our cleansing incense ancient sect. The patriarch had chosen him, and this means that in the future, he will lead us to revival. He will bring back the glory of our cleansing incense ancient sect. It was originally Tao instructions in a dream, but now it was treasure seeking in a dream. To the four elders, there was no doubt that the patriarch had chosen Li Qie to be the new leader of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In the midst of everything, Li Qie's status, in the minds of the four elders, became completely different. Li Qie was the one chosen by immortal Emperor Min Ren, and he would be his representative. The four elders struggled to regain their spirits, and Elder Qian muttered, "The matter of the Zither Pavilion, I had read about. I heard that this really was the place where the patriarch used to play his instrument. Who would have thought that this place inherited his emperor's power and immortal intent?" Elder Zhou couldn't help but quietly murmur, "This pavilion inherited the emperor's power and immortal intent. Does that mean it was even more powerful than our patriarch's portrait?" Elder Sun exclaimed, "This is all thanks to Qie, otherwise, we would have missed this emperor treasure." Elder Wu excitedly said, "The patriarch protects our cleansing incense ancient sect. He is not willing to see our decline, so he chose Qi Yi to be the one that restores our sect." Suddenly, the four elders were too ecstatic. Li Qie's miracle allowed for them to see a ray of hope. Not good. At this moment, Elder Qian suddenly gathered his thoughts, and he shockingly said, "First brother is still trapped within the formation. We need to make haste in order to save him. Perhaps the heavenly god sect would even use another evil plot to harm first brother." Li Qie smiled, and he said, "Within the cleansing incense ancient sect, this is not a difficult matter. Let me play a tune and destroy the formation of Lai Zhanhou." Finished speaking, he sat down in a meditative pose on the ground, and he began to play the ancient zither. The ancient zither lit up at once, and the zither pavilion also lit up as well. Superfluous raw expression was, drawing a cake on a piece of paper. One can draw a cake on a piece of paper, but they can't eat it, so it is meaningless. Chapter 78, The densely packed textures inside the zither pavilion emerged and turned into endless magical incantations. Boom! At this time, the power inside the melodic patterns were initiated by Li Qie. In a flash, the emperor's power and immortal intent broke out, suffocating the heavens. Even four elders' legs were shivering, unable to stand straight. Under the pressure of the immortal emperor's remnants, they were entirely suppressed, falling flat to the ground. The soul of the patriarch, feeling the ancient and majestic immortal emperor's presence, the four elders were extremely emotional to the point where tears dripped down their faces. They finally got to see the immortal emperor's aura of the patriarch after countless years had passed. Outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect, there were still many experts watching the fight between Gu Taizhou and Lai Zhanhou. Even though Gu Taizhou hadn't been able to escape the formation, even under the suppression of both the formation and Lai Zhanhou, he still stood strong. He valiantly moved the other cultivators. Their hearts were moved by his unyielding will to not surrender until death. He was like a weak insect, yet still struggled to survive with all he had. The cleansing incense ancient sect, in the end, was still an immortal emperor lineage. Even though they had declined for 30,000 years, they still had some hidden strength. As for the 800 soldiers that came along with Lai Zhanhou, they coldly smirked in their minds. Even if Gu Taizhou tried his best, he still wouldn't make it past tomorrow. There would be a change of dynasty in the cleansing incense ancient sect, yet Gu Taizhou was simply struggling on his last foot. Boom! At the moment when cultivators were thinking about how this fight would end, suddenly, inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, a light shot forward. This light tore through the sky in a flash and traveled through space with enough power to cut down all the celestials. In the blink of an eye, within the boundary of the cleansing incense ancient sect, everyone felt an unbeatable ancient emperor pressure. Within this moment, countless existences trembled. What's happening? All the cultivators outside were shivering with fear from the depth of their souls. Under this ancient breath, they all felt like they were insects and ants. They were not enough to reach the apex. Feeling this type of pressure, a sect master strugglingly spoke, Emperor's power and immortal intent. Could it be that the cleansing incense ancient sect wants to go all out and activate its immortal emperor life treasure? Not good. Feeling this ancient immortal pressure, the 800 soldiers on top of the warship were aghast, but everything was too late. The light in the sky suddenly turned into a sword edge, and it swept horizontally across the heavens and earth. This sword edge shouldered an ancient immortal pressure, and with just this one blow, it could be seen that nothing could stop it. Foosh, waves upon waves of blood spewed out. As the sword edge swept across, 800 heads flew up to the sky. All of their eyes were wide with astonishment. The moment their heads flew up, they could even see the blood spurting from their own cut necks. The sword carried along with it an unstoppable aura. It kept going until it hit the inside of the endless mountains and rivers. A bang sound rang, and the formation immediately became dust. The ancient saint's formation, crafted with blood and sweat, under this sword, couldn't withstand one blow. The formation was split into halves, and it dropped to the floor. Gu Taizhou also fell down from the inside. No, Lai Zhanhou, inside the formation, bellowed. The sword's edge immediately pierced through his chest, and it crucified him into the ground. At this moment, the sword aura disappeared, and only blood flowed quietly on the ground. Lai Zhanhou, pierced to the ground, could still move his arms and legs. He was still alive simply because Li Qiye wanted to spare him. This sudden change, not mentioning the cultivators who were observing the battle, the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and Gu Taizhou, left everyone in a daze. This sudden reversal was too frightening. The minds of everyone went blank from seeing this sight. 800 soldiers, Lai Zhanhou, and the formation, under this one sword, all came to naught. A royal noble and an ancient saint's formation, both were not enough to reach the apex. Under this one sword, everything was swept away like dust. This sword had passed through. Within the castle of the heavenly jewel kingdom, the mortal king suddenly opened his unfathomable eyes. Like the flow of the sun and moon and the pattern of the celestials, it was truly frightening. At this moment, he quietly murmured, could it be that the cleansing incense ancient sect still has an immortal emperor life treasure left? Finally, the heavenly aura in his two eyes exceeded the sky. It was as if he wanted to see through the corner of the world. Back to the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This event rendered them blank for a long time, without being able to regain their wits. An unknown amount of time had passed. Finally, a cultivator whispered, Emperor's power and immortal intent, Emperor's power and immortal intent. Countless cultivators had heard of this phrase, but no one had even seen its true power. Today, this one sword's edge sweeping through and turning everything into nothingness, this was the Emperor's power and immortal intent. People finally understood the horror of an immortal emperor. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was gone for a long time, and he only left behind his emperor's power and immortal intent. However, it was still enough to cause all of the gods to tremble. While everyone was still busy thinking, the voice of Li Qiye rang from inside the sect, tie him up. 3 days later, we will publicly behead him for others to see. One did not know how long it took, but everyone finally regained their spirits. The cultivators on the sideline were shocked while the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect were continuously celebrating. Some disciples tied up Lai Zhanhou, and they took him to the dungeon. Finally, Gu Taizhou absent-mindedly returned to the sect. Inside the zither pavilion, after hearing all the details, he still couldn't help but lose his composure again. A while later, Gu Taizhou stared at Li Qiye, and he mumbled, the soul of the patriarch is here, protecting our sect. He took a deep breath, and told Li Qiye, the patriarch has chosen you as our savior. I hope that you can bring the cleansing incense ancient sect back to its former glory. Gu Taizhou could be considered the main driver of the cleansing incense ancient sect. With these words, he has established Li Qiye's position within the sect. After one night, Li Qiye's status in the sect couldn't be shaken by anyone. Lai Zhanhou personally led the attack on the cleansing incense ancient sect. Everyone in the heavenly jewel kingdom assumed that this was the sect's calamity. No one thought that after just one night, there would be an unthinkable reversal. resulting in the deaths of the 800 soldiers and the capture of the wounded Lai Zhanho. It all felt like a dream, but it was 10,000 exact truths. Inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, both the upper and lower ranks were jubilant. This was an exciting event for the disciples' morale. Defeating Lai Zhanho's invasion was a medicine for the heart. At the very least, it gave the disciples a glimmer of hope. With the conclusion of the battle, the upper echelon of the sect held a meeting with the elders and protectors, led by Gu Taizhou. He revealed the conspiracy of Chao Xiong and Dong Xinglong. At the moment, Chao Xiong was dead, and Dong Xinglong, along with Lai Zhanho, were prisoners. The protectors despised Chao Xiong's selfish actions to the bones. Just a little bit more, and the sect would have been a puppet under the heavenly god sect. After the 5 elders informed them that everything was accomplished by Li Qie, the protectors were stunned. They had heard about the Tao instruction, but they didn't think that the patriarch had actually chosen Li Qie. During the meeting, the elders identified Li Qie as the revitalizing savior of the cleansing incense ancient sect. The protectors did not have any objections regarding this decision. After the conference had ended, they discussed how to deal with Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho. Regarding this matter, Li Qie only had one sentence. He smiled and said, 3 days later, publicly execute them for all to see. Invite the other sects inside the heavenly jewel kingdom to participate in the fun. Hearing Li Qie's words, the protectors and elders were startled. What kind of absolute decision was this? A protector worriedly mentioned, by this, I'm afraid it would truly be leaving no face for the heavenly god sect. Li Qie casually replied, the heavenly god sect is a mortal enemy, who cares about face? What if the heavenly god sect declares war on us? Another protector couldn't help but ask. In the end, the heavenly god sect was a giant monster to them. They created the heavenly jewel kingdom and backed it for 30,000 years. Now, it was difficult for anyone to shake their position. Declare war. Li Qie burst out laughing. His eyes became serious, and then slowly spoke, I heard that the mortal king of the heavenly jewel kingdom is a powerful ruler with great ambition and wisdom, and he is no less than the 9 Saint Demon Gates Demon Emperor Luan Ri. I'm really not afraid of his war declaration. I hope that he would personally lead the battle, then I can just annihilate all of the royal nobles and enlightened beings of their heavenly god sect. Gu Taizhou pondered for a moment, and then he said, this is not a bad idea. The emperor's power and immortal intent of the Zither Pavilion could be expended for a few big battles. If the heavenly jewel kingdom dares to come, we will be able to destroy all of their royal nobles and enlightened beings in one breath. Even though we have no way of destroying the heavenly god sect and the heavenly jewel kingdom, but as long as we kill their royal nobles and enlightened beings, this would be enough to make them seclude themselves to recover for a few thousand years. This will give us a chance to develop the sect. Listening to the first elder's words, the protectors couldn't help but glance at each other. Elder Sun said, the heavenly god sect's will to destroy us had never died. We cannot keep on conceding. At this moment, if the heavenly jewel kingdom wants to declare war, then we will give them a devastating blow. We will destroy everything with the emperor's power and immortal intent of the Zither Pavilion. The Zither Pavilion and the patriarch's portrait were both emperor's treasures. Their powers were extremely great, but they couldn't be replenished. On this matter, they couldn't compare to an immortal emperor life treasure or true treasure. An immortal emperor life treasure could be used countless times, but it had a high requirement for the cultivator wielding it. As for an emperor's treasure containing emperor's power and immortal intent, each time it is used, its power will lessen, it eventually will become a mortal item. This was why, at this moment, Gu Tieshou's group wanted to borrow this power of the Zither Pavilion to destroy their enemies in one breath. Li Qie stared at Gu Taizhou and asked, regarding this matter, I have a little question. Where is our immortal emperor life treasure? Where is our patriarch's true treasure? This, Gu Taizhou, full of embarrassment, smiled. At this moment, the 4 elders stared at each other, and their expressions were awkward. It is a common phrase, meaning that the ancestors are looking after them from above, still giving protection. Chapter 79. Finally, Elder Sun sighed softly and said, "The sect does not have an immortal emperor true treasure, and it also does not have an immortal emperor life treasure. Not even one." Even though Li Qie was mentally prepared for this, but hearing that there was not even one made him a bit frustrated. The cleansing incense ancient sect was of immortal emperor lineage. Right now, not even one life treasure could be found. He could not believe this. Gu Taizhou softly continued, "It is said that the patriarch had left behind 3 life treasures and his fate-protecting true treasure. However, at the moment I took this seat, these items were no longer here. At the very least, even during the last sect master's period, these items were no longer inside the sect." Li Qie asked, "Lost or stolen?" Immortal Emperor life treasures were one thing, but the fate-protecting treasure of Min Ren, also a true treasure, was too important to the cleansing incense ancient sect. I'm not too clear regarding this matter. Gu Taizhou hesitatingly smiled and said, "The Immortal Emperor true treasure. I am not clear about the exact details. I'm afraid even the previous sect master didn't know. That year, I heard the martial uncle's discussion. One uncle said that the true treasure flew away a long time ago. Another uncle said that during the moment our ancestor, Mu Shaoti, was competing for the heavens with immortal Emperor Ta Kong, he lost our true treasure in a heaven-frightening battle. I'm afraid, the last 10 generations of our cleansing incense ancient sect has not seen an immortal emperor true treasure." Li Qie asked, "What about the 3 life treasures?" Gu Taizhou contemplated for a moment and then answered, "This, I cannot answer either." Here, he glanced at the other 4 elders, and he continued, "I heard that there was one life treasure that could have been taken by Ancestor Lu to the ground, and it was buried along with him. Whether this is the truth or not, I do not know." Elder Sun explained to Li Qie, "Ancestor Lu was our sect's first bulwark. In terms of seniority, he would be the grand disciple of Ancestor Mu. I heard that the battle 30,000 years ago, against the Heavenly God sect, was led by him. After our defeat and retreat back to our ancestral ground, Ancestor Lu no longer showed his face. There were many rumors about him. Some seniors said that he died in the battle, and some said that he came back wounded and met his origin within the sect. Lu Sanjian was rumored to be the cleansing incense ancient sect's greatest genius after Mu Shaoti. However, unfortunately, he was not able to protect the cleansing incense ancient sect in the end, causing the collapse of the old kingdom." At this point, Elder Qian gravely added, "The other life treasures could have possibly fallen into the hands of the Heavenly God sect." Into the hands of the Heavenly God sect. Having heard this, Li Qie's eyes became serious. This was an immortal emperor life treasure. This type of item falling into the hands of the Heavenly God sect was not a good thing for the cleansing incense ancient sect. Gu Taizhou dejectedly sighed and said, "This is the thing we are worried about the most. There is no way to verify this matter, but it is almost absolute that this life treasure is in the hands of the Heavenly God sect. In the last battle, our sect lost countless royal nobles, enlightened beings, and ancient saints. In order to protect the kingdom, I heard our ancestors summon the immortal emperor life treasure to face the Heavenly God sect. Afterward, we lost the fight completely, and the entire kingdom fell. Under such chaotic circumstances, the life treasure's whereabouts are unknown." Elder Zhou worriedly said, "I worry that the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom would bring this immortal emperor life treasure to attack our sect. If the Heavenly God sect had a character powerful enough to carry the life treasure to attack the sect, then even with the Zither Pavilion, it wouldn't be able to withstand rounds after rounds of the life treasure's attacks." Hearing Elder Zhou's words, Gu Tieshou's group lost their colors. This was indeed an extremely dangerous matter. They clearly knew the power of an immortal emperor life treasure. Let them come. It's time to see how the immortal emperor life treasure is. At this point, Li Qie pleasantly bloomed a smile and said, "When the flood is coming, the dam will block. When the troops are coming, the generals will hold. Our plan does not change. 3 days later, behead Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho. With a deep voice, Gu Taizhou said, "We'll do it like that. This is the first battle for our cleansing incense ancient sect's revival, and also the beginning our revival." He was finally determined. The elders and protectors present all hoped to revive the cleansing incense ancient sect and regain the glory of their ancestors, especially Gu Taizhou. He grew up in the sect and considered it as his home. The moment he was leading the sect, how could he not hope for it to become more powerful? However, he could only lament his limited aptitude and lack of power to revive the sect. Currently, with Li Qia's miracle appearance accompanied with the protection of the patriarch, Gu Taizhou saw a chance for the sect to come back. The second day, the sect announced Chao Xiong's conspiracy with outsiders, the betrayal of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and also his execution. This news had been released, and the entire cleansing incense ancient sect was in an uproar. The sect disciples couldn't help but spit on Chao Xiong's selfishness. A calamity was befalling the sect, so they should have been working together. Chao Xiong's actions were reviled by the disciples. As for the matter of Li Qia being the chosen person for the resurgence, the sect did not announce it. Only the elders and protectors had the right to know, even sectional leaders were left unaware. At the same time, the sect the next day sent the news of the public execution of Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho to all of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. This time, the cleansing incense ancient sect especially chose an unprecedented bold action like never before. At the time of the execution, the sect had invited many sects from the kingdom to attend. Many big sects and heavenly gates were moved by this news in the entire Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. The cleansing incense ancient sect wants to flip the heavens. Quite a number of sects looked at each other in amazement. Just Dong Xinglong was somewhat acceptable, but who was Lai Zhanho? This was a general of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, a generational ferocious man under the mortal king. Currently, the cleansing incense ancient sect wanted to publicly execute both of them. Wasn't this the same as completely destroying the face of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and the Heavenly God sect? A sect master curiously asked with a strange expression, in the end, what is actually giving the cleansing incense ancient sect such confidence? For the last few thousand years, everyone personally witnessed the decline of the cleansing incense ancient sect, but today, this sect dared to publicly execute these two people. This was too bold. There were many cultivators who observed the battle that night, and many of them clamored. Some felt that the sect had an immortal emperor life treasure, and some assumed that Lu Sanjian was still alive. Could it be that this time, the cleansing incense ancient sect has an absolute ace? Otherwise, why would they risk a war with the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and have to execute these two? Maybe they went crazy. Some felt that this was the case and said, today, to compare the cleansing incense ancient sect to the Heavenly God sect is like throwing an egg against a rock. Even if the cleansing incense ancient sect still has an immortal emperor life treasure, it would still be impossible to rescind the current situation of their decline. In present times, the Heavenly God sect had countless geniuses and numerous royal nobles. This is the sect seeking its own destruction, An older sect master lamented. He knew the situation inside and shook his head. The cleansing incense ancient sect has no inheritors. They became blindly arrogant. Even with an immortal emperor life treasure, it is no longer an important matter for the sect. One has to know, the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect is still alive. When it comes to the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect, even powerful sect masters and heavenly lords of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom would become silent. After the difficult Tao era, characters like the Heavenly God sect's ancestor became undefeatable. This was a giant high above. The moment a character like him takes action, not to mention the cleansing incense ancient sect, but even a grand sect or clan would be destroyed by just his fingertip in the blink of an eye. Referring to the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect, many extremely aged sect masters lost their colors and shivered in fear. This ancestor had lived for tens of thousands of years. Unless Mu Shaodi is still alive, otherwise, if he becomes angry, the cleansing incense ancient sect's existence will become void. A royal noble from the last generation that had seen the monstrous ancestor before gently sighed. The cleansing incense ancient sect publicly declared the execution date for Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho, yet no cultivators or sects dared to become their guests to observe the execution. Even though everyone wanted to know how this storm would end, but they didn't dare to show up for this execution. Of course, this did not deter many grand sects and ancient heritages from observing at a distance. Currently, the Heavenly God sect was too powerful and controlled an entire gigantic kingdom. Inside the boundary of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, no sects dared to oppose the Heavenly God sect. Anyone present at this execution would be the same as opposing the Heavenly God sect, and no one was willing to tease such a giant monster like the Heavenly God sect. However, watching from afar secretly, the Heavenly God sect couldn't interfere in this and had no reason to send their troops. So, before the execution date, countless cultivators were watching the cleansing incense ancient sect's every move behind the shadows. During these 3 days, the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect were both excited and nervous. To the sect, the Heavenly God sect was too powerful. Today, they had the chance to execute Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho. This was an event that motivated the disciples' hearts. At the same time, the sect had entered a battle preparation stage. All of the disciples were entering their peak concentrations, ready to enter a battle at any time. Inside the sect, only one person was at ease, it was Li Qie. Only Li Qie was unperturbed like an old god, seemingly as if everything had nothing to do with him. You sure are confident. Seeing Li Qie's godlike calm demeanor, even Li Xuanyan was perplexed. This matter, even one little mishap would be a declaration of war with the Heavenly God sect. Even a heaven's proud daughter like herself, regarding such a matter that would pierce the heavens, would have to be cautious. However, Li Qie didn't even consider this as an issue. It's only a small sect, not enough to reach the apex. I took some liberty with the word bulwark here. The literal term used here is protector sect, but we already have protectors, and his status is way above them, so I chose the word bulwark instead. Sect protector would sound too awkward. Chapter 80, Li Qie gave off a smile, and he compellingly said, "The Heavenly God sect, to me, it is only a matter of whether I want to destroy it or not. If I don't mind sparing a bit of effort and expending some thought, annihilating the Heavenly God sect, this is not a difficult matter." Hearing Li Qie's words, Li Xuanyan immediately became speechless. Others would definitely think that Li Qie was ignorantly foolish and boasting to the heavens, but Li Xuanyan didn't think so. She didn't find any signs of Li Qie joking and boasting. Li Xuanyan couldn't help but exclaim, "I don't understand how you are so confident." Even though the Heavenly God sect had only created the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom in the past 30,000 years, you have to know that their ancestor is an extraordinary person. If our 9-saint demon gate was to become an enemy of the Heavenly God sect, we would still have to be 3 parts cautious. Li Qie glared at Li Xuanyan, and he said, "Because I am Li Qie. Because I am Li Qie," such an ordinary phrase. However, coming from the mouth of Li Qie with a nonchalant tone, it made others feel a domineering pressure, a grandeur manner that looked down upon the world naturally came to life. Li Xuanyan speechlessly stared at Li Qie for a long time. This little boy in front of her didn't feel like a little boy. Meticulous planning and a domineering presence, he was more similar to a mortal emperor. After a while, Li Xuanyan stared at Li Qie. She slowly spoke, "Such grand matters, I need to report to my master." "As you wish." Li Qie glanced at Li Xuanyan, and he smiled. Without a doubt, he was quite satisfied with Li Xuanyan's attitude. Without a doubt, Li Xuanyan, this heaven's proud daughter, had greatly changed during these past days standing by Li Qie's side. At the very least, in front of Li Qie, she had let go of her arrogance as a heaven's proud daughter. Compared to Li Qie, she couldn't find any aspect where she was superior. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Within these last 3 days, countless gazes from the darkness observed the cleansing incense ancient sect. There was no doubt that many great sects within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom that wanted to personally witness the conclusion of this storm. Within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, countless powerful characters and many royal nobles all hoped to directly receive the news. Since the creation of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom by the Heavenly God sect, within 30,000 years, it had swept through the heavens and earth. Within the most recent 10,000 years, there were few people and sects that could challenge the godly authority of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. In the present day, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect suddenly decided to execute Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho. Where did this confidence come from? Witnessing this scene, the faraway cultivators, and even the tyrant of one domain, ruling over an entire sect, couldn't help but lament in silence. Just imagine, Lai Zhanho was someone who was known for how arrogant he was and how his rage and ferocity could easily conquer all four directions. He was the very definition of a ferociously violent white stallion. However, today, he was simply a man at death's door. If you win, you become king, if you lose, you become a bandit. This was all that needed to be said. Prior to the departure, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect became heavily guarded. Every disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect entered a state of combat readiness. All of the sectional leaders and protectors were even more diligent regarding the defensive platforms and entrances of the sect. The 5 elders of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect left through the gate to personally oversee the execution. In addition to the 5 elders, Li Qiye was also present with Li Shuangyan following beside him. Who is that disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect? Li Qiye seemed to be an ordinary disciple, his name wasn't resounded or well recognized. Now, this seemingly ordinary disciple walking and sitting alongside the 5 elders, seeing this scene made many of the cultivators surprised. Many cultivators were speculating, and one of them said in a surprised manner, "This disciple can actually walk alongside Gu Taizhou and the other elders. Could he have an amazing origin within the sect?" After they saw Li Shuangyan accompany them, it even resulted in some of the sect leaders being shaken. One emotionally said, "Li Shuangyan, the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate and princess of Old Ox Country, she's the Grand Middle Territory's heaven's proud daughter, ah. Could it be that the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate are forming an alliance?" Li Shuangyan's appearance at the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, and her accompanying Li Qiye and the 5 elders, visibly moved many of the spectating cultivators. Under the presence of this dignified atmosphere, time slowly passed. Finally, the time of the execution arrived. Gu Taizhou lifted his head to look at the sky and he loudly declared, "Execution." At this time, not to mention the disciples of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, even the faraway spectating cultivators all held their breath. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what would happen in the next moment. "Put down the blade." At this time, a loud roar resounded and it spread thunderously far and wide. A dragon horse, while heavily breathing, trod the hollow sky. The pressure of a royal noble suppressed the disciples in front of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect's execution ground. As the dragon horse trod across the sky, a figure wearing a violet coat could be seen on top of the horse. Wearing a violet crown, the old man with broad shoulders seemed to be an important person. Zi Shanho, after seeing this old man, the onlooking cultivators changed their expressions. Zi Shanho arrived. Witnessing this old man, a sect leader murmured, "A previous generation royal noble, ah. Extremely experienced. Zi Shanho's name has been prestigious for generations. He can be considered one of the royal nobles at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. So it is Zi Shanho who graces us with his presence." Seeing the old man on the dragon horse, Gu Tieshou's pupils were focused and his demeanor became dignified. Although Zi Shanho's reputation wasn't as ruthless as Lai Zhanho's, his strength was definitely higher. After all, he was a royal noble of the previous generation, and he was also at the pinnacle of all royal nobles. Zi Shanho was still seated on the dragon horse when his voice resounded again, "Ancient elders, don't commit a mistake. Lai Zhanho is an important official of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, you should quickly release him along with Brother Dong, and then follow me to the capital, accepting the emperor's punishment and confess. As Gu Taizhou was about to speak, however, Li Qiye waved his hand to stop him and revealed a pleasant smile. Confess? This word isn't part of my vocabulary. While I still have no intention to kill you, you should get out of my sight immediately, as far as possible. Who is this child? What a bold tone. After hearing Li Qiye's words, many of the spectating cultivators couldn't help but look at each other. Who was Zi Shanhou? He was a previous generation royal noble, and he was one of the royal nobles at the pinnacle to boot. He was an important official of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, yet Li Qiye, a junior, dared to use this kind of arrogant tone. This child from some random place, let this seat give you a little lesson in place of your elders. Zi Shanhou's gaze became cold. With his grinding big hands, he sent Li Qiye a palm strike. A zhang sword sound was heard, and a sword appeared from the blue sky. However, it didn't come from Li Qiye. Instead, Li Shuangyan already made a move. One sword to pillar the sky, decapitating all spirits. Phoenix odes emanated from her body, and her sword had its own spirit. Moves after moves activated, one sword released, and the mountains and rivers lost their colors. You are worthy of being the successor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Seeing Li Shuangyan's sword, Zi Shanhou let out a cold snort. His 2 hands formed seals, like a giant mountain, suppressing down from above. Get out of here. At this point, Gu Taizhou also took action. A Kunpeng traversed the sky, and, when the huge Kunpeng's tail fiercely struck down, it shattered the earth with a ferocious momentum. Witnessing the tail of the Kunpeng coming, Zi Shanhou's expression darkened. He didn't dare to be reckless. He brought his hands together, and his true energy rose, blocking the tail of Gu Tieshou's Kunpeng. Bang! Even though Zi Shanhou was able to block the strike from Gu Taizhou, his dragon horse couldn't handle the pressure. It bellowed as it fell to the ground. It was no longer capable of standing back up. Regarding the fight, Li Qiye didn't pay much attention. He simply shook his head, and then he said, Elder's 6 variants is needlessly complex. Hearing these words, if it was from someone else, then it would sound extremely arrogant. However, after witnessing Li Qiye's Kunpeng's 6 variants, Gu Taizhou definitely did not think the words were arrogant. Gu Taizhou began to speak, look at my 6 variants. He wanted to let Li Qiye see his Kunpeng's 6 variants in hopes that he could get Li Qiye's guidance to serve as reference material. And so, after Gu Tieshou's words came out, he approached Zi Shanhou. Zi Shanhou's face was extremely ugly. As a royal noble of the previous generation, today, he was unable to suppress Gu Taizhou. Immortal Emperor Merit Law, truly frightening. Gu Taizhou, today, I won't bother with you. Zi Shanhou continued, today, this seat brought His Majesty's imperial decree. Regardless of whether or not the cleansing incense ancient sect is willing, you must let the prisoners go. Otherwise, the consequences will ensue. The mortal king's imperial decree. Gu Taizhou couldn't help but focus his gaze. The mortal king of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom was someone with extremely high talents and a clever and calculating mind. His cultivation was extremely profound, and he was definitely someone to fear. Due to the mortal king, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom was now flourishing with life. It could be said that, due to the ambitious nature of the mortal king of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, he wanted to succeed in making the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom into a never-falling eternal ancient kingdom. At this moment, Zi Shanhou's hands already brought out the imperial decree from the mortal king. The imperial order only had a single character on it, amnesty. The moment this character appeared, the torrential royal power of the mortal king could be felt across 10,000 miles. Within this amnesty character, the vast royal pressure of the mortal king exploded. It was as if the mortal king was currently present, turning others into loyal subjects. Even though Gu Taizhou was a royal noble, when the character amnesty was brought forth, he could feel the immense pressure, his blood started to roll. This amnesty character carried a pressure that was akin to an unclimbable mountain that was placed inside his heart. It was so uncomfortable that it made him want to vomit blood. The imperial decree only had a single character, amnesty, but this single character was already enough. This single character already represented the will of a mortal king on his high throne. With this amnesty character alone, it was already enough to suppress a royal noble. Chapter 81, His Majesty the Mortal King is truly terrifying. Seeing the word amnesty, the cultivators from afar changed their expressions. They murmured, His Majesty the Mortal King is truly unfathomable. With just the word amnesty, it was able to suppress royal nobles. One could only imagine how frightening the mortal king of the heavenly jewel kingdom would be. As for the other people from the cleansing incense ancient sect, they couldn't help but take in a deep breath. Zi Shan Ho gravely said, Gu Tais Ho, the imperial decree of His Majesty is right here, release them right now. His hand held the imperial decree with its compelling momentum, causing others to run short of breath. Gu Tais Ho looked at the word amnesty, shook his head, and said, Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhan Ho wanted to destroy my cleansing incense ancient sect. Even the mortal king's imperial decree wouldn't do. Execute. Gu Tiesho's words changed Zi Shan Ho's expression greatly as he yelled, Gu Tais Ho, don't make this mistake. Defying the immortal decree, this would bring about a calamity that would drown your cleansing incense ancient sect. Gu Tais Ho ignored him and exclaimed, Execute. Meeting Gu Tiesho's strong resolve, Zi Shan Ho shouted with an ugly expression, Wait, at this moment, he couldn't do anything but make concessions. If he didn't bring back Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhan Ho, then, not only would he be unsuccessful with his mission, the prestige of the mortal king would also be provoked. At this time, Zi Shan Ho made a concession. He spoke in a serious manner, Gu Tais Ho, let me bring Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhan Ho away. The day the evil-infested ridge opens, there will be a quota for your cleansing incense ancient sect. Hearing Zi Shan Ho's words, Gu Tais Ho couldn't help but pause for a little bit. The evil-infested ridge, to the cleansing incense ancient sect, was truly too important. He couldn't help but look over at Li Qie. Li Qie smiled and said, The evil-infested ridge originally was a territory of our sect, why would we need the heavenly jewel kingdom's reward? Execute. Li Qie's words angered Zi Shan Ho till his body started trembling. He raised the imperial decree in his hand, and he shouted, Junior, you should know the severity of this situation. The imperial decree is here. If you were to breach this decree, then all of the sects within the heavenly jewel kingdom will encircle and annihilate your sect. It's just a piece of torn paper, yet you still dare to act powerful and prestigious in front of my presence. Li Qie narrowed his eyes. Finished with his words, his 5 fingers started to pull on the zither at his chest. Zhang, the moment the zither's sound came about, from inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, a sword energy immediately flew forward. The moment the sword blade swept downward, one could only see the imperial decree be crushed and the word amnesty split in half. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. Cutting the imperial decree of the mortal king, this was provoking his authority. When the word amnesty was cut in half, a dumb sound occurred, just like a golden godly law, the decree combined together again. The word amnesty suddenly radiated a terrible light. In the blink of an eye, a majestic figure appeared from this light. The moment of his inception, his royal pressure was like a tsunami, it was like a flood of pressure was rushing and wailing forward directly to the grand earth. Under the suppression of the royal pressure, even Gu Tais Ho had to take several heavy steps back. The mortal king's will, seeing the majestic figure emerging from the light, cultivators in the far distance couldn't help but burst into cries. The majestic figure suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if this pair of eyes were real. Soaking in the sun and the moon with a rotating galaxy within them, it caused others to tremblingly prostrate on the ground. Provoking the royal honor, behead. The figure had just opened his mouth, and the thunders rang in the air. When the words have not yet come out, his huge hand had already struck down, and the power of the one slash wanted to directly destroy Wuxia. This slash was extremely matchless. Under this slash, even the moon illuminating the sky would fall and sweep across all royal nobles. At this moment, Wuxia's colors were shaken. Even Li Shuangyan wanting to save Wuxia was powerless. Roll. Wuxia's gaze became serious as he coldly yelled, without making any other action. Under this fiery and thunderous slash, a loud boom filled the air. At this second, many cleansing incense ancient sect's disciples couldn't bear to look because they all thought that Wuxia would suffer a horrible death. However, the moment the slash was about to kill Wuxia, a gigantic hand from the heavenly sky came about. A huge explosion happened, and this gigantic hand shattered the shadowy figure. The will of the mortal king bellowed, a strand of universal laws wanted to escape from the gigantic hand. However, this gigantic hand ground it with pressure and immediately crushed it. The figure of the mortal king became scattered ashes and dispersed like smoke. Everything happened so fast, so no one clearly saw where this giant hand came from. During all of these occurrences, in the martial ground of the far Nine Saint Demon Gate, there was a stone statue raising his stone hand. This one hand stretched across the heaven and earth directly to the end of the sky. No one knew where this hand was going. This stone hand, from the Nine Saint Demon Gate, flying from millions of miles away, easily destroyed the mortal king's will. Even if the mortal king's will could suppress royal nobles, under this gigantic hand, it was just a meaningless insect. Seeing the stone hand appear then suddenly disappear, Li Shuangyan, standing next to Wuxia, was shocked. Others didn't know what this gigantic hand was, but she knew. A stone hand, trespassing through the world from the Nine Saint Demon Gate, reached out, and it easily destroyed the mortal king's will. How frightening was this? Li Shuangyan had heard her master say that the four stone statues were the heavenly protectors of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, but she essentially didn't know how powerful these stone statues, dubbed as the heavenly protectors, were. Today, she finally found out the terrifying power of the four stone statues. And, she also understood why her master had acquiesced against Wuxia that day. Demon kings or mortal kings, they were nothing. Under the hand of the four heavenly protectors, they would easily be crushed. At this moment, not only the cultivators watching from afar but all of the cleansing incense ancient sect was in a daze. Zi Shanho lost his wits from shock. The mortal kings will frighten others so, but it was easily destroyed. Who on earth did this? Only a mortal king. Even a mortal emperor still wouldn't reach the apex. Regarding this event, Wuxia essentially didn't put it in his mind, and he said this in an incredibly calm manner. At this moment, Wuxia issued a command, execute. No, Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho, at the moment of death, couldn't help but let out a loud cry. They didn't think that today, even the mortal king wouldn't be able to save them. The disciples of the sect regained their wits, and execution blades were raised, then fallen, beheading Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho. Their heads rolled farther and farther. In the end, the heads of Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho were neatly placed in wooden boxes by the disciples, and, under the command of Wuxia, were brought to the front of Zi Shanho. Wuxia simply glanced at Zi Shanho as he calmly said, "I'll leave you with one message for you to deliver to the heavenly god sect: whoever blocks my path, I kill without mercy." Since he was finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zi Shanho's expression was extremely ugly, but, at this moment, he didn't dare to be reckless. He took the heads of Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho, and then he left in a hurry. The moment the gigantic hand destroyed the mortal king's will, in the imperial city, a stalwart and domineering man suddenly trembled and let out a roar. His two eyes absorbed heavenly flames, and they suddenly opened. He then stood up. The expression of the man was shocked. Standing on the high platform, he was gazing at the far distance. It was as if he was directly looking at the cleansing incense ancient sect. At this moment, his demeanor became dignified. As the mortal king, he used to divide and repress his royal subjects, however, today, his heart was in distraught, and his mind was in distress. The man stood there with a pale expression, and he was without words for a long time. To someone with great talents like him, who had swept through the heavenly jewel territories, today, his mortal king's will was easily destroyed without the slightest resistance. To him, this was not only a great shame but also an extremely harmful matter. Invite the ancestor. Finally, the man gravely spoke, and he sent a messenger towards the ancestral ground of the heavenly god sect for guidance. To him, this matter was too shocking. A stone hand crossed over the world, and it destroyed the mortal king's will. Inside the 9 Saint Demon Gate, there were disciples reporting to Demon King Luan Ri. Receiving the report, his expression was also shaken. Inside the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Demon King Luan Ri summoned all of the elders. Within the secret room, the atmosphere became heavy. The news confirmed that one hand from our stone statue crossed the world, and it destroyed the heavenly jewel kingdom's mortal king's will. Even though Demon King Luan Ri didn't show his face, his voice was still ringing in the secret room. The 9 Saint Demon Gates information gathering was extremely swift, they found out in the shortest amount of time. Such an event caused the elders to gaze at each other. This was not only too sudden, but it was also out of the 9 Saint Demon Gates' control. An elder gravely said, it was definitely Wuxia activating the heavenly protectors. This was something that couldn't be questioned, it was described vividly. Even the entire 9 Saint Demon Gate didn't have anyone who could activate the 4 heavenly protectors, only Wuxia could do it. Besides Wuxia, who else could it be? The moment of silence was broken by an elder. Our 9 Saint Demon Gate and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect are separated by millions of miles, and were not inside the same country. This one hand of the heavenly protectors was able to cross the heaven and earth and easily destroyed the mortal king's will. Here, the elder paused for a moment and continued, exactly how powerful are they? Regarding this matter, the elders' hearts quaked, and they stared at each other. This was a test for them. From the past till now, the 9 Saint Demon Gate had never heard of their heavenly protectors making a move. In reality, before Wuxia came, the elders didn't even know about the existences of the heavenly protectors. Flying across the world and destroying the mortal king's will, this was an unbelievably sky-shattering matter. It is time for us to take action. The moment the elders were in quiet contemplation, the voice of Demon King Luan Ri slowly appeared. The conflict between the Heavenly God sect and the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect needs to be reconciled. Hearing the Demon King's words, the elders were surprised. One of them couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, the Heavenly God sect and the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect are mortal enemies. The Heavenly God sect's will to destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect has never ended. If we interfere, I'm afraid we would become enemies with the Heavenly God sect. Chapter 82, The Heavenly God sect would have to think twice before declaring war on us. The sound of the Demon King Luan Ri rang again. With 2 tigers fighting, one will definitely be injured. They only established their sovereignty for 30,000 years, yet they dared to call themselves a kingdom? Wait until they actually have the strength of a kingdom, and then we'll talk. Whether it is the Grand Middle Territory or the Mortal Emperor world, there are standards for sovereignty. Frontier small nations were not enough to join the standards, and they were not enough to reach the apex. The real powers have 3 different names: country, kingdom, and ancient kingdom. So to speak, an ancient kingdom has the strongest power, kingdom was second, and country was last. As for smaller nations, they were not included. There are also standards for these names. If it wasn't of an immortal emperor lineage, then it would be a country. An immortal emperor lineage forming a nation would be called a kingdom, and, if it had 2 immortal emperors, then it would be called an ancient kingdom. In addition to having 2 immortal emperors, there were a few ancient nations that could have been called ancient kingdom. These nations must have been created long ago, and they had extremely great influence. For an example, when the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect created their nation, it was called the Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom because their nation was founded during the beginning years of the Emperor era. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was also the first immortal emperor of this era. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom made it through a whole era, so, even when it couldn't have a second immortal emperor, it was still called an ancient kingdom by others. In fact, the Nine Saint Demon Gates nation was also extremely ancient, but their influence that year was much less than the old Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. This is the reason they only proclaimed themselves as a country. As for the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, according to the standards, they don't have the qualification to be called a kingdom. At most, they are a country. However, they relied on the Heavenly God Sect's ancestor still being alive, and he was self-proclaimed to be invincible, thus, they considered themselves a kingdom. Of course, many people feared the ancestor of the Heavenly God Sect, so they didn't dare to criticize them. Demon King Luan Ri's words shook the spirits of the elders. They glanced at each other before one of them began to ponder. He then said, "Your Majesty, in terms of strength, our old Ox country is no weaker than the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, but the ancestor of the Heavenly God Sect is truly dreadful." Bringing up the Heavenly God Sect's ancestor struck fear into the hearts of the elders currently present. The Heavenly God Sect's ancestor was truly too heaven-defying. Not mentioning just the Grand Middle Territory, even gazing through the whole mortal emperor world, the ancestor was still a character that others were wary of. If Mu Shaodi from that year was still here, it wouldn't be the Heavenly God Sect's turn to dominate the Grand Middle Territory. Mentioning Mu Shaodi 50,000 years later would still put listeners in awe. Mu Shaodi was the key character for the revitalization of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. Many considered him to be the second immortal emperor of the sect after immortal Emperor Min Ren. Mu Shaodi was heaven-defyingly invincible. The moment immortal Emperor Ta Kong was without the heaven's will, Mu Shaodi would be the strongest rival of Ta Kong. Rumors had it that when they were young and competing for the vacant heaven's will, they were at 3 wins and 3 defeats each. This record was such a brilliant glory. According to reliable sources, the Heavenly God Sect's ancestor is still alive. Even though he had not appeared for 30,000 years, he is definitely alive in this world. Another elder couldn't help but say, "If the Heavenly God Sect's ancestor comes into being, I'm afraid our 9 Saint Demon Gate would have a difficult time opposing him." Regarding the ancestor of the Heavenly God Sect, no matter who they were, 3 parts caution had to be given. So, regarding this matter, the expressions of the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate became solemn. The Heavenly God Sect's ancestor, Demon King Luan Ri slowly spoke. The difficult Tao era had passed, and a new era is coming. The Heavenly God Sect's ancestors' evening is already swiftly approaching. In the future, this world belongs to the young people. The difficult Tao era was only the last 30,000 years. 50,000 years ago, immortal Emperor Ta Kong carried the heaven's will, and he became an immortal emperor to rule over the universe. However, for unknown reasons, 30,000 years ago the Black Dragon King suddenly became torrentially angry, and he extorted the heaven's will. It was heard that the Black Dragon King, in this war against immortal Emperor Ta Kong, fought one battle and tore apart the sky's curtain. Rumor has it that after this battle, in the end, the heaven's will was torn apart. Afterward, because of this, the world's energy was depleted, and the cultivators had a hard time practicing the Tao. This was why this era was called the difficult Tao era, since this era had entirely tortured cultivators of the 9 worlds for 30,000 years. It was only 10 years ago, when the difficult Tao era had come to pass, that the world's energy began to recover. At this moment, Luan Ri paused, and then he said, "I greatly value Li Chia. His future potential is second to none." Hearing Luan Ri's words, the elders couldn't help but glance at each other. An elder did not completely agree, "Your Majesty, even though Li Chia is a bit demonic, he is only of mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. With this innate talent, it is difficult to achieve anything in the end." An elder couldn't help but exclaim, "That is correct." Your Majesty, with regards to physiques and life wheels, Xuanyan is countless times stronger than him. In reality, Li Xuanyan's mission to the cleansing incense ancient sect was not agreed upon by all of the elders. However, Demon King Luan Ri overturned the opposition in the end, and he pushed for Li Xuanyan to go to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Luan Ri slowly said, "I did not misjudge his character." The elders contemplated upon Luan Ri's words. Luan Ri, at the Nine Saint Demon Gate, had an extremely high status. Normally, the elders would not refute the opinion of His Majesty. An elder who was still worried asked, "What if the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect comes into being?" The Heavenly God sect has its ancestor, but we have the four Heavenly Guardians. With the support of Li Chia, we will have the support of the four Heavenly Guardians. Demon King Luan Ri deepened his tone, "We will just have to see whether the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect is powerful, or if our Heavenly Guardians are invincible. Our progenitor was a generation's peerless demon. He left behind the 4 stone statues to be our Heavenly Guardians. This is enough to indicate their sufficient strength. Even until now, no one knew how powerful the 4 Heavenly Guardians were. This was a complete mystery." The cleansing incense ancient sect emphatically executed Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhanho, and this matter was spread like a storm throughout all of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. This was a sudden shock to all cultivators and sects inside the kingdom. Especially the part where the mortal king's will was destroyed. This made the sect masters' hearts continuously quake. Wary of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's strength, everyone didn't discuss it publicly. However, there were many secretly discussing and dissenting. Could it be that Lu Sanjian was truly alive? Many older sect masters that knew the inside information couldn't help but mumble, "These 30,000 years ago, mortal kings from the cleansing incense ancient sect could be counted on one's fingers. Outside of Lu Sanjian, who else could be so heaven-defying?" Remembering the gigantic hand that easily destroyed the mortal kings will caused many people's hearts to sink. The power of this gigantic hand was absolutely far above a mortal king. A cultivator excitedly asked, "This is the cleansing incense ancient sect flipping the sky. They dared to even destroy the mortal king's will. Is this a war declaration against the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom?" A few big characters thoughtfully said, "It could be that the cleansing incense ancient sect was laying low, quietly, for 30,000 years. They must want to wash the shame that year away and rebuild their ancient kingdom." Even though it is unknown about who made the move behind the cleansing incense ancient sect, them wanting to rebuild their ancient kingdom, I'm afraid is without hope. Even protecting their nest would not be easy. Someone from the previous generation that had witnessed the battle 30,000 years ago shook his head. That year that Lu Sanjian was still alive, they still weren't able to hold their ancient kingdom, and they had to run back to their nest in the end. The Heavenly God sect's ancestor is still alive. It doesn't matter if Lu Sanjian is still alive. They no longer have the chance to beat the Heavenly God sect and rebuild their ancient kingdom. Suddenly, there were all kinds of discussions. Some were on the sidelines waiting for the results while some were sharpening their blades. Even though the breaking of the status quo of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom could be a calamity to some cultivators and sects, to the bigger sects, this was an opportunity to rise and fish in troubled waters. Destroying the mortal king's will, the entire cleansing incense ancient sect was boiling in excitement. Before, the sect didn't dare to compete with the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, but, today, even the mortal king's will was destroyed. This caused the disciples of the sect to have their blood boil, allowing them to see a hope for revival. The disciples weren't the only ones who were shocked by reality. Even the protectors and the 5 elders were ecstatic. This was a matter that they couldn't ever imagine. Within the cleansing incense ancient sect, Gu Taizhou was the strongest. He could be considered the number 1 of the sect, but the one word amnesty of the mortal king was enough to suppress him. However, not even mentioning the word amnesty, even the will of the mortal king was destroyed. In the midst of everything, the 5 elders placed extremely high expectations towards Li Chia. Returning to the sect, all 5 elders were present. Li Chia was also in the party. Today, Li Qiye was entirely on equal footing with the five elders, and they all considered him as the sect's revitalization leader. We don't need to be excited. In the party, Li Qiye said, after all, our sect is still very weak and without any means. Regarding strength, we are not enough to compete against the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and the Heavenly God sect. Li Qiye's words were the truth regarding the situation of the sect. The five elders did not object. After the initial excitement, their hearts were heavy because outside of Li Qiye, their ace card, they didn't have any other secret cards. Li Qiye said, in terms of internal and secret foundation, we are stronger than the Heavenly God sect. Even though our Emperor merit laws are limited at the moment, it cannot be denied that we have a large amount of virtuous paragon merit laws and Heavenly King methods. In the end, we don't need to worry about not having merit laws. It is only unfortunate that we don't have the inheritors. Even though the sect had lost the majority of their Emperor merit laws, in the end, they were still of immortal Emperor lineage. They had a great number of virtuous paragons and heavenly kings, so they had many merit laws from them. In reality, the sect having these merit laws still made countless cultivators and sects drool from greed. We are short of good masters. In the end, Gu Taizhou bitterly smiled and said, I'm going to speak without being afraid of jeers. In reality, our brothers' cultivations were essentially self-learned. We crawled back and forth trying to practice them. There are special Chinese words that don't translate as well literally. Comes into being, is one of them. It just means that he will show himself publicly in this world and take action, not that he is being born. Evening is swiftly approaching means that his time is running out. Chapter 83, Elder Sun couldn't help but softly say, 30,000 years ago, after the battle with the Heavenly God sect, our losses were too great. Even though 30,000 years had passed, we were still unable to recover. The other elders were softly sighing as well. The cleansing incense ancient sect's decline was a foregone conclusion after that battle. For that battle, the cleansing incense ancient sect could be said to have exerted their entire strength in order to protect the cleansing incense ancient kingdom. After the fight, from grand elders to the ordinary disciples, 8 or 9 parts died in that battle. In the end, the cleansing incense ancient sect was forced to return to their sect's ground. Before the battle, the cleansing incense ancient sect had countless masters and many virtuous paragons, but only 1 part survived the battle. Even though there were a few powerful grand elders, and protectors surviving, they were only extending their last breaths. The fight that year was too tragic. Even the surviving grand elders were gravely wounded, and they could only rely on fate pills and life medicines to prolong their lives. After they came back, they immediately went into isolated cultivation. They had no way of coming into being again. That moment, these surviving grand elders and elders, with the exception of the sect facing extinction, would not come into being again because their personal situations were not very optimistic. In reality, the cleansing incense ancient sect not only lost the majority of their disciples, but they also emptied a large amount of treasures and spirit medicines of the sect. During that battle to protect the ancient kingdom, the sect threw out many life treasures, immortal items, and they even wasted many physique pastes, life medicines, and fate pills. During the actual battle, countless disciples applied these medicines because, facing a grim overarching situation, they threw away caution to retaliate against the Heavenly God sect. They emptied the sect's treasure vault, and they could now only present a few treasures and spirit medicines. That was essentially the same as not having any, extremely hard to watch. The talented disciples within the sect all died on the battlefield that year as well. This brought about the loss of the Emperor merit laws of the sect. Even with their large quantities of virtuous paragon and heavenly king merit laws, unfortunately, their future disciples could only rely on themselves. Many of them went on the wrong Tao path, or a long-winded path, and, without the support of life treasures and spirit medicines, the cleansing incense ancient sect became worse and worse as the days passed. At the same time, the Heavenly God sect established the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. The recruitment for disciples at the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect became even more difficult. Any disciple with some modicum of innate aptitude didn't want to join the sect. Hearing the elders recalling the situation, Li Qiye could understand that it was not easy for the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect to survive that year, let alone rise up again. If our Cleansing Incense Ancient sect wants to rise, we must let go. For the younger generation, after passing the examination with promising potential, let them cultivate virtuous paragon and heavenly king merit laws. If we want to overcome this ordeal, we must groom a new generation of disciples. Even though virtuous paragon and heavenly king merit laws are wondrous, we still have to let go. It would be sufficient to only hold emperor merit laws in our hands. In the end, Li Qiye came up with this proposal. After the decline, because they lost their emperor merit laws, the only complete emperor merit law was the Kunpeng 6 variants, thus, they were extremely strict with virtuous paragon and heavenly king merit laws. Under normal circumstances, the ordinary disciples, without several hundred years of examination, would not be taught these laws. However, to the disciples, they missed out on the best cultivation period, and, without wise masters to teach them, their cultivation was dragged even slower. The Cleansing Incense Ancient sect was without an alternative course of action. The lack of emperor merit laws made it so these virtuous paragon and heavenly king merit laws were the most prized internal secrets of the sect. If they were revealed to the outside, then it would be an even greater blow to the sect. Emperor merit laws, we will get them back again. Li Qiye's words managed to persuade the 5 elders. Regarding Li Qiye's suggestion, the 5 elders ultimately unanimously agreed. Currently, the sect's only road was to rise up. Without rising up, then being destroyed by the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and Heavenly God sect was only a matter of time. Wanting to rise up meant great changes. Otherwise, with the current conservative rules, saying they want to rise would only be empty words. The moment the sect decided to reform themselves, at the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, a piece of news was spread. Old Ox Country, the 9 Saint Demon Gate went on an expedition to meet the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. The 9 Saint Demon Gate's Demon King Luan Re personally met with the Mortal King. This news brought about many large waves of commotion. Not long before this, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect had just executed Dong Xinglong and Lai Zhenhou as well as destroying the Mortal King's will. At this moment, the descendant and princess of Old Ox Country were present. Now Demon King Luan Re was visiting the Mortal King. This was too much of a coincidence, No one knew the content of the two kings' meeting, but, after Demon King Luan Re's departure, the royal city of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom released news that the conflict of Lai Zhenhou and Dong Xinglong with the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect was only a personal matter. The Heavenly God sect did not use an official method to announce this news, they instead used a secret channel, and it was still enough to say everything clearly. Hearing this rumor, many of the sects within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom couldn't help but glance at each other. They realized that the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect had successfully joined with the 9 Saint Demon Gate. At this moment, many people understood why the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect dared to provoke the Heavenly God sect, it was because they had the backing of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Otherwise, with the declining state of their sect, where would they find the power to challenge the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom? The Cleansing Incense Ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate collaborating, I'm afraid they would still not flip the waves or winds. A sect master couldn't help but say, imagine that year, the progenitor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was the #1 personal general of immortal Emperor Min Ren, The 9 Saint Demon Gate used to be under the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. Even though the 9 Saint Demon Gate is powerful now and the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect is declining, these two still work together for hundreds of thousands of years. Water in the distance cannot extinguish the close fire. Someone else also said, even if they work together, the 9 Saint Demon Gate is too far from the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. With how weak they are, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect will be destroyed sooner or later. This news set out many waves in the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. The majority of sects were loudly clamoring with others regarding the new development. As one of the main characters, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, led by Wuxia, was unconcerned about the news. In reality, in the beginning, when the 5 elders heard this message, they were quite surprised. The 9 Saint Demon Gates supporting them, this was completely outside of their expectations. However, seeing Wuxia's calm demeanor, they understood that the support of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was not for them, it was for Wuxia. Inside the sect, Wuxia, with the support of the 5 elders, began to aggressively reform the sect. He began by giving merit laws to new disciples. After examinations, the disciples with talents were given virtuous paragon and heavenly king merit laws regardless of whether it was a life law, fate merit, or physique technique. In order to groom a group of disciples with potential, Wuxia could be said to personally wield the blade as he selected his disciples. The distribution of the merit laws were all planned by him. His actions were to create a new central power for the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, and this new group of central power would be the future hope of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. He divided this central power into 4 parts. The second generation, including sectional leaders and protectors, were led by Protector Mo. Wuxia chose Protector Mo because he was a loyal follower. He also valued Protector Mo's calm and steady cultivation. The third generation that had been formally accepted into the sect would be led by Chu Daili. Chu Daili was initially a disciple in the scripture library, but Wuxia especially singled him out. Wuxia had his own reasons for choosing Chu Daili. Chu Daili had some fame and respect within the third generation disciples. Moreover, his talents were not bad. However, the most important thing was that Chu Daili was prudent. As long as he could be refined and groomed, he would definitely become a grand character. As for another part, it was the 300 disciples of the Cleansing Jade Peak. This was a group personally groomed by Wuxia. They were demonically trained under him, and this group would be led by Su Pei. Finally, the last part was the disciples who have not formally joined the sect. They would become the reserve force, and they were also the hope of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect in the future. Initially, Wuxia wanted Nan Huiran to lead these reserve disciples, but this brat was too smart. He willingly chose to stay by Wuxia's side to be a personal servant, and he even quit his envoy position. If it was anyone else, they would not make the same choice. One has to know that leading a few thousand disciples that have not formally joined the sect would be akin to having the same power comparable to a protector. Plus, Nan Huiran was a disciple with the qualifications to learn the Violet Yang 10-Sun Merit Law. If he could wait a few more years and practice hard, he could even become the youngest protector of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. However, Nan Huiran didn't choose such an option. He resigned from all positions and chose to stay by Wuxia as a servant without any status. This decision might seem idiotic, but in fact, it was the most intelligent choice. Wuxia personally taught the Tao to the disciples with potential and strong willpower. Under the influence of Wuxia's aggressive reformation, sectional leaders, protectors, and even the elders of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect were all practicing their cultivations even more. Chapter 84. Having heard Wuxia's lecture, not to mention the sectional leaders and protectors, even the elders were surprised. In the end, all 5 elders came to Wuxia's door to ask him to lecture them. At this moment, all 5 elders were extremely convinced by Wuxia. From their perspectives, Wuxia was taught by the Patriarch, so he knew the ultimate profound truths of the methods inside the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. Wuxia said to the 5 elders, "Elders have been cultivating for more than 1,000 years, and your Tao foundations are fortified. Unless you destroy and redo your cultivation from the start, to greatly soar forward would be impossible. At the moment, you can only fix the defects and maximize and optimize the Tao foundation with minor changes in your cultivation. However, as long as you all remain persistent, then, in the future, there is still hope to break through the ancient saint realm." The 5 elders had cultivated for too long, and their Tao foundations were incomplete with defects. This was a foregone conclusion. Unless the Tao Foundation was destroyed, to make a big change was impossible. Li Qiye could only make minor adjustments for them. Nevertheless, the elders were still very excited. They were self-aware that they had no chance of becoming enlightened beings, let alone ancient saints. At this moment, Li Qiye gave them hope and greatly motivated them. Gu Tiesho's group attributed Li Qiye's knowledge to the patriarch teaching him the Tao in his dream, so he inherited the peerless profound truths of immortal Emperor Min Ren. However, they didn't know that immortal Emperor Min Ren was brought onto the road of cultivation by Li Qiye. After the flow of 10,000 ages, Li Qiye cultivated countless grand characters. He was naturally an unparalleled wise master. Another thing that stirred the spirits of the elders was that Li Qiye, from his dream, found another incomplete merit law named the Nine Cauldron Life Method. The even more exciting news was that, after Li Qiye meditated the daylight sky merit law, he was able to find the heavens will secret law, daytime sky immortal secret, of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This caused the shocked elders to go for a long time without sleep. Heavens will secret law, ah. This would absolutely cause countless cultivators and sects to become crazy. However, the Nine Cauldron Life Method and Daytime Sky Immortal Secret have become the top secrets of the sect. Besides the 5 elders, only Li Qiye knew about them. The moment Li Qiye's Tao instruction sent the sect onto the proper track, it was time for him to personally cultivate. However, First Elder Gu Taizhou came to his door and brought him to the triangular old building to see one thing. Li Qiye followed Gu Taizhou to the old building. Inside the treasury holding treasures and spirit medicines. They went to a corner where Gu Taizhou said, "After what you said the last time, I especially ordered some disciples to rearrange the scripture library, the weapon armory, and the treasure house. Afterward, some disciples found this item, but we couldn't see its purposes. It is also extremely heavy." An ancient tablet was placed in the corner. It was pitch black without any light. The top was etched with clear engravings. They were complex to the point of being burdensome. This ancient tablet had experienced an unknown amount of years and was filled with holes on top. This was not due to the erosion of time but rather sword markings. Li Qiye, during his millions of years, had seen many treasures, but when he meticulously looked at this ancient tablet, his expression changed. This type of item, he had seen it once. Even though it was not the same ancient tablet in front of him, the item he saw was an item with a similar origin. Finally, Li Qiye asked Gu Taizhou, "Where did this come from?" "It is not clear." Gu Taizhou shook his head, and he said, "I was under the impression that this ancient tablet had always been in this place. As for its exact origin, I am not certain." In the end, Li Qiye spoke, "I want this thing." The origin of this ancient tablet was not ordinary, and he wanted to examine it through. Regarding Li Qiye's request, Gu Taizhou immediately agreed. At the moment, Li Qiye was akin to the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even if the sect master, Su Yonghuang, came back, she most likely wouldn't have the same authority as Li Qiye. The moment they left the treasure house, Gu Taizhou asked Li Qiye, "The sealed floors, is there no chance of opening them?" Today, to Li Qiye, the cleansing incense ancient sect didn't have any secrets. Even the 6th floor of the scripture library was allowed for him to enter by the 5 elders. Gu Taizhou personally brought him to see the 3 sealed floors at the top as well. Hard to say. Li Qiye looked at the seal of the triangular ancient building. He only smiled and shook his head. "This is not important, there might be nothing in there. There is a chance that it was just an immortal sage sealing it to inspire future generations." Gu Taizhou couldn't help but to ask, "Could you elaborate?" Li Qiye smilingly answered, "In order to open the seal, I'm afraid it only needs a virtuous paragon to make a move. Think about it, the last 3 floors are rumored to have immortal emperor life treasures and immortal emperor items. The generational disciples of the sect desperately desired them, and even the protectors and elders would be eager to become virtuous paragons to obtain the immortal emperor treasures. 30,000 years ago, the loss in that battle was too frightening. If there really were any treasures left, I'm afraid it would have all been used during that battle. Why the need to seal them? Hearing Li Qia's words, Gu Taizhou felt it made sense. Thinking about it, if there were any spirit medicines or immortal treasures, it would have been used during the urgency of that battle. Nothing was more important than protecting the cleansing incense ancient kingdom. The elders of many generations, in the last 30,000 years, had looked forward to the immortal emperor treasury, but they didn't expect this. Thinking about it again, Gu Taizhou himself couldn't help but laugh, and he couldn't help but lament. Coming back to Lonely Peak, Li Shuangyan brought a piece of news to Li Qia. The alchemy caster, Grandpa Sheng, of our sect has arrived. When can we start the physique pastes refinement? Li Shuangyan's sudden mention of this matter reminded Li Qia. Recently, he had been too occupied with the reformation of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He patted his head and said, "This trivial matter, I almost forgot about it." Here, Li Qia ordered Li Shuangyan, inform Elder Gu, tell him to carefully prepare the medicinal materials. In 3 days, I will prepare the cauldron, and we will start the physique paste refinement. Li Shuangyan didn't raise a hint of demur, and she immediately followed the order. She, this heaven's proud daughter and princess of a country, revealed her docileness and gentleness. 3 days later, on Lonely Peak, Elder Gu had prepared all of the required medicinal herbs for Li Qia, and Grandpa Sheng from the 9 Saint Demon Gate was also prepared to refine the physique paste. For this matter of refinement, Elder Sun himself came to observe. As an alchemy master, it was a taboo to let others observe, however, Grandpa Sheng unexpectedly agreed. Grandpa Sheng, in the 9 Saint Demon Gate, was not only an elder, but he was also the most powerful alchemy master. This time, Demon King Luan Ri sent him here for the refinement of Li Qia's physique paste. It was enough to show his high respect for Li Qia. Seeing Grandpa Sheng, Li Qia didn't hold back and asked, "How many times can Grandpa Sheng refine?" Grandpa Sheng looked like a messy old man, but Elder Sun was very respectful towards him, even to the point of fearing him. One has to know that the elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect had no qualifications to meet an elder from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, let alone their most powerful alchemy master. Elder Sun understood that Grandpa Sheng coming was all because of Li Qia's face. 8 refinements. Grandpa Sheng was not a man of many words, so he was very direct. Grandpa Sheng is indeed the #1 alchemy master of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. I can't believe you can refine it 8 times. Hearing Grandpa Sheng, Elder Sun shockingly exclaimed, "This junior can do 5 stable refinements, but 6 refinements are absolutely not guaranteed. Physique pastes and life medicines could all be refined 9 times. The higher the number of refinements, the better the essence." Grandpa Sheng stared at Elder Sun and said, "The true test of an alchemy master is neither on physique pastes nor life medicines, it is on fate pills. A fate pill is the true essential test of an alchemy master." This is true. Elder Sun readily acknowledged these words. If the fate pill's creation is unsuccessful, it would be a damaged pill. However, an incomplete pill was a small matter. If the cauldron was broken as well, then it would be a huge disaster. When I refine a fate pill, I can do 3 transformations, for transformations would definitely result in a damaged pill. Physique pastes and life medicines have 9 refinements while fate pills have 9 transformations. The fate pill was completely different from the physique paste and life medicine. If the alchemy master's skill was lacking, the physique paste and life medicine created by him would still be usable and only their effects would be greatly reduced. However, the fate pill was different. If the alchemy master's power was insufficient and there was a mistake, the cauldron containing the fate pill would be destroyed. In the worst case, even the heavenly cauldron would be destroyed as well. This was why there was a saying between all of the alchemy masters, that the true test for an alchemy master was the creation of the fate pills. This was why, under the sect's circumstance of not having an appropriate alchemy master, Elder Sun could still refine 5 times with ease. Even though the beast marrow was lacking in years, he could still take the responsibility to be Li Qia's alchemy master. Even if his power was insufficient, and he couldn't make up for the lack of years in the beast marrow, the physique paste would not be incomplete, and the cauldron would not be destroyed. Only the quality of the physique paste would be greatly reduced. 8 refinements, this is enough to make up for the lack of years in the beast marrow of the Hell Iron Bull. Let us get started. Regarding the ability of Grandpa Sheng, Li Qia recognized it. To someone like him that was cultivating an immortal physique method, the best choice would be an immortal physique paste along with an alchemy master that could do 9 refinements. However, under the current circumstances of the cleansing incense ancient sect, he didn't have a choice. One could even say that with the sect's current situation, this was already the best possible condition. Chapter 85, Open. Grandpa Sheng yelled and summoned his heavenly cauldron. Suddenly, a huge cauldron stood in front of Li Qia and the others. This giant cauldron was definitely large. It was as tall as 2 people, and it was double the size of a large water container. This cauldron had the shape of an auspicious beast, and the mouth of the cauldron was like the wide sea, seemingly able to swallow the 3 rivers. During its emergence, strands of medicinal fragrances exuded from the body like a lingering blue smoke. This fragrance, like musk and cassia, was enough to let people know that the medicinal treasure inside this cauldron was absolutely first class. You fed it 8 jewel grass, 6 daisies leaf, violet coral branch. Li Qia smelled the aroma. He listed the medicinal plants one by one, then looked at Grandpa Sheng to say, "It seems like Grandpa Sheng is well versed in tempering ointments." There was an orthodox saying between alchemy masters: boil physique paste, process life medicine, refine fate pill, and as for ointments, tempering was the main method. For physique pastes, the main method was boiling, life medicines used processing as the key, a fate pill's creation was from refinement, ointments came from tempering. There were established systems for the creation of the physique pastes, life medicines, and fate pills. Only ointments didn't have a clear system for the alchemy masters. Grandpa Sheng was surprised, and he stared at Li Qia. Having only smelt the fragrances, yet he immediately knew the medicinal plants that were used to feed the heavenly cauldron, and he also knew that he specialized in golden power medicines. This could be considered an alchemy ancestor with a perfect understanding of medicinal plants. Grandpa Sheng astonishingly looked at Li Qia, and he asked, "You cultivate the Tao of alchemy?" Li Qia shook his head. With a smile, he replied, "The Tao of alchemy, it is just a hobby of mine." Finished speaking, he looked towards the cauldron of Grandpa Sheng and said, "The origin flame has a yin property, but inside the softness, there is also firmness. This cauldron of yours was a natural origin yin flame type, however, you threw in 8 jewel grass that has firmness inside the softness. Coincidentally, this type of origin flame is the most suitable for boiling the beast marrow of a hell iron bull." Here, he glanced at Li Xuanyan standing beside him. Without a doubt, Li Xuanyan had reported his exact situation to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Li Qia's continuous words frightened Grandpa Sheng. Understanding the essence of medicine and discerning the heavenly cauldron like this would require hundreds or thousands of years to have some minor achievement. Even more than 1,000 years of studying wouldn't necessarily have such an achievement. You truly didn't cultivate the Tao of alchemy? Grandpa Sheng was in sudden amazement, and only elder son and Li Xuanyan were calm. They were accustomed to Li Qia's unfathomable abilities. Li Qia nonchalantly answered, "It is only a minor hobby, I've read a few medicine scrolls." Grandpa Sheng became silent. Only reading a few medicine scrolls, to immediately master the essence of alchemy and heavenly cauldrons, other alchemy masters might as well hang themselves and commit suicide. This matter was essentially impossible. Even a genius wouldn't have the ability to read a few scrolls and understand everything. This required the accumulation of knowledge through time. However, this boy in front of him was only 14 years old. Where would he find the time to accumulate all of the knowledge? Grandpa Sheng naturally was unaware that the current system of alchemy originated from Li Qie and the alchemy god that year. If he didn't understand the essence of alchemy, then who in this world would? Begin. Grandpa Sheng was confused in a daze while Li Qie was calm in his thoughts. This matter, to him, was not enough to reach the apex. Grandpa Sheng placed his palm on the heavenly cauldron, and nodded his head, beginning. His words had just come out when the bottom of the cauldron emitted waves and waves of flames. They were not overly powerful, but they were not faint either. These waves of flames interlaced with each other, becoming a furnace. It was as if it could refine all existences. Grandpa Sheng gravely yelled, "The corpse of 9 longevity tortoise, the spine of windling serpent, the tail of blood tiger, the brain of fire scorpion, the eyes of fat ghost." Elder's son willingly stood by the side as an assistant. Hearing the voice of Grandpa Sheng, he immediately opened the treasure chest, and he threw in the medicinal materials, in order, one by one, into the heavenly cauldron. He also yelled, "The corpse of 9 longevity tortoise, 120,000 years, the spine of windling serpent, 110,000 years, the tail of blood tiger, 110,000 years." Finally, all of the supporting medicine materials were put into the origin flame of the heavenly cauldron. At this moment, Grandpa Sheng activated the origin flame. The originine flame, with firmness inside the softness, became increasingly stronger. All of the materials were melted into a medicinal liquid, and it began to boil. At this moment, the fire furnace within the heavenly cauldron began to emit a special fragrance, a stench without the stench, a sweet smell without the sweetness. Neither smelly nor sweet, this aroma was very unique. At this point, Grandpa Sheng loudly yelled, "Drop in the beast marrow." Hearing these words, Elder's son cautiously took out a treasure box, and he opened it. Inside was an item 3 feet long like a bone. This was the primary medicinal bone marrow for the physique paste. Elder's son threw the beast marrow into the medicinal concoction. In the beginning, the beast marrow seemed very ordinary, but, once the outside shell of the bones was melted away, the essence of blood finally started flowing out. Moo! At this moment, the roar of a bull rang inside. An iron bull the size of a fist appeared, surrounded by a yin aura that wouldn't dissipate. It let out a long roar and started to crazily stampede, with its feet emitting continuous thunders. It was as if it wanted to shake the heavenly cauldron. The beast marrow was the most important part of the spine from a heavenly beast. It contained all of the essences of the beast. Even when the beast died, all of its body essences remained in this marrow. Even though the Hell Iron Bull was dead, the moment its essence came flowing out, others could still see the will of the Hell Iron Bull. No matter what type of beast marrow it was, they were not willing to be refined. However, once it was inside the heavenly cauldron, even if it was not willing, it couldn't escape the fate of refinement. Even though the will of the Hell Iron Bull was rampaging with an unstoppable presence as if it wanted to trample over the origin flame, however, at this moment, the auspicious beast's aura exploded. One could see the auspicious beast channeling the universal laws of the world. The entire heavenly cauldron became ferociously frightening, like a master waking up. With the power of the heavenly cauldron exploding, it successfully suppressed the fast-moving Hell Iron Bull. In the end, the essence of the bull, along with the melted medicines, combined together. A heavenly cauldron was not an item without life. One could say that it was created by the heaven and earth. Inside the cauldron, it was its own world, capable of suppressing all spirit medicines. Of course, the heavenly cauldrons also had their own ranking. The power of the alchemy master was directly related to the heavenly cauldron. The stronger the alchemy master, the more powerful the cauldron would be. The moment an alchemy master obtained a heavenly cauldron, it would be the time when it was at its weakest rank. Afterward, the alchemy master would continuously feed it flame sparks and medicinal plants, and they would also make fate pills and physique pastes non-stop, resulting in the heavenly cauldron becoming more powerful. This process was considered the fusion between the heavenly cauldron and the alchemy master. Of course, there were some alchemy masters that inherited heavenly cauldrons from their predecessors. However, this inheriting process was very difficult. Especially when the rank of the heavenly cauldron was high, the integration process became nearly impossible for the alchemy master. In the end, the medicinal pillar became a medicinal paste. This paste was thick and flaky. Inside the crimson-red color was a hint of purple, emitting a special medicinal aroma. Observing this type of medicine paste was enough for others to like it. However, the medicinal paste was not completed. At this moment, Grandpa Sheng changed his medicinal incantations, and he activated the heavenly cauldron. Inside the cauldron, a smell arose that was not of the medicinal paste, but from the cauldron's medicinal treasure. The medicinal treasure absorbed and released the essence of the paste, and it fused together with the origin flame. At this moment, the origin flame seemed to be alive as it licked the physique paste. The entire cauldron slowly rotated in a circle, causing the flame to grind the paste and making the thick paste become a lot smaller. This was the effect of the heavenly cauldron's medicinal treasure. Whether it was the boiling of a physique paste or the refining of a fate pill, only relying on the medicinal properties of the materials were not enough. Even the origin flame couldn't fuse all of the different properties together in harmony. At this moment, the powerful medicinal properties of the medicinal treasure were necessary in order to balance the materials, in conjunction with the origin flame, to achieve the harmonization of the paste. When it came to the physique paste, the higher the amount of refinement, the closer the fusion would be to perfection. This process, besides the power of the alchemy master, was also decided by the medicinal treasure of the heavenly cauldron. This process was no longer possible after the fourth refinement. At this moment, the physique paste became meticulously soft and smooth, like dragon fat. Even someone who was not privy to the arts knew that this was the good stuff. Unfortunately, the years of the beast marrow were not enough, I could only refine it 4.5 times. Grandpa Sheng, seeing this process, could only sigh and lament. Great, worthy of being an 8 refinements grandmaster. Seeing the physique paste inside the cauldron, elder son couldn't help but exclaim, if it was me, and the years of the beast marrow were insufficient, then I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to sustain the 4th refinement. The medicinal effects would be reduced greatly. Elder son's physique paste refinement ability was stable at 5 refinements while Grandpa Sheng was at 8 refinements. In principle, using the ability of Grandpa Sheng, 5 refinements wouldn't have been a problem. Unfortunately, the main driving material, the beast marrow, was not old enough, and he could only do 4.5 refinements. There were also ranks for physique pastes, from low to high: Hotian physique paste, Xiantian physique paste, King physique paste, Saint physique paste, and Immortal physique paste. Not only were there ranks for these physique pastes, but the number of refinements also affected their medicinal strength. A Hotian physique paste only required 1 refinement. Even a novice alchemy master could refine this rank. Xiantian physique pastes required 2 to 3 refinements, King physique pastes required 4 refinements to 6 refinements. A Saint physique paste required 7 to 9 refinements, while an Immortal physique paste had to be made with 9 refinements. Currently, Li Qiye's physique paste was of the king level. At the time when the sect was looking for an alchemy master for Li Qiye, only 2 options were available, Elder Sun and Chao Xiong. Chao Xiong's ability was higher than Elder Sun by 1 step, and he was stable at 6 refinements. In theory, both of them had the qualification to refine a king physique paste. However, in reality, the years of the Hell Iron Bull's marrow were not enough to be the main driving material for this king physique paste. Both Chao Xiong and Elder Sun wouldn't be able to refine it 4 times, and it would have a direct impact on the effect of the physique paste. This whole sentence is meant to be poetically sounding. Boil here means to slowly refine via fire. The word process and refine here were originally part of 2 words that should be together, meaning to extremely refine, but he split the words, extreme and refine, and left them in front of medicine and pill, which is a common Chinese literary technique. So in other words, refine could be a substitute in English for all of them. Chapter 86, the physique paste's refinement has been completed. At this moment, Li Qiye was down to his trousers, and he jumped into the cauldron without hesitation, submerging his body into the paste. At this moment, the heavenly cauldron slowly closed, and finally, the entire treasure cauldron was sealed. However, this was far from over. Grandpa Xing took control of the cauldron, and he slowly withdrew the origin flame. The flame sparks were still licking the physique paste so that it would slowly boil. Inside the cauldron, even Li Qiye's head was submerged into the physique paste. The pores in his entire body were relaxed, and he channeled the incantations of the hell-suppressing immortal physique. At this moment, there were thunderous sounds inside Li Qiye's body. The mercury-like physique paste pervasively invaded Li Qiye's body, and the essence of the paste combined with the body essence of Li Qiye. The Hell Iron Bull's beast marrow, as the main driving force, was the most appropriate paste for Li Qiye's hell-suppressing immortal physique. The slush of the paste covered Li Qiye's body. He possessed a mortal physique. Even though he was cultivating an immortal physique, at this moment, his physique had not yet been completed, thus, it was chaotically scattered. However, the physique paste was refining the bones and muscles of Li Qiye, purifying the blood and flesh. Under the incantations, his immortal physique, once again, underwent changes, and his entire body was greatly transformed and improved by the medicinal effects. Li Qiye's natural mortal physique was extremely weak, his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were extremely feeble. Even though his body was improved after practicing the immortal physique, it was still not comparable to a natural saint physique. This was why this baptism was extremely important to Li Qiye. To alleviate his innately weak body, he absolutely has to use a physique paste, the higher rank the better, to rebuild his body. The entire process of body rebuilding was extremely painful. It was akin to the opening of all of his bones, crushing his muscles, and even taking out his bone marrow in order to use the physique paste to refine them. Despite the arduous and painful process, Li Qiye was still able to withstand it without whimpering once. It was unknown how long the process took. In the end, the physique paste was finally used up, becoming dried mud. All of its essences was refined by the immortal physique as it was absorbed into Li Qiye's inner physique. An explosive boom occurred. At this moment, the inside of Li Qiye's body was being fried through, and finally, his inner physique had been successfully refined. A fist as small as a fetus and dark like iron was formed. This tiny inner physique was heavy beyond one's imagination, like the heaviest godly metal in this world. At this moment, the universal laws of the hell-suppressing immortal physique, like strands of silk, covered this black inner physique. In the end, the universal laws of the immortal physique covered the inner physique, slowly hid inside the heart, and the laws finally submerged within alongside the inner physique. However, the universal laws continued to rotate without stopping. The inner physique was protected by the heart, the life will resided in the neck, and the fate palace was hidden in the Ni Gong meridian. A formed inner physique meant that Li Qiye had broken through the physique accumulation grand completion level and stepped into the provisional palace realm. Roll. Roll. At this point, the heavenly cauldron opened its mouth. Li Qiye jumped out and smiled, success. I have imposed on Grandpa Xing regarding this matter. At this moment, Grandpa Xing and the others observed Li Qiye, and they saw that his entire body was blessed with powerful muscle. It was as if it was crafted from metals. It gave off an air of unlimited strength. King Physique Paste, ah! Truly unimaginable. Even a mortal physique could be refined into such a state. Seeing Li Qiye's body, Elder Sun couldn't help but become envious. The sect only had one King Physique Paste, and, at this moment, it went entirely into Li Qiye's body. The perceptions of Grandpa Sheng and Li Shuangyan were more keen, especially Li Shuangyan. She had guessed the real physique that Li Qiye was practicing. Their conjectures were not just on the physical body. At this moment, their observation of Li Qiye was affected by a powerful force, a force as heavy as millions of genes striking at one's face. It was as if Li Qiye's body was a godly mountain with an unfathomable weight. Only his body alone was enough to suppress all existences, and, after his metamorphosis, his body was like an extraordinary weapon. It was filled with strength and violence. Li Shuangyan's shocked expression revealed that she was aware that Li Qiye refined his inner physique into the hell-suppressing immortal physique. She understood the true meaning behind the completion of the immortal inner physique. Although Li Qiye had a long road ahead of him to reach grand completion, the moment his inner physique was completed, the foundation of the immortal physique was successful. At this moment, Li Shuangyan was aware that this ancient body of Li Qiye, once activated, countless life treasures and true treasures would not be able to withstand his pressure. Grandpa Sheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Good physique." He didn't know the exact physique Li Qiye was cultivating, but, just by feeling the pressure striking his face, he knew that this physique was absolutely wonderful. As for elder son, he didn't ask for which physique Li Qiye was practicing. It could have been a peerless physique that the patriarch taught him in his dreams. So with regards to Li Qiye being able to absorb the entire physique paste, no one was surprised. Even though any cultivator could use any rank of physique paste to refine their body, in reality, the moment of true refinement was also dependent on certain principles. For example, a natural-born king physique, even without any physique law, could still absorb the essence of a king physique paste. If the person also practiced a king physique, then he could completely absorb the king physique paste's essence. However, when a natural-born king physique used a saint physique paste, the maximum absorption would be limited to 2 or 3 parts out of 10. This was a waste of the physique paste, and this could be remedied by practicing a saint physique to absorb a higher portion of the essences. After Grandpa Sheng helped Li Qiye with his refinement, he didn't stay at the cleansing incense ancient sect. During his departure, he gave a message from Demon King Luan Ri to Li Qiye, telling him that he was always welcome as a guest at the gate. Without a doubt, the Demon King greatly valued Li Qiye, otherwise, an ordinary disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't be repeatedly extended an invitation so many times. After saying goodbye to Grandpa Sheng, Li Qiye came back to his courtyard to meditate. Regarding cultivation, he was more diligent than anyone, however, his cultivation was slowed down because of the reformation of the sect during the past half a year. After the physique accumulation, there was the provisional palace realm. This realm was about forming a new fate palace within the Ni Gong meridian. It sounds simple, but building a new fate palace from scratch was not an easy matter. Building a new fate palace was different from the natural fate palace. Cultivators called the natural fate palace the master palace, while the created fate palace would be the vice palace or servant palace. The master palace was where the true fate resided, and it was also called the true fate master palace. The new fate palace cannot replace the master palace due to this. At the provisional palace realm, a cultivator could build one new fate palace, however, a cultivator during his life would not build just one new fate palace. In theory, a cultivator could have 12 fate palaces, also named the 12 palaces. In reality, from the ancient past till now, people having the 12 palaces were essentially non-existent. Some even say that this world essentially didn't have 12 palaces, at the very most, there were 11 palaces. These words were not without reason. In fact, a cultivator with 3 fate palaces was already praised as being extraordinary. With 6 fate palaces, one would be considered a genius, even if his aptitude and physique was ordinary. As long as he had 6 fate palaces, no one could deny his future prowess. As for having 9 fate palaces, this was an extraordinary genius as high as the heavens. Even throughout the ancient times till now, it would be difficult to find one. As for having more than 9 palaces, there were very few known cultivators since the beginning of time. Provisional Palace Realm has 5 levels, and in order from lowest to highest, they are 1 starting palace, 2 gushing springs, 3 igniting fires, 4 breaking grounds, 5 rising pillars. Li Qiye had stepped inside this realm. At this moment, on top of his fate palace was a transforming Kuanpeng, flying around his true fate. Waves after waves of incantations affected the master palace, causing Li Qiye's Ni Gong meridian to change. There was a bone pillar rising in Li Qiye's Ni Gong meridian as Li Qiye channeled the Kun Peng's 6 variants non-stop. It slowly dug into the meridian, and the shape of a fate palace was slowly formed. This was the provisional palace's one starting palace level. The process was extremely slow, but Li Qiye was not anxious. He knew this realm could not be rushed. Once a mistake appeared, it would directly cause the palace to collapse. If this happened, then opening a new fate palace in the future would be harder than traversing the highest sky. Throughout the day, Li Qiye was immersed in this process. The second day, Li Qiye woke up from his heavenly meditation, and he saw Li Shuangyan waiting quietly at the door. Stretching his tired back, Li Qiye signaled for Li Shuangyan to come in. After arriving inside, Li Shuangyan was just coldly looking at him, without saying a word. Li Shuangyan. This type of heaven's proud daughter, even after following Li Qiye for so long, she was still as silent and cold as ever. Li Qiye looked at Li Shuangyan and said, "Your saint-level pure jade physique merit law came from the war god temple." Li Shuangyan gently nodded her head, without saying a word. She was a natural king physique. In order to cultivate a saint physique, the 9 Saint Demon Gate expended a lot of effort in order to obtain the pure jade physique that was appropriate for her cultivation. Li Qiye gently nodded his head. This physique merit law from the war god temple is not bad as it is capable of the grand Tao. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to glare at Li Qiye. The saint-level pure jade physique merit law, this physique was coveted by so many. Even the 9 Saint Demon Gate expended blood and sweat in order to receive it from the war god temple. I believe Ni Gong meridian is in the forehead, but this Ni Gong is a name used by this author to work with the Fate Palace, so he renamed the actual meridian to Ni Gong. Way of saying thanks. This sentence is redundant in English, but it is a bit more formal in Chinese, the proper name. Chapter 87, Li Shuangyan's glare. This appearance of hers made her icy cold expression have 3 parts charm and 7 parts beauty. She was already country-destroyingly beautiful, but this expression caused others' minds to sway and their souls to go crazy. Such beauty, such style, it was something only Li Qiye could slowly savor. As for Li Qiye, regarding Li Shuangyan's disagreement, he said with a smile, "The war god temple indeed has some hidden power, and they can be some parts arrogant. The saint-level pure jade physique merit law, to the war god temple, could be considered a good physique, and, to the cultivators of the world, it would be an unimaginable saint physique. However, to me, it was only a common merit law, it is not enough to reach the apex." Li Shuangyan gazed at Li Qiye and asked, "In other words, you have a physique that is better than the level pure jade saint merit law then?" She knew that Li Qiye practiced the hell-suppressing immortal physique, and this meant that he had the hell-suppressing immortal physique merit law. However, she was a natural pure crystal physique, and her body was completely different from the hell-suppressing immortal physique. Even if Li Qiye passed it on to her, it would still be useless. At this moment, she was practicing the pure jade saint physique. This could be considered a peak physique merit law in this world. Outside of this merit law, wanting to find a physique law that was superior to the pure jade saint physique was harder than hard, unless it was an immortal physique. Li Qiye didn't consider the pure jade saint merit law in his eyes. This meant that he had an immortal physique of this body type. Before, Li Shuangyan had suspicions of this, but, at the moment, Li Qiye had basically admitted this. He caused her heart to shiver. A person having 2 immortal physique merit laws for different body types, what does this imply? Even looking at the whole mortal emperor world, the 9 worlds, and all of the sects and lineages, especially the immortal emperor sects, having 2 immortal physique merit laws could not be counted past 5 fingers, especially not more than 2 fingers. However, Li Qiye actually possessed 2 immortal physique merit laws. How shocking was this? Of course, if Li Shuangyan knew that he had the physique scripture, then she would be at a loss for words. This was the origin law of all physiques. It could be said that all physique merit laws in existence in this world originated from this scripture. You are not too stupid. Li Qie smiled. The reason I called you in is to teach you the true incantations of an immortal physique merit law. Teach me the true incantations. Li Xuanyan's heart was distraught. She didn't dare to believe the little boy in front of her. At this moment, Li Qie sat formally and said, before teaching you the true incantations, I must make a few things clear to you. Li Xuanyan had been staying with Li Qie for almost a year. Very few matters could change his mood and very few matters could make him so formal, so this caused Li Xuanyan to shiver. Li Qie slowly spoke with an extremely solemn and a dignified expression, if I pass down the true incantations to you, you must accomplish a few things. First, swear with your true fate that, unless I give you permission, you will never pass it down to a second person, even if it was your closest person. Second, never betray or oppose me, otherwise, accept the consequences. Third, this matter will not be told to anyone, this includes your master, Demon King Luan Ri. This air of seriousness coming from Li Qie caused Li Xuanyan to be shaken. At this moment, her intelligence was able to guess something. Li Qie slowly continued, you have to truly remember that I will not only personally slay you but I will also massacre the sect or the clan receiving this law should you teach this merit law to someone else. This law, without my permission, absolutely cannot be spread to others. In the future, even if an immortal emperor was to protect you, I will do as I said. Without my permission to obtain this merit law, the only fate available is the complete annihilation of the clan. This was the first time seeing Li Qie's solemn expression. Li Xuanyan definitely trusted that his words were not originating from baseless arrogance. She believed that he will do as he said. Li Xuanyan did not know the old stories of the physique scripture. It was in Li Qie's possession for millions of years. In reality, he had passed on the immortal physiques to not only immortal Emperor Min Ren. That year, Min Ren was given the word Yang from the scripture, and he successfully cultivated the solar immortal physique. Afterward, immortal Emperor Min Ren didn't leave behind the solar immortal physique to the cleansing incense ancient sect because this was the agreement between him and Li Qie. In reality, it was not just Min Ren who obtained an immortal physiques. There were a few at a young age who reached an agreement with Li Qie, and they finally cultivated the immortal physiques, actually becoming immortal emperors. However, they also didn't pass down these immortal physiques. Li Qie slowly said, by giving away the true incantations, you will have to follow me. You can sign a contract with me and choose to follow me for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or your whole life. When the contract expires, you are free to leave. However, you absolutely cannot oppose me in the future. If the pact is broken, I do not need to repeat the consequences. Of course, you can also choose to not learn this merit law. As long as you follow me, in the future, I will grant you an even better saint merit law than the one you are currently practicing. Make your choice now. Li Xuanyan stared at Li Qie in silent contemplation. Without a doubt, this choice would greatly affect her entire life. As the heaven's proud daughter, she had many choices, however, today, she was facing a different situation. I am willing. Li Xuanyan eventually made her choice. She formally said her answer with a resolute demeanor. She, in one breath, chose to follow him for her whole life. Having made this decision with resolution and swiftness, she was indeed an intelligent person, she just made the biggest decision of her life. One day, you will understand that your decision is not incorrect. Li Qie gently nodded his head, in the future, when I crawl up to the peak, there will absolutely be a place for you. Finally, Li Xuanyan used her true fate to make a pact, and she swore to be loyal and follow Li Qie. After obtaining her service, Li Qie grinned, listen well, I am passing the true incantations to you. Li Xuanyan shivered, and she focused her mind. She didn't dare to be careless. With a formal expression, she carefully listened to every word and sentence that came from Li Qie. Li Shuangyan was a natural-born pure crystal physique. This was one of the 24 king physiques. Pure crystal physique and substance jade physique were the same body type, and both are of the 24 king physiques. They both could become possessors of a pure jade physique, one of the 18 saint physiques. Finally, with an immortal physique merit law, these two physiques could become the void imperfection physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. However, Li Qie, at the moment, was passing down to her an immortal physique, directly skipping the saint physique. As for saint physiques, there were 18 types. However, in this world, cultivators preferred to call them the 12 saint physiques. This was because, within the 18 saint physiques, there were only 12 that have a corresponding immortal physique. As for the other 6 saint physiques, they were extremely rare. Many people didn't even know what the other 6 saint physiques were. Li Shuangyan was extremely serious, and she carefully listened to Li Qie's instruction. She was a natural-born king physique, king life wheel, and saint fate palace. Her aptitude could be counted only on one's fingers in this generation, definitely a genius within geniuses. To her, the only limitation was the merit laws because, in the end, the 9 Saint Demon Gate was not of immortal emperor lineage. For a genius like her to obtain an emperor law, she would be even more unfathomable. However, the life wheel and fate palace couldn't be changed. This was bestowed by the heavens. A natural king life wheel will always be a king life wheel, and it could not be promoted to the saint life wheel. Only the physique could be promoted to a higher realm through cultivation. To Li Shuangyan, a king physique was far from sufficient. If she could successfully cultivate an immortal physique, then in the future, she would truly be able to reach the peak. The physique scripture had 6 words, and, at the extremes of each word, 2 immortal physiques were born. If Li Shuangyan wanted an immortal physique, she would have to cultivate the void imperfection physique. The void imperfection physique originated from the word pure, meaning extreme purity. The 2 immortal physiques that accompanied this word was the void imperfection physique and the soar immortal physique. Currently, Li Qie was teaching her the void imperfection physique, one of the 2 grand physiques of pure. Li Shuangyan's talents were extraordinary. Li Qie only had to say it once, and she was able to memorize the void imperfection physique's incantations. Her mind was extremely moved by this merit law. This was the most profound and mysterious merit law she had come in contact with. Even as a genius, she had no way to understand the absolute meanings within. Fortunately, Li Qie explained the ultimate mysteries of the void imperfection physique for her. At the moment, during Li Qie's Tao instruction, this was the real shock for Li Shuangyan. As the absolute genius of the Grand Middle Territory, the moment she heard the incantations of the void imperfection physique, she was afraid that even within 100 years, she still wouldn't be able to understand the ultimate mysteries of this merit law. However, at this moment, Li Qie was preaching without stop, from simplicity to complexity, from shallowness to the depths. There was no resemblance to a 14-year-old. This was a supreme master of a generation. Li Shuangyan, of course, didn't know that Li Qie had spent countless years reading and meditating on the physique scripture. During this process, he absorbed the essence of many immortal emperors and the mortal race's immortal sages. Naturally, a genius like Li Shuangyan couldn't compare to him. After the instruction, Li Qie said to Li Shuangyan, "I have explained the physique merit law to you. As for how much you can actually comprehend, this is up to your own cultivation. If you actually cannot successfully form the void imperfect physique, then I could only say that you are the dumbest person in this world, and I was also wrong in judging you." Li Shuangyan took a long time to regain her wits. When she did, she asked, "This merit law, cultivating it together with my existing pure jade saint merit law, would there be flaws at the moment when I form my inner physique?" Confusing paragraph. Basically she is saying no sect in this world has more than 2 immortal physique merit laws, at most. Chapter 88, Li Qie smiled and said, "If my instruction between the connection of 2 physique merit laws possesses a problem, then there wouldn't be any perfect physique merit law in this world. This merit law absolutely can merge with the pure jade saint merit law you are currently cultivating. This physique law is the ultimate progenitor of all void imperfection merit laws. Hearing Li Qia's words, Li Shuangyan was in astonishment. This was the same as him admitting a particular matter, causing Li Shuangyan to bewilderedly stare at Li Qia. She hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "This physique merit law, correct, this physique merit law originated from the physique scripture?" Li Qia interrupted her conjecture, looked into her eyes, and said, "But, this is only for you to know, understand?" Li Shuangyan gently nodded her head, still in amazed. She stared at Li Qia while exclaiming, "But, I heard that the physique scripture had not come into being for more than 1,000,000 years. I also never heard of anyone ever possessing the heavenly scripture. The 9 grand heavenly scriptures and the 9 grand heavenly treasures, these were the supreme existences of this world. To cultivators, there was nothing in this world more valuable than the 9 grand heavenly scriptures and the 9 grand heavenly treasures. However, since the beginning of time, no one had heard of anyone possessing a scripture from the 9 scriptures and a treasure from the 9 treasures. They both never revealed themselves in this world, so many cultivators thought that their existences were only mere fabrications, that this world essentially did not have such things. Why is it strange?" Li Qia revealed a nonchalant and amusing smile. After the Desolace expansion era, the physique scripture had never appeared in this mortal world. After he obtained the physique scripture, it was immediately hidden. From the past till now, people who have actually seen the physique scripture were very few. Li Shuangyan stared at Li Qia. Finally, she didn't know what to say. If Li Qia didn't personally pass down the void imperfection physique to her, if Li Qia didn't personally say that he possessed the physique scripture, she would never ever believe that a 14-year-old boy would be the owner of the physique scripture. The whole world would think that he was boasting. Finally, Li Qia asked, "Any other questions?" Li Shuangyan hesitated for a moment before asking, "My life law and fate law, are there any defects?" As a genius, asking a young boy much younger than her for advice, if others saw this, it would be an unexplainable matter. In reality, when Li Shuangyan saw Li Qia teaching Nanhuiren's crowd, she was not without temptation. She too wanted to ask Li Qia for help. However, due to her pride and her inability to let it go, she was not able to ask him until the moment she swore with her true fate. This shortened the distance between her and Li Qia, so she was able to open her mouth for advice. Li Qia glanced at her and replied, "Regarding the fate law, your cultivation of the phoenix-bearing method has nothing to be critical about. This was a merit law passed down by your progenitor, but it was not created by him. Don't always think about emperor merit laws. In reality, there are times when emperor merit laws are not the perfect choice. The phoenix-bearing method was obtained by your progenitor from an ancient heritage. It was created by an immortal sage from the demon race with an extremely old beginning. It was formed during the Desolate Era, and it perfected during the Desolate Expansion Era. In reality, during the Desolate Expansion Era, many grand unfathomable characters appeared. They studied the phoenix-bearing method, but they couldn't perfect it. All the way till later, your progenitor was fatefully fortunate, and he obtained the completed phoenix-bearing method." Regarding this matter, Li Qia kept on speaking. Outside of the late 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon, no one else knew more than him. That year, when 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon was still calling himself 9 Saint Heavenly Demon, he was without a sect. Frankly speaking, the former past of 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon was a wild chicken. Later on, he faithfully found the phoenix-bearing method, and it allowed him to become an unbeatable virtuous paragon that had swept through that generation. He could be considered the peak of virtuous paragons. Li Qia continued, "As for your life law, the swan cloud method, even though it is not a top life law of this world and there is indeed quite a distance between it and an immortal emperor life law, since you practice the phoenix-bearing method, you must choose the swan cloud method. This method was created by your progenitor because he studied the phoenix-bearing method his whole life. Then, he created the Swan Cloud Method life law that was the most suitable to go with the phoenix-bearing method. Hearing the smooth explanation of Li Qiye regarding her own methods, Li Xuanyan was dumbfounded with her mouth open. Because she practiced these two, she formally knew the origins and circumstances of them. In reality, regarding these two methods, the disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate didn't necessarily know so many things, thus, Li Qiye was able to continue on with a full understanding of it. This caused Li Xuanyan to be suspicious, prompting her question, "You really aren't a disciple of our Nine Saint Demon Gate?" A disciple from a different sect understanding the highest methods from her Nine Saint Demon Gate like this, if this got out, then even the elders of the Nine Saint Demon Gate wouldn't believe it. Regarding such words from Li Xuanyan, Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. Merit laws and the life law are without problems to you. The truth is that you lack a fate-protecting killing technique. However, your Tao foundation is based on the phoenix-bearing method and the swan cloud method, a fate-protecting killing method. You will have an opportunity to learn at any time. Here, he looked at Li Xuanyan and stated, "I know that your Nine Saint Demon Gate has several grand killing techniques, but they are not fitting for you. Plus, you clearly put your focus on formations, so you have no way of cultivating these grand killing techniques to their true annihilating realms. As for the formations of your sect, they really aren't so good, ah." Li Xuanyan was a little unconvinced with Li Qiye's words. Her Nine Saint Demon Gate had several grand formation techniques. You don't need to be convinced. Li Qiye smiled and said, "The moment I saw your formation, I immediately knew what formations the Nine Saint Demon Gate considers as grand formations. It was simply a small insignificant corner from the formation ancestor. You all definitely obtained a small and incomplete manual from the formation ancestor, however, your grand formations were not even 1 part out of 10 of the formation ancestor's heritage." Li Qiye's words left Li Xuanyan feeling dejected. The grand formations of the Nine Saint Demon Gate were renowned in the Grand Middle Territory, but, in the mouth of Li Qiye, they were not enough to reach the apex. She wanted to refute, however, Li Qiye revealed the entire origin of their formations, so she became helpless. You are adept in the phoenix-bearing method, not in the killing ways, so you are weak in your offensive capability. Regarding this, when comparing your talents to your battle prowess, a little gap indeed exists. Since you like formations, given the chance, I will find some grand killing formations for you that would be more suitable to your taste. Li Qiye finally came up with this conclusion. Li Xuanyan wanted to say something, but then she stopped. Li Qiye glanced at her and spoke, "I know you have a corner of the Immortal Emperor slaying formation, but you need to listen to my words, don't go completing it. It would be a waste of your talents. This corner of your Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation is pitifully incomplete. To expend your energy on this matter would be a waste of your sweat and blood. I admit that you are a genius, but if you want to use this corner of the formation to understand the true profoundness. To be blunt, you don't have the qualifications. First, expend your effort on the Tao of cultivation." Hearing Li Qiye's words, Li Xuanyan couldn't help but ask, "The Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation, is it still passed down to future generations?" Unwittingly, she had considered the little boy in front of her as an all-knowing existence. Well, Li Qiye cheerfully smiled, dragging on his answer. Seeing Li Qiye's intentional teasing, Li Xuanyan snappily glared at him and said, "Don't act mysterious, hurry up and say it." Again, her tone was unwittingly a little coquettish, unlike her normal cold as icy countenance. It was a very rare sight. Li Qiye finally stared at her while answering, "Don't focus your thoughts on the Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation. Even if you have the complete version, you don't have the strength to understand it. As for the complete formation, in the future, there will absolutely be an opportunity." Here, Li Qiye quietly sighed in lamentation. The Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation, such a distant memory, such unbearable memories. Seeing Li Qiye's expression, Li Xuanyan didn't dare to ask any more. Even though she didn't know the story, she could guess that there was a hidden past that no one else knew about. Obtaining Li Qiye's instruction, Li Xuanyan began to cultivate the void imperfection physique. During this time, she finally realized what was a supreme immortal physique and what was an ultimate immortal physique. It was no wonder why Li Qiye didn't bother looking at the pure jade Saint Merit law, it was not comparable to this supreme physique. What made Li Xuanyan emotional was that because Li Qiye taught her the mysteriousness of the immortal physique, if she still wasn't able to complete it, then she would be the dumbest person in this world. So, to her, completing the physique was only a matter of time. Li Xuanyan had 10 parts confidence in successfully achieving the void imperfection physique. Meanwhile, after Li Qiye had cultivated for a month, he called for Nan Huiran. We will go to the ancient land to see the ancient land situation for a little bit. Hearing Li Qiye's command, Nan Huiran immediately obeyed. My master had been to the ancient land a couple of times, I will invite him to lead the way. What was called the ancient land was the ancient land of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In reality, the ancestral land of the current cleansing incense ancient sect was only a tiny corner of its ancestral land that year. That year, the ancestral land of the cleansing incense ancient sect were several hundreds of thousand miles long. After the sudden changes on top of the decline of the sect, it caused the ancestral land of the cleansing incense ancient sect of today to be reduced to a few main peaks. Li Qiye wanted to return to the ancient land. Even though the 5 elders didn't know what he wanted to do, they all agreed. Besides Protector Mo, Nan Huiran and Li Xuanyan also followed him. Chapter 89, The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was founded by Min Ren during the early years of the Emperor's era. Its Emperor's foundation could be said to be unshakable. During the beginning of the Emperor's era, at the moment when the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was at its most prosperous state, it encompassed the whole Grand Middle Territory and commanded the entire mortal Emperor world. One could only imagine how powerful it used to be. 1,000,000 years had passed, and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect finally became weak. It no longer had the power to sweep through the world and rule over the 9 worlds like before. However, the ancestral land of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect still remained. The ancestral land of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect used to be extremely vast. Some said that when the sect was in its prime, it ranged around 1,000,000 miles with thousands of ancient pavilions and countless disciples that were not just from the mortal emperor world. Even charming spirits, heavenly devils, and stone golems, these races that were favored by the heavens, joined the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's glory was a path with no return. In the end, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect had to let go of its vast land and hide like a turtle in a corner of its old land. Li Qiye's group went on their trip with Protector Mo leading the way. Because he had been to the ancient land multiple times, he could be regarded as a light car traveling on a familiar road. Today, there were only a few dozen main peaks and the area only spanned for 1,000 miles. This was incomparable to the old scale. They left the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect on a straight road to the ancient land. One could see the rolling mountains and high peaks like a dragon tiger that was entrenched in the middle of this grand earth. The ancestral land of the sect used to be a beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers, just like a land of immortals. However, today, from Li Qiye's eyes, this was not the case. Closing the distance to the ancient land, he only saw death, dried trees and withered forest, bare mountains and empty rivers, devoid of birds and beasts, a land of stillness. Observing along the way, he found that there were ancient temples and high pavilions inside the mountain ranges and deep valleys. Unfortunately, these ancient temples and high pavilions were broken into pieces and surrounded by wild grass and a deathly aura. From the delicate engravings of these broken ruins, one could imagine the prosperity of that year, the majesty of that year. Countless undulating peaks and many ancient structures were only ruins, today. Traveling on this wretched ground, even Protector Mo gently sighed. A sadness and unwillingness to see the once invincible Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect falling into this state. Li Qiye silently trod on this familiar ground that had entirely transformed in today's time. However, the decline of the cleansing incense ancient sect was not why Li Qia's expression greatly changed. What moved him was that he was walking on top of a grand ground, yet he could faintly feel the evil aura under the earth. Li Qia had felt this evil aura inside the ghost pavilion, before. He was familiar with it, and he knew the origin of this evil energy, but he couldn't imagine how this evil energy had appeared once again. This land used to be filled with legends. That year, when Li Qia was the Dark Crow, he was well aware. It was the same with immortal Emperor Min Ren. It was indeed mysterious, and it was indeed legendary, however, it also buried a frightening existence. Establishing the cleansing incense ancient sect on this ground, Li Qia had his own reasons that year. In order to get rid of future complications, Li Qia had infiltrated the deepest part of this ground. After Min Ren shouldered the heaven's will, Li Qia made him personally refine and use an invincible sealing formation on the deepest part. In principle, this evil aura shouldn't have appeared again. In reality, after Min Ren had left and when he was the Dark Crow that appeared in this world again, he was keeping track of this land. After countless years and from era to era, he was still observing this land, but this situation had never happened before. However, during his last deep slumber, only a short 30,000 years had passed, yet this matter had happened and it greatly shocked Li Qia. Li Shuangyan, standing next to Li Qia, couldn't help but say, "There is an ominous thing underground." As a genius, her spirit sense was extremely sharp. Walking on top of this land, she felt that there was an aura on the ground that caused her to become angry. Protector Mo gently shook his head and sighed. "I heard that year, there was a great change, and it brought about the decline of our cleansing incense ancient sect." Nan Huiran was considered to be very informed within the sect, so he busily spoke in place of his master. "I heard that year, we didn't actually lose to the heavenly god sect. If there was not such a strange event that happened to us, not to mention a single heavenly god sect, even 10 would be easily destroyed by us. The cleansing incense ancient sect did face a great calamity that year." Li Shuangyan changed her expression and said, "I've heard about the grand calamity happening at the cleansing incense ancient sect, but the later generations assumed that the sect was making an excuse for their grand defeat." "Humph, what excuses?" "I heard the elders say that if the grand calamity didn't happen that year, what the hell would the heavenly god sect be to us? When immortal Emperor Ta Kong was still in this world, he wouldn't even dare to arrogantly say that he could destroy our cleansing incense ancient sect." Nan Huanren coldly snorted, his arrogance was as high as the heavens. Seeing his expression, it was almost as if he personally experienced the battle that year. "Don't be madly impetuous." Protector Mo yelled at this disciple. "An immortal emperor for a generation is someone that shouldered the heaven's will and ruled the heavens. Who are you to say such careless words?" Scolded by his master, Nan Huiran dejectedly lowered his neck as he awkwardly laughed. He was a lively person, even after the scolding, he didn't pay any heed and busily said, "I heard that the elders said the calamity that year was a mortal blow to our cleansing incense ancient sect. Imagine that year, a deadly disaster suddenly happened to our sect. Don't make inaccurate statements in front of young master and the princess." Even Elder Gu didn't know many things regarding the disaster that year, only the bare minimum. Regarding his disciple running his mouth boastfully, as his master, Protector Mo glared at him once. At this moment, as a protector, he was referring to Li Qia as young master. Nan Huiran, scolded by his master, awkwardly smiled. He finally said in a serious manner, "The unexpected event that happened that year, even the elders didn't know about it. Some said 30,000 years ago, some said 50,000 years. Basically, 30 to 50,000 years ago, a strange calamity happened at our sect." Li Shuangyan asked, "How was it strange?" Regarding this legend, she had also heard of it. However, she was not a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, so there was a large chance that her sources were inaccurate. This question was difficult for Nan Huiran to answer. He could scratch his head for half a day without producing an answer. In reality, he only heard about this from the legends. The exact incident, he didn't know about. Even the elders, at their age, didn't know, let alone him. Eventually, Protector Mo gently sighed and revealed, there was an ominous appearance, a strange occurrence at the center of the sect. As for the actual details of the ominous occurrence, Protector Mo himself didn't know. The upper echelons of the sect only knew that something negative had happened, but no one knew the details because all of the disciples who had personally experienced the event were no longer part of this world. When Protector Mo and Nan Huiran answer, the initially quiet Li Qiye gravely said, the sealing of this ground had a problem. His expression was rarely serious, but it showed a hint of coldness this time. Li Xuanyan was shocked after hearing Li Qiye's words. Inside her 9-saint demon gate, there was an ancient piece of writing that contained the words left behind by their ancestor, 9-saint virtuous paragon. Legend states that immortal Emperor Min Ren sealed this land then built the cleansing incense ancient sect on it, leaving behind an unshakable emperor's foundation. As for why Min Ren had to seal this land and what was sealed, the writing didn't mention. Future generations didn't know either. At this moment, Li Qiye had spoken in a confident manner, without a doubt, it was as if he already knew beforehand. Li Xuanyan was perplexed since this was such an ancient matter. Furthermore, there were no concrete documents about it, so how did he know? If one could travel around the boundary of the sect that year, then they would find that it was like a giant sea snail. This sea snail was extremely huge. Lying on the ground, it carried the entire ground of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Today, the sect's ground was but a part of the tail of this sea snail. That year, the center of the sect was located on the spine of the sea snail. The moment they reached the center of the sect of that year, they found that all of the trees and plants were withered. From these dead trees, one could see that this place used to be filled with ancient trees and bright godly grass with heavenly vines that covered the skies. It was a shame that today, this place was now a dead ground. Stepping into the central area, they saw a strange scene. Outside of the center, all of the ancient temples and pavilions were entirely collapsed into ruins, but the center was not like that at all. As the central area of the cleansing incense ancient sect, immortal Emperor Min Ren used to use this place to order the whole world and accepted the worship from all of the races of the 9 worlds. Afterward, all of the sect masters of the cleansing incense ancient sect resided here to command the heroic crowd. At this place, it would be described as having a forest of ancient pavilions and godly temples. However, today, they were all covered, it was as if the sky suddenly rained down mud upon them. Countless amounts of mud covered the buildings that became dried throughout the ages. It was clear that this giant hole was not formed by a natural process. This giant hole wasn't dug too long ago. Li Xuanyan carefully observed the giant hole and eventually came to this conclusion. Li Qiye meticulously observed the hole, and he made some careful analysis. In the end, he smirked and commanded Protector Mo, immediately return and bring me violet mulberry trees, the more the better. Also, bring me a giant pot, 3 bottles of vinegar, 6 bottles of dove dark water, and some green perfect bones. Li Qiye listed a myriad of medicines, and, even though Protector Mo didn't know what Li Qiye wanted to do, he still remembered each of them carefully. After Li Qiye finished his instructions, Protector Mo immediately flew away without the slightest of doubts. Once reaching the heaven's primal realm, cultivators could fly without relying on any treasures. Seeing how Li Qiye wanted so many items, Nan Huiran curiously asked, "Oldest brother, what are you trying to do?" Li Xuanyan was also puzzled. Li Qiye's list of items, many of them she had never even heard of before. Li Qiye let off a smile and said, "I want to smoke a rat out of hiding." Finished answering, he simply sat down and got cozy as he eagerly awaited for Protector Mo's return. Protector Mo didn't dare to linger around, and he immediately came back after one day. Set up the fire. After his return, he brought a large amount of violet mulberry trees to Li Qiye. The pieces of wood were all dried. They immediately placed the dried wood in front of the giant hole and started a fire. In a flash, the billowing smoke immediately infiltrated the cave. This smoke carried along with them a particular smell. It was a scent that was hard to describe by people. The billowing smoke continuously circled into the cave. After a while, there was finally some movement. A thunderous noise appeared that shook the earth. It was as if there was a giant earth bull, turning over in his grave. Boom! After a loud explosion, a humongous monster rushed out from the cave. Another boom exploded. This humongous monster created a large crater on the ground when he fell down. Who dares to disturb my slumber with this unpleasant smell? An ancient roar thundered. It was angered by being smoked out with this particular scent. Seeing this humongous monster stomping on the ground, the group of Nan Huiran was dumbfounded. This humongous monster was not a particularly dreadful beast. It was a giant snail, but a snail that knew how to speak. Seeing this humongous snail, only Li Qiye maintained his composure. At this moment, Li Qiye stood up, observed this humongous snail, and calmly said, "Not too bad. To be able to achieve 6 solutions, for your tribe, this is truly not an easy task." These words of Li Qiye greatly surprised the snail. Its 2 big eyes on its tentacles gazed at Li Qiye. The ancient noise resounded again, like the strike of thunder. "Little brat, who are you? To be able to know the 6 solutions interpretation? Who I am is irrelevant. What's important, however, is your appearance in this place." Li Qiye calmly stared at the giant snail, and he said, "As for your comment regarding the 6 solutions, it is not a big deal. Even the 18 solutions, I can still theorize." "Good little brat. Speaking nonsensical rubbish. There is no one in the world that knows the 18 solutions." The giant snail shouted, "No, that is not right. If there is indeed an 18th solution, then there is exactly one person that knows." Here, the giant snail gazed intensely at Li Qiye, and his eyes triumphantly said, "Not right, not right. Outside of that existence, there is no one else in this world that knows the 18 solutions. You are simply a little human brat. It would be a miracle if you know the 18 solutions. The yellow peril lasting for ages, the ancient cauldron shining as deeply as the night's blue ocean, the divine scholar tree exists in the mulberry field, the golden crow coming and leaving." At this moment, Li Qiye opened with a profound incantation that Li Shuangyan's group essentially couldn't understand. Hearing Li Qiye's phrase, the snail was shocked in amazement. Its 2 eyes opened wide and glared at Li Qiye. In the blink of an eye, from under the snail's shell came a fat and gigantic hand. It suddenly grabbed Li Qiye. In just a split second, Li Qiye was gripped by the hand and moved into the sky, causing Protector Mo and Li Shuangyan to be aghast. They wanted to take action, but Li Qiye waved his sleeve, signaling for them to calm down. "You, how do you know this profound incantation?" The snail's huge eyes gazed at Li Qiye in astonishment. Li Qiye smiled, and he calmly said, "It was only the first part of the 7th solution incantation, nothing extraordinary. I could even say the 18th solution incantation." The giant snail became impatient, and he couldn't wait any longer. His ancient voice yelled out, "Speak, hurry, and tell me the 18th solution incantations." Li Qiye still calmly spoke, "The 18 solutions is the thing that your tribe had always been searching for. For me to simply speak, it definitely won't be so easy. Follow me, and then I can think about it a little bit." "Ignorant brat, you dare to negotiate conditions with this old man?" The giant snail's temper snapped, and he roared, "Wait until I rip apart your sea of knowledge and extract your memories. Let's see if you can still hide anything." Finished speaking, one tentacle turned into a strand of universal law, and it immediately pierced the forehead of Li Qiye, directly searching Li Qiye's sea of knowledge. Not good. Seeing this scene, Li Shuangyan's expression soured. She knew that the situation was not favorable. Boom! However, in a split second, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have exploded. The forehead of Li Qiye suddenly unleashed a strand of immortal light. Followed by a huge explosion, the giant snail was blown away into another corner of the world. At this moment, Li Qiye was like a grand enraged immortal emperor, and the immortal light from his forehead directly suppressed Nan Huiran and his master to the ground. Even Li Shuangyan wasn't able to stand steadily. Li Qiye drifted on top of the ground, and the immortal light from his forehead started to disappear. Even so, the moment this light exploded, Li Qiye was like an angry immortal emperor. All existences under the 9 heavens and 10 earths had to prostrate under this immortal light. These were all 4 words phrases. Interpreting their meanings is quite difficult since they're meant to be abrupt and contextual, which I am without. This is only 80% accurate at best, but the golden crow refers to Li Qiye, I am sure. Chapter 91. It was a struggle for the fallen Nan Huiran and his master to stand up. When Li Shuangyan stood up firmly, her face was also deathly pale. The immortal explosion from earlier was truly frightening. Under this light, no matter whether it was a royal noble, an enlightened being, an ancient saint, or even a heavenly king, they were merely ants and insects. At this time, Nan Huiran and his master were in awe, watching Li Qiye. They finally understood, at this moment, that Li Qiye was a terrifying existence way beyond their imaginations. You dare to look at my sea of knowledge and search through my memories? This thing can't tell life from death. Li Qiye's expression was as cold as is. Even though his body no longer possessed the raging immortal emperor's aura, at this moment, he still caused others to shiver without being cold. It was as if he was a grand immortal emperor that was unable to be challenged. The giant snail's origin was heaven-shattering, but unfortunately, he absolutely shouldn't have tried to look into Li Qiye's sea of knowledge. Since the desolate era from long ago, Li Qiye fell into the immortal demon grotto, and his soul was sucked out to be refined into the dark crow. Afterward, he was involuntarily summoned back to the immortal demon grotto, and his memories were read by the existence inside. It was not until much later that Li Qiye had the sufficient capacity to scheme against the whole world. He obtained the help of countless immortal sages to plan against the immortal demon grotto and escaped the mind reading. From then on, Li Qiye's most dreaded fear was his sea of knowledge being opened by other people and having his memories read. After he gained power and was able to cultivate immortal emperors, he once again reinforced his soul, sea of knowledge, and memories. It could be said that his soul, true fate, sea of knowledge, and memories were reinforced by immortal emperors. Not only immortal Emperor Min Ren, but also immortal Emperor Xuexi, immortal Emperor Tun Ri, immortal Emperor Bamia, and even the Black Dragon King all reinforced his memories. If anyone touched his sea of knowledge or his memories, it would be equivalent to touching the reinforcements laid down by immortal emperors. They would absolutely be suppressed by the immortal reinforcement. What this meant was that besides himself, no one else could read his sea of knowledge or memories, not even immortal emperors. This was the result of him floating through millions of years, and the fruit of hard effort throughout the eras. He was able to defend against the one matter that he feared the most. Today, this unknowing snail dared to use a godly method to read the memories of Li Qiye. This was, without a doubt, seeking his own death. Li Qiye commanded, "Drag him back here." Protector Mo and his disciple busily followed the order and left. After half a day, with loud thunderous sounds, they finally dragged the giant snail back. It was as if they were dragging a small mountain. The giant snail dragged in front of Li Qiye was motionless. Nan Huiran dragged him here and asked, "Oldest brother, is he already dead?" "I'm only temporarily sparing his life. It'll depend on his performance." Li Qiye commanded, "Take out the pot and the medicines, then cook him." Protector Mo and his disciple immediately took out the huge pot from his magical storage, and they threw all of the medicinal herbs inside. They put in the giant snail as well. It didn't take long before the water in the pot started to boil, and all of the medicines became a medicinal concoction. At this moment, the giant snail slowly but eventually regained his consciousness. Even though he woke up, he couldn't move because of the immortal emperor's suppression. At this moment, he was the meat on the chopping block, leaving Li Qiye to do whatever he wanted to him. "You, who are you?" Submerged in the pot, he struggled to have his tentacles reach outside of the water. He opened his huge eyes to look at Li Qiye. His eyes were filled with horror. This person's memories were protected by immortal emperors. Who on earth was he? Seeing the 14-year-old boy in front of him, this matter was simply impossible to understand. The last immortal emperor's era was 30,000 years ago. Logically speaking, this boy in front of him essentially couldn't meet with an immortal emperor. However, this boy before him had clearly not only met with an immortal emperor. The protection inside the boy's sea of knowledge suppressed him in just a flash. This impression left a heavy mark on him, completely unerasable. Under this absolute power, the fear in the deepest part of his soul realized that it could only be from an immortal emperor. At this moment, Li Qiye's expression was much better. He slowly replied, "Who I am is no longer important. You have encroached upon my most important taboo." Unknowingly, the moment Li Qiye's expression became normal, the other three sighed a huge breath of relief. When Li Qiye was enraged, they felt a heavy boulder taking away their breath, like a furious immortal emperor, instilling fear into their souls. "You! What are you doing?" At this time, the giant snail knew that trouble was coming, and he asked as he lost all colors. Li Qiye leisurely said, "What else is there but to cook you in the pot? You tell me what I am doing." "Cooking your longevity blood, and at the same time, cooking a nice snail soup to ease us in this hot sun. They have never tasted nor tried this kind of dish before, maybe after they try it, they'll never be able to forget it." The giant snail yelled out, This is absolutely impossible. And my body isn't something that a mortal flame can refine, nor can I be boiled by ordinary water." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Someone else would try that, but, as for me, I would never attempt this. If I know your origin, then I can immediately deal with you. Do you know what the water boiling you consist of? This is definitely a recipe to cook a snail soup. It is not only delicious, but it is also extremely nutritious." Hearing these words, the snail couldn't help but taste the medicinal concoction inside the pot. Tasting this, he was immediately frightened. These medicinal herbs, once combined, would definitely remove his body's protection. At this moment, Li Qiye jumped onto the pot. He took out the invisible dual blades and slowly said, "You should know that taking the blood of your tribe is an art. I'm aware that your body is like a treasure, impervious to weapons and life treasures. However, after being boiled in such a concoction, you should be clear about the consequences." Finished speaking, he unleashed a blade as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye left many blade-shaped cuts on the giant snail's body. Marks and marks intertwined together, creating a mysterious pattern. This pattern seemed like it was just a formation, but it was also a sermon of the heavens. It was a profound Tao that collapsed the defense of the giant snail. At this time, inside the many lines left behind by the blades, blood slowly seeped out. These drops of blood were extremely beautiful, they were like priceless jewels. They dripped down into the pot and mixed together with the medicinal concoction, emitting wave after wave of charming medicinal fragrances that caused others to drool and swallow their saliva. Longevity blood, seeing the drops of blood dripping down, Protector Mo was quite moved. To cultivators, longevity blood was extremely precious. There was a saying that one drop of blood was equal to 10,000 drops of worldly essence. This method of Li Qiye caused the giant snail to be scared out of his soul. The snail belonged to a mysterious creation, it was not part of the demon race, heavenly beasts, nor the longevity spirits. Its origin was heaven-shaking and it was extremely rare in this world. They had a body that could be considered impenetrable, but today, Li Qiye knew how to open their defenses, he also knew the method of obtaining their longevity blood. He knew that he had met his nemesis today. Feeling the loss of his longevity blood, the giant snail felt his soul being sucked out and his true fate becoming weaker and weaker. If this continued, he would truly be boiled into a pot of snail soup. Finally, the heart of the giant snail shivered as he yelled, "You, what do you want? Why you, say what you want to say." If he kept on acting strong, then he would truly become a boiled snail soup. Li Qiye took a while before he slowly glared at him. Finally, he spoke, "How about this? I just happen to be lacking a mount, so you can be by my side." Li Qiye's words caused the group of Nan Huairan, standing at the side, to be silent. A grand character always picked a mount with a nice external appearance. Not to mention the types of supreme existences like true dragons or phoenixes, but even a dragon horse was cooler than this giant snail in front of them. The giant snail contemplated over Li Qiye's words. Even though their tribe's numbers were few, they had a proud history. Not to mention, its cultivation was absolutely powerful. Becoming a mount for a human, this would be unbearable to him. Li Qiye glared at the silent giant snail and said, "Don't be prideful just because of your 3 parts bloodline. Even if the patriarch of your first tribe was still alive, seeing me, he could only call himself a junior." Li Qiye's words shocked the snail. Its huge eyes looked at Li Qiye and asked, "You, who are you? Who I am is not important. Either you follow me or I will boil you and turn you into soup." Li Qiye happily said, "In the future, if you diligently work hard with loyalty, I will pass down the 12 solutions to you." This phrase from Li Qiye caused the snail to be ecstatic. He wasn't willing to become a mount for Li Qiye, and he would even prefer being boiled into a meat soup. However, when it came to the 12 solutions, this was a completely different matter. He was aware that since the beginning of time until now, only one existence knew the 12 solutions, but Li Qiye clearly was not this existence. "Good, I promise you." The giant snail surrendered by making a choice. Li Qiye was without any surprise and said, "Use your true fate to make the oath." In the end, the giant snail swore with his true fate. This scene caused Nan Huairan and his master to be touched. A true fate oath, to cultivators, was an extremely serious matter. Once the oath was made, one absolutely had to comply with the oath. If violated, they would be subjected to a backlash. Of course, a true fate oath had to be willingly taken by both parties. After making the vow, Li Qiye let Nan Huairan and Protector Mo drag him out of the iron pot. "I think the author made a mistake here, it should be the 18 solutions, not the 12. Unless 12 to 18 were all unknown by their tribe." Chapter 92. At this time, Li Qiye placed his hand on top of the snail's gigantic body, and a bright light flew out from the snail, disappearing into the middle of Li Qiye's eyebrows. After this bright light came out of his body, the giant snail's entire body shook. He could finally stand up slowly. "A pot of extremely nutritious medicine is cooked," Li Qiye said, "Since you are now following me, I will allow you to drink it." Hearing this, the giant snail didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This one pot was made from his own longevity blood. Ah. So. You don't want to drink? If you don't want to drink, the 2 of them will drink it all. Li Qiye pointed at Nan Huairan and his master. "Drink, I will drink, why would I not drink?" The giant snail was actually afraid that the master and disciple would compete with him, so he rushed into the giant pot to drink gulp by gulp. The medicinal pot was made from his own longevity blood. If he didn't drink it, then his loss would be even greater. His wounds would require a longer time to recover, too. Finally, the giant snail finished the whole medicinal pot, and he took a deep breath. He just took a trip from hell and back. Here, Li Qiye commanded the giant snail, saying, "Withdraw your body." The giant snail crushed his incantations, and he quickly transformed. A thin, old man with dried flesh appeared in front of them. There were 2 tiny pairs of flesh on his forehead, and, at the same time, there was also a small shell behind him that seemed like a shield. Yikes, this is your true body. Nan Huiran was a little dazed. The old man in front of them versus his initial form was too contrasting. The snail was like a small mountain, but this thin and dried old man in front of them seemed as if a breeze could fall him in one pass. No, this is my second body. The old man shook his head, and he smiled. Earlier was my real body. This old man is Niofun. Earlier, I was blinded by greed and my eyes were obscured by a single leaf, offending this young noble. Hic. Niofun, hearing his words, Nan Huiran rolled his eyes wide open as he asked, there is such a name like this? The old man gazed at Nan Huiran. He somewhat embarrassingly said, it is Niofun, fun as in to put in effort. My misunderstanding. Nan Huiran was embarrassed, he forced a smile while he busily apologized. Even Li Shuangyan, standing to the side, wanted to laugh, but she couldn't under the current circumstances. She decided to hide her amusement in her heart. Without the giant body from earlier, the current Niofun, who was thin and wizened, gave Nan Huiran a warm feeling, causing him to be much more friendly. He then asked Niofun, Grandpa Nio, you are digging a hole in the ancient land of our cleansing incense ancient sect, what are you trying to find? Don't tell me you want to find the treasures of our sect, I am just digging casually. Also, this place has been visited by countless amounts of people. If there really was a treasure, it wouldn't be my turn to find it. Niofun angrily glared at Nan Huiran. If Grandpa Nio isn't here to dig for treasures, why did you dig such a deep hole? Nan Huiran didn't give up and continued to question him. Li Chia glanced at Niofun and said, he is looking for the god of calamity. God of calamity? Who is the god of calamity? Nan Huiran was at a loss, he stared at Li Chia, and then he looked at Niofun. Protector Mo's expression was shaken, he stared at Niofun, and he said with surprise, he is trying to find the heavenly guardian of our cleansing incense ancient sect. Hearing these two words, heavenly guardian, Nan Huiran was also surprised, exclaiming, in the legends, it is said to be the strongest existence in our cleansing incense ancient sect. With the exception of the patriarch, no one was able to win a match against the heavenly guardian. Niofun had to admit the truth, I was simply looking, I heard your heavenly guardian had left much earlier. I only wanted to go through this land to see if the great elder had left some words behind, perhaps I could have stumbled upon something profound. Nan Huiran had heard about the heavenly guardian before, so he couldn't help but murmur, if the heavenly guardian was still here, then our cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't be like it is today. There were many legends about the heavenly guardian of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Heavenly guardians, not all sects have them. Only the extremely powerful sects or fateful sects were able to have heavenly guardians. As for the origin of the heavenly guardian, there was essentially no limitation. It could be a heavenly beast, a longevity spirit, or maybe even other existences. Under many circumstances, the heavenly guardians exist alongside their sects. After the sect was destroyed, the heavenly guardians could leave. The cleansing incense ancient sect once had a heavenly guardian, this protector was called the god of calamity. This heavenly guardian was extremely strong. It was so strong that the future generations believed that even during the era of Min Run, outside of Min Run himself, no one could oppose this heavenly guardian. Later on, when the cleansing incense ancient sect was able to stand strong, to a certain extent, it was due to this existence. Regarding the origin of the protector, there were many different legends. One stated that the protector came from a burial ground. Another believed that the protector was born in the ancient earth. Some believed that it was subdued by immortal Emperor Min Run from an external space. The heavenly guardian guarded the cleansing incense ancient sect era after era, but one day, it suddenly left for unknown reasons. Afterward, it completely disappeared without a trace and no one had ever seen it again. Many people assumed that it disappeared 50,000 years ago. Even more people thought that it left much earlier, however, they could only guess since the cleansing incense ancient sect simply withheld the information from others. As for why it suddenly left after protecting the sect for so long, no one knew. Even the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect during that period was unaware. It became a mystery without an answer. At this moment, Protector Mo asked Li Chia, "Young master, where are we going now? Are we returning back?" "No, all of you will bury me underground." "Bury? Bury underground?" Hearing Li Chia's words, Nan Huiran was stupefied. After recovering, he said, "Oldest brother, this is an ominous sign, ah." Li Chia didn't want to waste words. He commanded Protector Mo, "Bury me, now." Li Chia chose the location and was buried at the highest peak of the ancient land. In addition, it was very deep underground. Niufen had to personally dig a hole for Li Chia before being able to place him down. "Is oldest brother okay?" Li Chia suddenly wanted to bury himself. This greatly shocked Nan Huiran. If his oldest brother was not completely normal at the moment, he would have thought that Li Chia might have become crazy. "It is all right." Li Xuanyan shook her head, she didn't say anything else. Even though she didn't know why Li Chia wanted to bury himself, she knew that there must be reasons for his actions. It is only a kind of ritual. Niufen carefully observed Li Chia's chosen location, the method of the burial, and he finally said, "This is an extremely rare ritual that can be considered a method of communication." Nan Huiran couldn't hold on to his curiosity, so he asked, "Communication? With what? What kind of existence is he trying to communicate with by burying himself so deep?" Regarding Nan Huiran's inquisition, Niufen didn't give an answer. He didn't know what Li Chia was trying to communicate with, but he felt that this matter was extremely important. Li Chia was buried underneath the earth for 5 days and 5 nights. Finally, he personally crawled up from the ground. "We shall go back." In the end, he only said this sentence after crawling up from the mud. Nan Huiran's heart was simmering with curiosity. He really wanted to ask, but seeing the disappointment on Li Chia's face, he didn't dare to do so. If Li Chia didn't want to say it, it would be of no avail no matter who asked. Eventually, Niufen used his true body to carry the group of Li Chia back. When he shifted back to his true body, his crawling speed made Nan Huiran's jaw drop to the floor. It could be compared with lightning. He was incredibly fast, and many flying treasures wouldn't be able to keep up with this speed. What was more amazing was that he could crawl in complete silence or be extremely thunderous. It was completely under his control, and no matter the style he chose, the speed remained the same. Sitting on the snail's back, Nan Huiran was completely stunned. In fact, even his master was astonished. This was their first time riding a snail, and it was also the fastest snail. Thinking about what Li Chia had said, Nan Huiran curiously asked, "Grandpa Nyo, what is a heavenly ancestral snail?" This name, he had never heard of it before. The heavenly ancestral snail was a name that was very foreign to him. A very rare and ancient existence that, after they became their own tribe, people in this world would rarely see. Niufen didn't get a chance to answer before Li Chia started speaking. Seeing Li Chia's mood improving, Nan Huiran became emboldened and smiled, "Oldest brother, the 18 solutions you spoke of, what is it?" Li Chia only glanced at him, he didn't say anything. "It is the true fate solution of our heavenly ancestral calamity." Niufen answered. He yearned for Li Chia to speak of the 18 solutions because it was very important to him. Nan Huiran continued, "True fate solution. This is a technique. Or is it an emperor merit law?" Niufen quickly shook his head and said, "No, it is not a technique, and not a profound truth either. In some sense, it was the true solution to break the cursed shackles of our heavenly ancestral calamity." Shackles? 18 chains of shackles. Once freed from the 18 shackles, what would happen? Nan Huiran continuously asked many questions. Niufen contemplated for a moment before he finally replied, "I don't know this myself because I have never heard of another kin member being able to learn the 18 solutions. I only heard of some legends that once had obtained the 18 solutions. If there are gods in the heavens, then we would be able to slay gods. Hearing this, not only Nan Huiran, but Li Shuangyan was also shocked. Slaying gods. What kind of shocking words were these? Finally, they understood why Niu Fen was willing to be a servant. As for Li Qie, he simply smiled. The 18 solutions was a distant memory for him. It was not a technique nor a secret method, this was why this part of his memories had not been erased. Young noble here is Gong Zi, think of it as a young master/young sir but commands more respects and imply the person to have some talents/skills. In the Wuxia world, anyone called Gong Zi, you know they will be a badass/handsome. A Chinese snail is Gua plus Niu equals snail. Niu alone equals bull, ox. His name is Niu, bull, plus fun, effort, but Nan Huiran thought it was Niu, bull, fun, shit. Both fun might be identical in sound. Ancient earth and burial ground are some forbidden locations in this world. We might see them in the future, these are the places that the Dark Crow went to. Snail is half replaced by the word calamity here. Chapter 93, The moment Li Qie and the others returned to the cleansing incense ancient sect, Elder Sun was already eagerly waiting outside. Seeing Li Qie's group riding on top of a giant snail, Elder Sun was stunned. This snail was so fast that it was downright illogical. However, Elder Sun wasn't in the mood to talk about this. He looked at Li Qie and hurriedly said, "Thank the heaven and earth that you are all finally back." He then busily brought Li Qie down from the giant snail. Elder Sun anxiously told Li Qie, "You need to go to the ancestral chamber, fast, there might be a fight." Seeing his worried look, Li Qie asked, "Enemies from outside? Or is it that the heavenly jewel kingdom has finally arrived at our door?" Seeing Li Qie's slow and calm words, Elder Sun couldn't do anything else but explain, "No, the sect master is back, and she's inside the ancestral chamber. Elder Gu's group is quarreling with the sect master. You should still hurry and see." The sect master, Elder Sun's answer was outside of Li Qie's expectation. Regarding sect master Su Yonghuang, Li Qie didn't have half an impression. One could even say that, regarding this master that he got by chance, he never really paid attention to or asked about her. Su Yonghuang's current return surprised Li Qie. He calmly said, "Good, I should meet this master after all." Finished speaking, he went inside. Niu Fen turned his body back into his second form. He became the old man once again, walking alongside Li Qie. Seeing a giant snail turning into an old man, Elder Sun couldn't help but become lost in a daze. However, at this moment, he also didn't have time to ask about this matter. This time, inside the ancestral chamber, the elders almost flipped the table. The elders, as the highest power in charge of the current cleansing incense ancient sect, should be maintaining their composure, yet at this moment, Elder Zhou and his group were all glaring with their eyes wide open. The subject of their gazes was the current sect master, Su Yonghuang, of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Only Elder Gu's attitude was pleasant. He simply sat in his place and didn't speak a single word. Su Yonghuang, as the sect master, was, in fact, not welcomed by the upper echelon. The reason was simple, Su Yonghuang didn't have any credentials or experience inside the sect. One could even say that she was not a disciple of the sect. Su Yonghuang's sudden appearance and becoming the sect master was an extremely sudden matter. The entire sect was not prepared for it, and they didn't even know about such a character. Her becoming the sect master was because the previous sect master was still alive. At that time, there were 2 or 3 supreme elders who were still alive. There was even one supreme elder who had lived for a very long time and was rumored to be part of the fight 30,000 years ago. He was in isolated cultivation due to his mortal wound. Regarding the specific circumstances of this matter, no one was very clear about it with the exception of First Elder Gu Taizhou. Anyways, Su Yonghuang was declared to be the next sect master by the previous one. This decision was supported by all of the Supreme Elders. The oldest Supreme Elder even summoned Gu Taizhou, and he personally persuaded him. To sum it all up, after one night, Gu Taizhou agreed with Su Yonghuang taking the seat of sect master. In reality, at that time, the entire sect was in an uproar. This matter was too great, a person who no one knew suddenly became the new sect master. This matter was truly hard for the sect to accept. At that time, Gu Taizhou earnestly persuaded the group of Elder Zhou, and he suppressed the majority of the disciples who were strongly opposing Su Yonghuang. Thus, the matter was settled. However, Su Yonghuang herself seemed to know her situation. As the sect master, she didn't stay behind in the cleansing incense ancient sect. She instead brought along a small group of disciples, including a few sectional leaders. Afterward, Su Yonghuang was the sect master and was located on the outskirts of the sect. She essentially didn't interfere with the internal affairs, however, she still kept in contact with the sect. Fortunately, with this decision, the sect finally calmed down. The 6 elders became the main deciders of any big decisions of the sect from then on. It could be said that, when Su Yonghuang was the sect master, First Elder Gu Taizhou was the grand contributor to the sect. Before her appearance, Gu Taizhou was the first to inherit the seat as he was the most qualified for the position. Gu Taizhou was the direct disciple of the last sect master, and he was also the most experienced within the first-generation disciples, who had been in the sect for the longest amount of time. Not only this, he was also diligent and dedicated to the entire sect. If at that time, Gu Taizhou didn't persuade Elder Zhou's group, no one else would have been able to convince the rest of the upper echelon. Because Gu Taizhou was willing to give up his position and also personally took charge of the matter, Su Yonghuang was able to become the sect master. That very same Su Yonghuang who was always outside decided to come back today. Su Yonghuang had never come back to the sect with the exception of when the previous sect master passed away. Her reason for returning this time was because of the evil-infested ridge. She wanted to take some disciples into the evil-infested ridge. This was immediately subjected to opposition from Elder Zhou's group. Currently, in the eyes of the sect's upper echelon, such as Elder Zhou, Li Qiye was the leader for the sect's revitalization. He was the driver of the sect. Su Yonghuang's return naturally was opposed by the upper echelon. Plus, they didn't trust her. How could they hand over the disciples to her? Because of this, the two sides almost flipped the table on each other. Frankly speaking, the group of Elder Zhou didn't agree for Su Yonghuang to take charge of the sect no matter what. After bringing Li Qiye inside, Elder Sun hurriedly told everyone present, "Good, it is good now. Li Qiye is back. Everyone can slowly talk." Seeing Li Qiye's return, the group of Elder Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere inside the ancestral chamber clearly eased up. At this time, Tu Buyu, who was standing behind Su Yonghuang, smiled as he kindly said, "Big brother, this is our master and also our sect master." Regarding the address of sect master, Elder Zhou's group let out a scowl as they were clearly irritated. Li Qiye observed Su Yonghuang, and he was not without astonishment. The Su Yonghuang in front of him was a woman, a very young woman at that. The woman before him seemed to be around 20 or so and possessed a charming and noble presence. She was wearing a faintly yellow robe, causing her nobility to be even more apparent. Regarding the woman in front of his eyes, her forehead was like the moon and she had eyes like the stars. Her most attractive feature was her elegant brows, they were like swords, causing her elegant charm to have 3 parts domineering presence. It was as if she was the heaven's royal daughter, possessing a matchless imperial air along with an unmatched grace. Comparing beauty, Li Shuangyan next to Li Qiye was not less than the woman ahead, however, Li Shuangyan didn't have the matchless imperial atmosphere along with this unmatched grace. When Li Qiye was looking at her, Su Yonghuang was also checking him out. The master and disciple were analyzing each other. Li Qiye's wits returned, and he glanced at Nan Huiran next to him, saying, "You never told me that the sect master was a woman." Well, Nan Huiran was stunned for a moment, and he forcefully smiled as he whispered, "Brother didn't ask, ah. I thought you already knew." Li Qiye was a bit speechless. Up until now, he had always thought that Su Yonghuang was a man. Tu Buyu, as her disciple, was more than 1,000 years old, so his master, Su Yonghuang, should also be an old man with gray hair that was around 6 or 7,000 years old. However, Li Qiye didn't expect that Su Yonghuang was a woman around the age of 25 and possessed extreme beauty. At this moment, Gu Taizhou wanted to smooth things over, so he said, "Qiye, the sect master wants to bring disciples to the evil-infested ridge." Su Yonghuang looked at Li Qiye and then said, "The evil-infested ridge, to our current cleansing incense ancient sect, is the best place for training. It is also the time where we harvest materials. From my calculations, it is half a year away at most, and the soonest is around 3 months. At that time, the evil-infested ridge will open. This is the one and only opportunity in 100 years, and our sect cannot afford to let it go." Li Qiye spoke as he gently nodded his head, "I'm fairly clear on this. 63 days later, the evil-infested ridge will definitely open." The moment when he was buried underground, he also found out when the ridge would open. Gu Taizhou asked Li Qiye, "Then what is your opinion?" At this moment, all of the elders were looking at Li Qiye. In their hearts, Elder Zhou's group wanted Li Qiye to become the sect master of the sect. "May I have a little talk with the sect master?" Eventually, Li Qiye said to the group of Gu Taizhou. Gu Taizhou and the others looked at each other. In the end, they all agreed with Li Qiye's request. Li Qiye returned to Lonely Peak, and Li Shuangyan and the others all took their leave. Inside the small courtyard, only Li Qiye and Su Yonghuang, as well as Tu Buyu who was standing behind Su Yonghuang, were present. Li Qiye stared at Su Yonghuang, and he was silent for a long time. Certain memories came back to him. After a while, Li Qiye finally said, "Is the Heaven's Edge Su clan doing all right?" Li Qiye's words greatly changed Su Yonghuang's expression. Even Tu Buyu was shocked. Su Yonghuang looked at him and emotionally exclaimed, "How do you know about the Heaven's Edge?" In the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, outside of Grandpa Tu, no one else knew about the Heaven's Edge Su clan. As soon as Li Qiye opened his mouth, he immediately spoke of her origin. How could Su Yonghuang not be surprised? The Heaven's Edge Su clan's name never appeared in this world, and no one knew about it in the 9 worlds. After calming his emotions, Li Qiye nonchalantly smiled and said, "The Patriarch simply told me in my dreams." Heaven's Edge means the other end of the world / a faraway place in this usage. Chapter 94, Su Yonghuang suspiciously observed Li Qiye since she also didn't believe in Li Qiye's words. "I know why the previous sect master and the supreme elders chose you to be the sect master." Li Qiye slowly continued, "Being a descendant of immortal Emperor Min Ren, of course you have the qualification to be the sect master of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. How do you know about this matter?" Su Yonghuang's expression greatly changed. The Heaven's Edge Su clan was what they called themselves, but the world definitely did not know that the Heaven's Edge Su clan was made up of the descendants of immortal Emperor Min Ren. Li Qiye smilingly said, "The Patriarch told me in my dreams." Su Yonghuang shook her head since she naturally didn't believe in this type of explanation. However, if the Patriarch didn't tell him in his dreams, how would a 14-year-old boy know about this matter? The Heaven's Edge Su clan. In the end, Li Qiye was unable to hold back his lamenting sigh as he remembered a distant memory. Even though he always knew that the Heaven's Edge Su clan was growing strong, after that year, he never went to visit it. The Heaven's Edge Su clan. Even when he was the Dark Crow, he didn't want to speak too much about it. This matter almost made Immortal Emperor Min Ren turn against him. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was a little brat with nothing at first. Then, he finally shouldered the heaven's will, becoming an immortal emperor. This was not an easy task, and outside of his own efforts, it was also due to Li Qie leading the road, along with the help of many brothers and friends. That year, there was a female general who had followed immortal Emperor Min Ren for a long time. It could even be said that, before he became an immortal emperor, regarding the places that he had trodden on, her footsteps were also present. This woman could be said to come from a famous clan. At that time, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, noticed her talents, and he expended a lot of blood and effort in order to bring this woman to be by Min Ren's side. The effort of Li Qie was not wasted. This woman, by Min Ren's side, was like a gentle wife, always helping immortal Emperor Min Ren. With her talents, she recruited many geniuses to Min Ren's side. His heavenly declaration to the world, when he became an immortal emperor, was also written by her. From Li Qie's perspective, she was the most suitable candidate to become the empress. Plus, for many hundreds of years, she was always meticulously standing by Min Ren's side. Him becoming an immortal emperor was marked by her unerasable presence and effort. What was even more valuable was that she had always loved immortal Emperor Min Ren. This was why, as the mentor of immortal Emperor Min Ren, Li Qie had always hoped that Min Ren would marry her and declare her to be the empress. However, what almost killed Li Qie was that Min Ren fell in love with a different woman. Regarding this girl, Li Qie once held this criticism, pure to the point of stupidity. This was not the most staggering part. For an immortal emperor, 3 wives and 4 concubines could not be considered as anything. Li Qie could allow immortal Emperor Min Ren to marry many virtuous wives. The most murderous part was that this simple woman, to the point of stupidity, did not like Min Ren. She was in love with an enemy of Min Ren, someone who was considered Min Ren's strongest opponent when he was still a teen. Immortal Emperor Min Ren, time after time, was in love with this simple woman. Li Qie had nothing but praise for Min Ren throughout his life, but, in regards to only this matter, Min Ren made him want to raise his foot and kick him. When Min Ren was still a teen, Li Qie scolded him many times by calling him a blockhead. There were even times when Li Qie wanted to break open his head and erase the memories of the simple woman. No matter how much Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, scolded him, the young Min Ren was extremely loyal to the simple woman with his heart. Li Qie didn't have any other choice, as there was no medicine for this Min Ren. After Min Ren shouldered the heaven's will and became an immortal emperor, he didn't marry anyone. Li Qie naturally knew the reason. However, this was not something Li Qie wanted to see, especially when he, as the Dark Crow, was not stable, as he could fall into a deep hibernation at any given point. At that moment, he didn't know how long his next hibernation would be, so before he fell asleep, he decided to do something. Leaving a descendant for immortal Emperor Min Ren. Of course, the best candidate for this matter would be Su Ru. Li Qie expended a huge amount of effort in his schemes to trick Min Ren into the honeypot. Of course, as an immortal emperor, Min Ren didn't expect his mentor to throw him into a hole. The moment when Min Ren's godly spirit traveled to the most dangerous area of the 9 worlds, Li Qie made his physical body sleep together with General Su on the same bed. The borrowing of Min Ren's seed was successful. When Min Ren came back from fighting in the most dangerous place, this matter was already completed. The grains had become rice. This matter caused immortal Emperor Min Ren and Li Qie to almost completely break up. Both sides loudly roared, and the sound reverberated throughout the entire heaven. At that moment, Min Ren was enraged, and there was also a storm brewing inside Li Qie. This monstrous atmosphere swept through the entire 9 heavens and 10 worlds. Under the fury of the immortal emperor, all existences in this world were anxiously trembling. Of course, everyone was afraid to ask what happened. All in all, even the heavens curtain was pierced through after this matter. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's attitude caused Su Ru to be dispirited. In the end, Su Ru left immortal Emperor Min Ren. Regarding this matter, Li Qie always felt guilty towards Su Ru. That year, he personally brought her to Min Ren's side when her family completely opposed it. She ultimately still chose to be in Min Ren's camp. One has to remember that that year, Min Ren was only a boy with absolutely nothing, but Su Ru came from a prestigious clan and had a peerless beauty. More importantly, her own talents could have soared in the sky with a wisdom as deep as the sea. At that time, Su Ru's clan naturally didn't want her to be an assistant for Min Ren, a boy who only had empty hands. Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, finally convinced Su Ru to stay behind, and this resulted in Su Ru being deserted by her family and friends. After this matter happened, Li Qiye had always felt guilty. She paid so much, but in the end, she could only leave in sadness. He knew that his hibernation was not far off, so he used his most priceless treasures and a heaven-defying method to create a home for Su Ru. Eventually, this place was called the Heaven's Edge Su clan. Li Qiye also knew that this name that was chosen by Su Ru had a hidden meaning. No matter how far the Heaven's Edge was, her love for Min Ren would never change. Unfortunately, the god of all creations likes to tease human beings. Nevertheless, Su Ru still raised immortal Emperor Min Ren's son into a man that was able to spread his own wings. In later generations, people believed that immortal Emperor Min Ren never married, and he didn't have any descendants. However, no one knew that Min Ren's direct bloodline had always been passed down. This secret was only known by the generations of the Su clan and the immortal Li Qiye. What's wrong? The moment Li Qiye was lost in his memories, Su Yonghuang, who was sitting in front of him, called out to him, causing Li Qiye to return to the present. Regaining his wits, he stared at Su Yonghuang and then at Tu Buyu. Finally, he said, "I am very clear on your origin. Young brother Tu cannot be your disciple, ah. From my perspective, young brother Tu is not someone from the Su clan, even if he practices the God of War formula." The God of War formula was immortal Emperor Min Ren's main cultivation method, but Min Ren did not pass it down. Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, allowed for Su Ru to pass down this art instead. The God of War formula came from the God of War temple. Even though he as the Dark Crow taught it to Min Ren, in principle, Min Ren was not allowed to pass down this method. However, Li Qiye broke the rule for Su Ru, and he allowed her to pass it down to her in immortal Emperor Min Ren's son. Because of this, the God of War formula was always an ultimate generational method of the Heaven's Edge Su clan. Tu Buyu smiled and replied, "Respectful older brother, I am a cleansing incense ancient sect's disciple, and this has always been the case. However, my situation is a bit special. After I joined the sect, I rarely stayed inside, I was always traveling outside. As for the God of War formula, I started cultivating it later on." Li Qiye glanced at Tu Buyu. "I see, so you were always searching for the Su clan." Tu Buyu embarrassingly coughed, and he felt that he had to tell the truth. "At that point, I was under the order to find the descendants of the patriarch. Even though we were in decline, there were supreme elders who found clues within the writings of our sect. They said that the patriarch had descendants in this world. When I joined the sect, I was chosen to be the one to find the patriarch's descendants, in order to find the patriarch's emperor merit laws. That is why Elder Gu's group didn't really know about me since they only know that I am a disciple of the sect." Li Qiye shook his head, and he said, "The Heaven's Edge Su clan. It does not have emperor merit laws." Tu Buyu slightly sighed. "The descendants of the Su clan, after knowing our situation, agreed with the sect master to help the cleansing incense ancient sect. I was given an exception, and I was given the God of War formula. At that point, my own cultivation method was limited and I had reached a bottleneck. Therefore, I destroyed my cultivation foundation and started from the beginning once again." Hearing this, Li Qiye couldn't help but take a second look at him. Having lived for so long and with such a deep cultivation, yet he destroyed everything. This was determination and courage. Li Qiye finally looked at Su Yonghuang, and he said, "You are the prime descendant of the Su clan. How did you know?" Li Qiye revealing her origin with one phrase caused her to be surprised yet again. At the moment, there were many disciples of the Su clan, but only the descendant could become the clan master of the Su clan. The solar immortal physique. Li Qiye continued, only the prime descendant of the Su clan can cultivate the immortal physique law, the solar immortal physique. Su Ru equals General Su. Chapter 95. Her beautiful eyes gazed intensely at Li Qiye in astonishment, and she gravely said, "Who on earth are you?" The solar immortal physique was not passed down by immortal Emperor Min Ren. Even inside the Su clan, it was a big secret. "You should know that I am a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, your disciple, Li Qiye." Li Qiye calmly smiled. Su Yonghuang's eyes became chilling. Her gaze became as sharp as a sword. It was as if invisible blades were approaching one's body, causing others to fidget. However, Li Qiye was still leisurely sitting there. He shook his head and said, "Don't make a move against me. Coming from the Su clan, I know that you are truly powerful. However, inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, if I want to kill you, it would be easier than killing an ant. I believe that young brother too has told you about my matters." After a while, Su Yonghuang finally withdrew the coldness in her gaze. Li Qiye looked at her for a very long time. Finally, he gently shook his head and said, "The solar immortal physique stemmed from the word yang within the 6 words of the physique scripture. It is one of the 2 strongest and extreme yang physiques." Su Yonghuang coldly said, "Even though Grandpa too had spoken of your miracles, I know that you have some talents even considering the patriarch teaching you in your dreams. However, regarding physiques, don't boast ignorantly. If you know that I am a solar immortal physique, then you should know that, as his descendant, this physique is proven." In fact, Su Yonghuang was very angry at the moment. Her origin could be considered very mysterious, but Li Qiye easily found out her true details. In turn, she didn't know anything about Li Qiye. This made her very nervous. Su Yonghuang's words made Li Qiye laugh out loud. Regarding the different types of physiques and physique methods, throughout all of the 9 worlds and 10 earths, if he claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. He spent countless years with the physique scripture, and the number of immortal physiques that came out from him was more than just immortal Emperor Min Ren's solar immortal physique. Seeing Li Qiye's laughing, Su Yonghuang retorted with a deep tone, "What are you laughing at?" Li Qiye shook his head, "Even though you don't believe it, my words are the truth. The solar immortal physique merit law might be the ultimate technique of your Su clan, but you truly practiced the wrong physique. The 6 words of the physique scripture were not allowed to be circulated because of him. Immortal Emperor Min Ren learned the solar immortal physique from him, and the Black Dragon King also learned an immortal physique method as well. However, they had a pact with Li Qiye and used their true fate to make the oath. There was only one exception, and that was Su Ru. Because Su Ru gave birth to the son of Min Ren, this meant that in the future, this branch would have a high chance of the solar immortal physique appearing. No matter whether it was the sky physique within the saint physiques, or minor sky physique and mutual sky physique within the king physiques. Li Qiye was always ashamed when he saw Su Ru, so he broke his own rule and gave her the solar immortal physique. It was not for Min Ren, but for her own achievements and contributions. "You said that I practiced the wrong physique, then come up with some solid evidence." Staring at Li Qiye and noticing that he was not joking, she gravely said. Li Qiye looked at Su Yonghuang and finally said, "An ancestral grandmother from your family in a random generation must have been the heavenly devil physique at grand completion, one of the 12 saint physiques, correct?" Hearing these words, Su Yonghuang's expression slightly moved. She stared at Li Qiye in amazement and said, "How did you know?" "I calculated using my fingers." Li Qiye smiled, "Moreover, with regards to your inner physique. Whenever you channel the incantations of the solar immortal physique, it became as hot as the blazing sun, right? This is a characteristic of the solar immortal inner physique. The solar immortal physique is an extreme yang method, one of the 12 immortal physiques. The inner physique becoming as hot as the blazing sun, nothing is wrong with this. Su Yonghuang could be considered an expert regarding this physique. After all, their ancestor, Min Ren, was a solar immortal physique. Thus, they had a very deep understanding of this physique. Li Qiye gently shook his head. The problem is in this matter. In the center of your inner physique that is as hot as the blazing sun, there is a strand of yin energy that isn't affected by your heat. Li Qiye saying so caused Su Yonghuang to be shocked because this was an extremely private matter, outsiders had no way of knowing about it. However, Li Qiye just revealed the secret of her inner physique which she thought was a normal aspect of the solar immortal physique method. At this moment, Su Yonghuang was a little moved as she asked, if I practice the wrong physique method, then where is the mistake? Li Qiye continued, from within the yin, the yang was born. The woman with the grand completion heavenly devil physique was pregnant with the descendant carrying the solar immortal physique. This was a bit outside of my expectations. If my guess is not wrong, then you thought you were a natural minor sky physique, one of the 24 king physiques, correct? Su Yonghuang emotionally replied, is this not correct? Li Qiye shook his head and said, wrong. You are a natural-born complete yang saint physique. It is because your physique seemed to be very similar to the minor sky physique, one of the 24 king physiques. In reality, your physique is similar to the minor sky physique but also the minor yang physique, another king physique. Your first impression was that because you are the descendant of immortal Emperor Min Ren, you assumed that you were a natural-born minor sky physique. The complete yang saint physique, Su Yonghuang was in a daze, and she said, one of the legendary 6 special saint physiques, the complete yang saint physique. There were 48 types of Xiantian physiques and every 2 branched into a king physique. King physiques have 24 different ones and every 2 branched into a saint physique. As for saint physiques, cultivators in this world considered that there were 12 saint physiques that corresponded with the 12 immortal physiques. However, true saint physiques altogether totaled to 18 types. Whenever a saint physique was brought up, cultivators usually ignored the other 6 saint physiques. Natural-born saint physiques were an extremely rare occurrence. The 6 special saint physiques were even rarer and was less seen than true dragons and godly kings. This was because the 12 corresponding saint physiques could be cultivated from the corresponding king physiques, but the 6 special saint physiques didn't have any other king physiques preceding them. In another sense, the 6 special saint physiques were impure. Li Qiye nodded his head and said, it seems that your understanding of physiques isn't too bad, ah. Correct, you are a natural-born complete yang saint physique, one of the 18 saint physiques, and not the minor sky physique like in your imagination. Su Yonghuang's expression was vigorous at this moment. Even though she was normally elegant and calm, she couldn't help it at this moment. This news to her was good news because a natural-born saint physique was much stronger than a natural-born king physique. However, this was also a bad thing. If she was a natural-born minor sky physique, then she would be one of the 2 king physiques within the solar immortal physiques family. She had an advantage that others didn't because the Su clan had the solar immortal physique method. Plus, it was the strongest, highest, and earliest method within all of the immortal physique methods. With such a method, she hoped that she could one day achieve the solar immortal physique just like their ancestor. This was a grand wish of the Heaven's Edge Su clan. Currently, she was a natural-born complete yang saint physique. This meant that she will never have the chance to cultivate a completed solar immortal physique. The complete yang saint physique at grand completion is my limit? Li Qiye shook his head and said, not necessarily. The complete yang saint physique still cannot escape the word yang. The physique was simply given birth by the fusion between the solar immortal physique and the heavenly devil physique. The complete yang saint physique is 9 parts yang and 1 part yin, and yang was born from yin. As long as the immortal physique method is strong enough, the complete yang saint physique could still become the extreme light immortal physique. The extreme light immortal physique was one of the two extreme yang immortal physiques, along with the solar immortal physique. Su Yonghuang couldn't help but ask, what type of immortal physique method would allow for it to become the extreme light immortal physique? The strongest, the highest, and the earliest immortal physique method. Hearing this, Su Yonghuang's heart was shaking. The strongest, highest, and earliest immortal physique method could only come from the physique scripture, but there was no one in this world who knew where it was. How their Su clan and immortal Emperor Min Ren obtained the solar immortal physique was not written down. However, they do know that their physique method was the strongest, highest, and earliest method from the physique scripture. This was a highly guarded secret. Outside of the direct descendant, no one else knew that their method came from the scripture. In reality, the Dark Crow, Li Chia, passed down the God of War formula along with the solar immortal physique to Su Ru, but Su Ru made a vow to never reveal the Dark Crow or the physique scripture to her descendants. After a long time, Su Yonghuang looked at Li Chia and said, I do not know your history nor origin, but after today, I trust in your abilities. If you drive the cleansing incense ancient sect, I trust that there will finally be a day of revitalization, and the will of my ancestors will not be destroyed. The sect master's seat will be passed on to you since you are the most suitable candidate. Passing the seat to me? Li Chia was a bit surprised. Su Yonghuang smiled, and she elegantly said while looking at Li Chia, the elders do not willing serve me when I am the sect master, I know this in my heart. If this sect was not founded by my own ancestor, I wouldn't be willing to be involved in this muddy water. Revitalizing the cleansing incense ancient sect, such an easy thing to say. Letting a little 13-year-old girl at that time to become the new sect master. This was an impossible matter. If Elder Su didn't think that I could successfully cultivate the solar immortal physique and let me become the sect master, I wouldn't have stayed behind. Su Yonghuang's words were very candid and direct. Finished speaking, she paused for a moment and stared at Li Chia, then she continued, today, there is a successor to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Plus, I do need to go back to the Heaven's Edge Su clan. You and your ancestral grandmother, Li Chia almost blurted something out, but then he shut his mouth. Chapter 96, Su Yonghuang gave Li Chia a strange look and asked when she heard him trying to speak, what are you talking about? Li Chia closed his mouth and shook his head, it's nothing. Earlier, he almost blurted out that she and her ancestral grandmother, Su Ru, was very similar. Not only because her eyes were just like Su Ru's, but because her self-sacrificing dedication was also the same. A 13-year-old little girl born in the Heaven's Edge Su clan becoming the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This was such a difficult matter. One has to know that the sect was in decline and the Heaven's Edge Su clan was countless times better than it was today. That year, when the cleansing incense ancient sect's imposing presence ruled over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, this type of brilliant prestige and power had nothing to do with the Su clan. They were only a hidden family in one corner of the world. But today, when the sect is now in decline, as the descendant of the Su clan, she was willing to step up in order to revitalize the cleansing incense ancient sect. A 13-year-old girl that was not welcomed by the elders of the sect still chose to come. This was all simply because the cleansing incense ancient sect was created in the hands of her ancestor, immortal Emperor Min Ren. Li Chia's heart couldn't help but heavily sigh. Remembering the past made his mind weary. This matter he was reluctant to mention. I will make it clear with Elder Gu's group. Tomorrow, I will pass the seat to you. Su Yonghuang was direct and straightforward from her heart. Regarding the sect master position of the cleansing incense ancient sect, she didn't covet it. Tu Buyu stood silently behind her and only lightly sighed without saying anything. Li Chia smiled and shook his head, you are wrong regarding this matter. You are the descendant of immortal Emperor Min Ren, there is no one more suitable than you for this position. Moreover, if you are the descendant of Min Ren, revitalizing the cleansing incense ancient sect, to be exact, is your responsibility, not mine. Don't you think so? So to speak, you are still the sect master and I am still the disciple. As for Elder Gu's group, I believe that sooner or later, they will start to trust you. Su Yonghuang stared at Li Qiye for a while. In the end, she didn't say anything. She stood up and left, but without a doubt, she has agreed to stay. When Su Yonghuang was about to leave, Li Qiye couldn't help but ask one question: on the Dragon Head's raising day, does your Su clan still hold a great honoring ceremony? Su Yonghuang, who was about to leave, heard this question and her body visibly shook. She turned around and gazed at Li Qiye. How did you know of this matter? I calculated with my fingers. Li Qiye lamented with a sigh. Even though Su Yonghuang didn't answer, he already knew. The Dragon Head's raising day was the birthday of immortal Emperor Min Ren, but even the children of the Su clan didn't know this. Although Su Ru left Min Ren's camp in the end and went far away and never saw Min Ren again, she still was very much in love with him. This matter always left Li Qiye ashamed because he persuaded Su Ru to follow Min Ren that year. Unfortunately, there was such a result in the end. Su Yonghuang turned around and left, but before exiting the door, Su Yonghuang suddenly turned around and said, I don't know where you are from, but since you made me stay behind, do not forget one thing: you are my disciple. She then gently flew away. After Su Yonghuang's departure, Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. At least, regarding this part, she was not like her ancestral grandmother, Su Ru. Tu Buyu kindly asked, older brother, may I leave as well? He, this more than 1,000-year-old monster, kept on calling Li Qiye older brother, time and time again, yet there wasn't even a hint of awkwardness. This was truly impressive. Li Qiye gave him a stern glance and said, you created such a mess of a situation and wanted me to fix it for you in the end. You, as my little brother, in the future will go where I point you to. If I say east, you wouldn't dare to go west, right? Tu Buyu was not a bit angry, and he amiably smiled and said, older brother, you cannot blame me for this matter. The truth is that the group of the previous sect master brought on this messy situation. I am only a disciple and was merely an errand boy. Doing all of this was hard work. Li Qiye glared at him, but he had no way of controlling this old fox. Tu Buyu had just left. Soon after, the group of Gu Taizhou couldn't wait any longer and ran inside. Seeing Li Qiye, elder son immediately asked, how was it? What did you negotiate about? What negotiation? Li Qiye slowly spoke, the evil-infested ridge, we will carefully discuss it again. The evil-infested ridge can wait. Elder Qian gravely said, in my opinion, we should be talking about the sect master's seat. My opinion is that you should now take over and become the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. At the moment of the Reformation, we will first stabilize the trust of the disciples and then build a stronger morale. I feel that this makes a lot of sense. Elder Wu added, the sect master was always outside of the sect and does not have high prestige within the sect. She is not the person the public wants. Our grand reformation requires a stable morale. At this moment, if the sect master's seat was passed on to you, nothing could be better. You becoming the sect master is completely justified. Although the sect master will have to abdicate, she can still become an elder. We are just short of one at this moment. Elder Zhou also tried to persuade Li Qiye and said, there really isn't any other way. If the sect master was willing to abdicate, then let her become a supreme elder. Currently, our cleansing incense ancient sect doesn't have any supreme elders. This was not to say that the group of Elder Wu wanted to seize power. The current situation of the sect could be described as internally chaotic and externally surrounded by enemies. In order to reform and revitalize the sect, there absolutely must be someone that could perform miracles and lead them. Without a doubt, Li Qiye was the most appropriate candidate. Even though Su Yonghuang had been the sect master for a long period, she was always outside, her presence within the sect was very weak. Li Qiye calmly looked at Gu Taizhou and asked, "What is Elder Gu's opinion?" Gu Taizhou looked at them for a moment, then he bitterly said, "What can I do? That year, I helped the sect master take the position. Now, wanting the sect master to abdicate is also me. Am I not always used as a blade? That year, master used me as a blade, and now, all of you are also using me as a blade. It truly feels like I'm always playing the bad guy's role. Brother Gu, there is no other way. Inside the sect, regarding prestige and status, only you could personally wield the blade. Elder Son could only say this." Gu Taizhou was silent for a long time, but he eventually spoke with exasperation, "If it is truly for the sect, then I can only bear the infamy once again." Here, he looked at Li Qiye and said, "Qiye, what is your opinion on this? Let us do this, all of your elders should go back. Tomorrow, we will talk about this in the ancestral chamber." Li Qiye continued, "Elders said before that we still have a portrait of the patriarch in the sect. Tomorrow, bring it there as well." Li Qiye perplexed the elders for a moment. Eventually, they all nodded their heads and said their goodbyes. Only, First Elder Gu Taizhou was the last to leave. How was the ancient land? Gu Taizhou was concerned more than anyone else about the rise and fall of the sect. After Li Qiye's return, he didn't get the chance to ask about this matter. Li Qiye replied, "For the time being, it is difficult. We need more time. With our current situation, we can only let the ancient land matter slide. We need to deal with the evil-infested ridge first. This is extremely important to us." Gu Taizhou paused for a moment before he finally said, "However, the evil-infested ridge no longer belongs to our sect. One could say that the evil-infested ridge belongs to the whole world. Once it is opened, I'm afraid all of the famous sects in the Grand Middle Territory will come. At that time, will we still have the opportunity to enter the ridge?" As an elder, how could Gu Taizhou not want to recover the evil-infested ridge? However, the sect of today no longer had this power. In my perspective, the moment the ridge is opened, the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom will definitely come. And don't forget the different clans and powerful heritages, such as the Southern Heavenly Kingdom. Maybe, there is a chance that an invincible colossus such as the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom would also arrive. Gu Taizhou was not without anxiety. What do we have to compete against them? Rest assured, Elder. Li Qiye calmly said, "This time, I will personally lead the troops and go to the evil-infested ridge. Since it belonged to our sect, recovering it would only be a matter of time. Regarding this trip to the ridge, anyone who blocks my path will be killed without mercy." Gu Taizhou knew that Li Qiye was not being arrogant and mindless. However, he didn't exactly know Li Qiye's secret cards to compete with the Jiangzhou clan, the Southern Heavenly Kingdom, and even the monstrous Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. "Very well, we have decided on going to the evil-infested ridge. The moment it opens, we of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect will absolutely enter." Finally, Gu Taizhou also agreed with Li Qiye's approach. The next day, all 5 elders were gathered inside the ancestral chamber. There was also Li Qiye, Su Yonghuang, and Tu Buyu. The gathering of all the people made the atmosphere feel heavy, so Li Qiye was the first to speak. "Today, we will talk about the sect master's position." Under such a situation, the group of Elder Zhou was all silent. They were not eager to speak because forcing an abdication was not a glorious matter. Even though Su Yonghuang, as the sect master, was not something everyone welcomed, her sect master's seat was indeed legitimate. I know all of the elders and even the protectors and sectional leaders had some qualms towards the sect master. Li Qiye slowly spoke, "However, today, this is the time when the sect master needs to accept her ancestry." The acceptance of ancestry? The elders were stunned for a moment. They thought that it would be a discussion of the sect master's position as well as forcing Su Yonghuang to abdicate. Correct. This is the moment when the sect master should accept her ancestry. Li Qiye stood up and solemnly said, "Our sect master, Su Yonghuang, is the descendant of the patriarch, immortal Emperor Min Ren." What? The news had just come out, but it shocked all of the elders. Chapter 97, This matter is impossible, this news was too shocking. To the elders, they didn't dare to believe it. Elder Wu stood up and said, "The patriarch never married his whole life, how could he have descendants?" Elder Qian couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, this can't be a possibility." The sect's official record had never mentioned the patriarch's future descendants. This truth is absolute. Tu Buyu, who was standing behind Su Yonghuang, said, "Under the trust of the elders, I left the sect in order to find the patriarch's descendants." Although the sect's official record never wrote it down, within a few anecdotes and writings, certain clues were still left behind. Here, Tu Buyu looked at Elder Gu and continued, "Elder Gu, around 1,600 years ago, do you remember having the chance to meet Grandpa Lu? At that moment, you came with the previous sect master. At that time, it was not just Grandpa Lu, I was also present." Gu Taizhou stared at Tu Buyu. After a while, he suddenly stood up and emotionally exclaimed, "Yo, you were the teen that year that helped Grandpa Lu stand up." Elder Gu still didn't forget. Tu Buyu nodded his head and said, "Correct, I was an honorary disciple of Grandpa Lu. At that moment, I carried a great responsibility, so my name was not recorded amongst the listings of the sect's disciples." Grandpa Lu, which Grandpa Lu? The elders were all shaking because inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, there was only one person called Grandpa Lu. Gu Taizhou gently sighed. He finally sat down and said, "Grandpa Lu was the #1 bulwark of our cleansing incense ancient sect, Ancestor Lu Sanjian." Ancestor Lu Sanjian. These words uttered from the mouth of Gu Taizhou greatly shook the expressions of the nearby elders. After Mu Shaodi, Lu Sanjian was the most famous in the sect as the #1 bulwark. That year when the heavenly god sect fought against the cleansing incense ancient sect, Lu Sanjian was the one in power. Ancestor Lu is still alive. This news was incredibly shocking to the seated elders. Elder Qian was at a loss for words because if Ancestor Lu was still alive, this meant that the sect still had a character that could compete with the heavenly god sect's ancestor. That was the last time I saw Grandpa Lu. Gu Taizhou shook his head and said, "At that moment, I didn't know that Grandpa Lu was indeed Ancestor Lu. I was still young back then and had never seen Grandpa Lu before. At that time, I followed Master to visit respectable Grandpa. However, at that moment, Grandpa Lu's situation was not very optimistic. His old wound was troubling him and needed help to even sit or stand. After that one time, I never met Grandpa Lu again." At this point, all of the elders were looking at Tu Buyu. Tu Buyu was a disciple of Lu Sanjian, even though he was just an honorary one, his status at the cleansing incense ancient sect was still higher than the group of Elder Gu. The truth is, that was also the last time I had met Master. After that, I never saw respectable Grandpa again. Hearing this, the elders became dejected. Without a doubt, Ancestor Lu Sanjian was no longer in this world. Tu Buyu spoke, "The fight 30,000 years ago, we suffered extremely heavy losses. Inadvertently, Grandpa Lu found out that the patriarch did have some descendants. I just so happened to become the disciple of Grandpa Lu, and under his grim situation, he ordered me to find the patriarch's descendants. Because the clues were extremely limited, I had always wandered outside. Due to my responsibility, I never spoke to anyone about this matter and was not in the disciples' listings, I only directly contacted the previous sect master. Elder Gu must have met me a couple of times." Gu Taizhou nodded his head. He thought that Tu Buyu was a messenger disciple, responsible for liaison with the outside. Also, because Tu Buyu was very young back then when he came back to the sect, he only knew Tu Buyu was a disciple but he was not aware of Tu Buyu's particular responsibilities. Tu Buyu said to all of the elders present, in order to find the descendants of the patriarch, I traveled outside as a nomad for more than 1,000 years. Time did not betray a sincere heart. In the end, I finally found the patriarch's descendant. The elders looked at each other as Elder Zhou finally asked, how do we prove that the sect master is the descendant of the patriarch? Tu Buyu's identity was not a problem, but how could they prove that Su Yonghuang was a descendant of the patriarch? This matter was the most important thing, after all. The descendant of the ancestor and the acceptance of ancestry, I was told by the patriarch in my dreams. Finally, Li Qiye said, which is why I requested for the elders to bring the portrait of the patriarch. The elders glanced at each other and finally, First Elder Gu Taizhou, very solemnly, took out an ancient crumbling wooden box. With both of his hands, he respectfully carried this wooden box. The empress was the godly General Su who had followed the patriarch her whole life. Her contributions towards the establishment of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom was inerasable. After the patriarch shouldered the heaven's will, because she didn't want to hinder his step towards the apex and aspiration for immortality, the empress brought the descendants of the patriarch to a secluded location and left the patriarch. At this moment, Li Qiye respectfully said, the world remained oblivious to this matter, and so did the sect. It was until last night when the patriarch told me in my dreams. That year, he failed to give Su Ru an official title. Su Ru exerted numerous efforts throughout her whole life and had to live in seclusion, away from the rest of the world, and in the end, she never asked for official titles nor merit rewards. As the Dark Crow that year, this matter was something that was aching in his heart. Today, he borrowed this scheme in order to give Su Ru a proper title. Even though it was already too late, at the very least, it could allow for Su Ru's descendant to accept her ancestry. Li Qiye's words caused the elders to look at each other. In the end, Elder Gu seriously nodded his head and said, I have read about the historical past of the patriarch. That year, the patriarch's godly General Su was a peerless female general. She was the earliest to join the patriarch. When he was still young, she had already followed him. After the patriarch shouldered the heaven's will, all of the generals were given titles except for godly General Su. Afterward, there were not many documents about war god Su and her whereabouts were unknown. So it was because godly General Su was the empress. Li Qiye slowly said, this matter is only words without evidence. Since the elders said that we have a portrait of the ancestor, we could immediately compare to see if the sect master is the descendant or not. The portrait was personally drawn by the patriarch, so it has hidden emperor power and immortal intent. The sect master could use her blood to test the family's blood bond. Hearing Li Qiye's words, the elders were in astonishment. Why didn't they think about this? Finally, under the respectful care of Gu Taizhou, the ancient box was opened, a portrait was taken out. This portrait was extremely dated, the number of moons it had been passed under was unknown. The moment the portrait was unraveled, a loud noise occurred. The emperor's aura furiously flew out from the portrait. This aura only belonged to immortal emperors. One could see a middle-aged man within the portrait. Even though there were not many strokes and inks, the few lines alone were enough to outline his peerless invincibility. The emperor's aura was emitted like the waves from the portrait. Even though this emperor's aura had not suppressed anyone, at the moment, this aura was flowing in the air and it caused the souls to shiver. Others couldn't help but worship in awe. This was a fear and respect from the deepest part of the soul. Witnessing the appearance and feeling the aura of the patriarch, the elders held it with utmost devotion and reverence. They compared the face of the patriarch to that of Su Yonghuang. Su Yonghuang was an extremely beautiful woman. Without the portrait for a meticulous comparison, it was truly difficult to think about immortal Emperor Min Ren when seeing her. Li Qiye was the one who saw Min Ren the most. He saw, with own eyes, the development of Min Ren. So, the first time he met Su Yonghuang, his mind was slightly moved because he immediately knew her origin. This, too similar, especially the eyebrows. The charm of these eyebrows, it is truly too similar to the ancestor. It's as if they are from the same mold. Carefully comparing, the elders were left incredibly aghast, especially the sword-like eyebrows of Su Yonghuang. They were identical to Min Ren's. This was also the thing that left the deepest impression for Li Qie. Su Yonghuang's eyes were similar to Su Ru, but the charm of the eyebrows was just like immortal Emperor Min Ren. At this moment, Li Qie slowly spoke, "Sect Master can drop her blood to accept the family bond. This is the portrait painted personally by the Patriarch. He had told me in my dreams that if Sect Master is indeed his descendant, then she can obtain the acceptance of the Emperor power and immortal intent." Su Yonghuang peeked at Li Qie. In fact, she essentially didn't believe Li Qie regarding the dream instruction of the Patriarch, but outside of this, what could make Li Qie so aware of the matters regarding Min Ren and the Heaven's Edge Su clan? Seeing the portrait of her ancestor, Su Yonghuang couldn't restrain her emotions any longer and her heart was excited. Her Su clan also had a portrait of Min Ren, but it was not drawn by Min Ren. Even though they were extremely similar, it didn't have the Emperor's aura. This aura could only be drawn by immortal emperors. Finally, Su Yonghuang pricked her finger and a drop of blood fell onto the portrait. In a flash, this blood was absorbed by the portrait. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the Emperor power and immortal intent ferociously exploded. There was a shadow coming out from the portrait. The moment this shadow came into being, it subjugated the 9 heavens and 10 worlds and swept through the gods and devils. This invincible shadow's frightening aura rushed into the world. Under this godly presence, the sun and the moon were without lights and the heaven and earth lost all of their brilliant colors. Within this second, countless grand characters of the Grand Middle Territory were alarmed when they felt this invincible Emperor's aura that came and went in a flash. Emperor's aura, countless ancient beings opened their 2 eyes, but this Emperor's aura disappeared too quickly, making it impossible for others to pinpoint. As for the cleansing incense ancient sect, as the aura swept by, all of the disciples were left lying under the suppression of the aura. Inside the ancestral chamber, the elders were lying down on the ground. Under this power, they could not be disrespectful. Chapter 98. At this time, the only one that wasn't affected was Li Qie. Li Qie watched this invincible shadow and didn't say anything. The invincible shadow stared at Su Yonghuang for a while, then looked at Li Qie for an even longer period. Finally, everything turned into a soft sigh. The invincible shadow dissipated into Emperor's power and immortal intent and went back inside the portrait. Feeling the ancestor's presence, Su Yonghuang became excited and emotional. This was the first time she was so close to her ancestor. A long time after the aura disappeared, the elders could finally stand up, still stricken with fear. This scene, to them, was truly too shattering. This was the Patriarch's spirit coming back. Ah! The heavens will not destroy our cleansing incense ancient sect. Elder Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, "The descendant of the Patriarch is back and Li Qie has his protection, our sect will definitely rise." At this moment, the elders were excited with manly tears in their eyes. The Patriarch's spirit showing up shone a sliver of hope for the declining sect. The Emperor's power and immortal intent that turned into an invincible shadow. This was a summon by the blood of Su Yonghuang. The shadow personally looked at Su Yonghuang. Without a doubt, Su Yonghuang was a descendant of immortal Emperor Min Ren. However, his spirit didn't stop there. He personally looked at Su Yonghuang and this was proof of her identity. What was more important was that the Patriarch stared silently at Li Qie for a long time. Without a doubt, this was because the Patriarch highly valued Li Qie. He was the selected hero for the revitalization of the sect. Of course, the elders didn't know that the Emperor's shadow of Min Ren silently stared at Li Qie for a different reason. Even though in this life, Li Qie was no longer the Dark Crow, his true fate and soul were still the same. The Emperor's power and immortal intent naturally could recognize it. Finally, the elders bowed to Su Yonghuang. Led by Gu Taizhou, they said, "We were foolish and didn't know that the sect master was the descendant of the patriarch. We have offended you before and we beg for forgiveness." Su Yonghuang slightly nodded and said, "Elders are too kind. That year, I was only a 13-year-old little girl. To be able to take the sect master's seat was due to the contributions of the elders, especially Elder Gu. That year, we were unfair towards you. Because the situation of the sect was not stable at that time, I couldn't publicly reveal my identity. The matters of that year is now all in the past. Everyone was just doing their best for the sect." Elder Gu recalled the past and said, "Today, with the return of the sect master and with Li Qie, who is protected by the patriarch, all of us are of one heart with the aim of revitalizing the cleansing incense ancient sect." Su Yonghuang nodded her head. As a descendant of an immortal emperor, her elegant and royal aura was completely natural. Li Qie happily smiled. "Today, we will discuss the second matter, which is the evil-infested ridge." The appearance of the patriarch's spirit made the elders excited. However, because Li Qie brought up the evil-infested ridge, the atmosphere became more serious. "I have decided that this time, we will bring the younger generation of disciples into the evil-infested ridge. There will be 3 groups. The first will be the disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak. Even though their time in the sect was short and their cultivations are shallow, this is the best time to sharpen them. Another group will be led by Chu Daily. This group can be considered the elite force of our sect in the future, so they need to be trained even more. The last group, I think, would be from the second generation, consisting of disciples of a relatively young age and some sectional leaders." Here, Li Qie stared at all the seated elders and said, "Entering the evil-infested ridge, this time, is not only for us to harvest treasures, but also to devilishly hone our disciples." Elder Sun worriedly said, "I'm afraid all of the big sects and nations of the Grand Middle Territory will come. How will we compete for the spots? Plus, the evil-infested ridge is extremely dangerous. With the power of our disciples, I'm afraid they will only go to accept their deaths." "Spots?" Li Qie smiled and nonchalantly said, "Our spots are not decided by others. When I say we can go, we can definitely go. Whoever blocks my path, kill without mercy." Li Qie's calm tone painted a bloody scenery. This invincible and domineering aura moved the elders. Even though Li Qie's cultivation was shallow, the elders did not think that he was arrogant. Li Qie was the chosen hero of the sect, who could block his peerless Grand Dao. Of course, the group of Elder Gu was too superstitious with the protection of the patriarch. From their perspectives, with the protection of an immortal emperor, who could block his path? Naturally, they didn't know that Li Qie simply didn't need the protection of the patriarch. At this moment, Su Yonghuang said, "Entering the evil-infested ridge. I, along with my disciples, will also come with you." A moment later, she summoned a group of disciples. These disciples were very young. The oldest was only around the age of a sectional leader. These disciples were the ones that Su Yonghuang took away that year. Plus, there were also a few sectional leaders. Good seeds. Seeing this group of disciples, Gu Taizhou couldn't help but loudly praise. These disciples were stronger than the elites of the sect and could even catch up to the protectors. What shocked the elders was that with just 10 years, Su Yonghuang turned these disciples into experts with the strength of protectors. Truly amazing. This group of disciples was cultivated using the Su clan's resources. She didn't ask for any treasures nor medicines from the cleansing incense ancient sect. War God Su's formation. Very good, this type of group is best suited for a large battlefield. Li Qie's eyes were much sharper than the elders. Observing these disciples, he immediately knew how they were groomed. When it came to training disciples, Li Qie was a grand master that no one could compare with. Su Yonghuang was surprised and stared at Li Qie. This group was the ace card for her to revitalize the sect, but Li Qie could see the truth within. With such a mysterious ability, Li Qie truly did not seem like a 14-year-old boy. War God Su's formation. Gu Taizhou was moved and said, I heard that under the Patriarch that year, there was such a troop, they couldn't be stopped by anything. Could it be that this group was trained under the same method as that year? Correct. Su Yonghuang didn't say anything. Li Qie already nodded his head. This indeed has the characteristics of the war god Su's formation that year. Currently, the only flaw is that it is missing a formation array or a formation station. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. How do you know? Su Yonghuang's expression shifted. This group was personally taught by her. She naturally knew their flaws, but at this moment, Li Qie was able to see them. How could she not be surprised? Li Qie smiled and calmly said, I calculated with my fingers, and then I knew it with clarity in my mind. That year when Su Ru was leading this troop, it came from his hand. How could he not know the strengths and weaknesses of the war god Su's formation? Su Yonghuang angrily stared at Li Qie. Her gaze seemingly wanted to penetrate Li Qie, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see through him. Seeing the cold atmosphere between the master and disciple, Gu Taizhou busily coughed and mediated, with this team coming along, nothing could be better. For safety reasons, I will also go and bring along the portrait of the Patriarch, just in case. Li Qie smiled and said, this troop does not need to go. Even though it is lacking a formation array or a formation station, this troop is versed in both offense and defense. For now, order them to create a battle station in the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. They only just returned, so they should get used to the sect. In the future, when the storm comes, maybe they will need to uphold one direction by themselves. Fine. Seeing Li Qie's confidence, Su Yonghuang also agreed and nodded her head. Elder Gu definitely has to go, the disciples need your leadership. Then, Li Qie stared at Tu Buyu and said, this time, I'm afraid the sect will be empty. It needs sect master to stay behind and protect it. However, little brother Tu cannot be lazy. You need to exert your strength this time, so you will go along with Elder Gu. Tu Buyu's identity was very special. At the sect, as the honorary disciple of Lu Sanjian, his status was even higher than the group of Elder Gu. However, he unknowingly became the disciple of Su Yonghuang. This identity was complex and became a mess. Normally, the group of Elder Gu could not command Tu Buyu, but only Li Qie didn't care and still called him little brother. As long as it is your command. Tu Buyu graciously smiled. This situation silenced the elders. Tu Buyu's identity was too complex and caused them to be a bit embarrassed. Tu Buyu was both the disciple of Su Yonghuang and Lu Sanjian. In principle, this would make Su Yonghuang the same generation as Lu Sanjian. However, since Lu Sanjian was no longer here, no one had the status to fix these messy relations. Finally, Li Qie stretched his body and smilingly said, good, then it is decided. Everyone go prepare, the evil-infested ridge will be the first battlefield of our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The phrase was uttered in such an ordinary manner, but when it came from Li Qie, it carried a heroic air that encompassed the whole sky, 10 parts domineering. The time was near for the opening of the evil-infested ridge. This news quickly spread throughout the Grand Middle Territory. Even the 100 cities in the east, chained earth in the south, desolate wasteland in the west, and limitless land in the north all had big sects that received this news. In fact, there were many big sects and powerful nations that had earlier calculated the date for the opening of the evil-infested ridge because it would open once every 100 years. The time was near 100 years, so the date was drawing close. Many sects and nations were adequately prepared, especially the powers within the Grand Middle Territory. They were very anxious about this event. For everyone, the opening of the ridge meant that there would be a huge amount of spirit medicines and Dan herbs, godly ores and treasure metals, and even the magical runes of the heavenly beasts Grand Tao, longevity wheels of longevity spirits, longevity bloods. It meant that the season of harvest has arrived. Chapter 99. The evil-infested ridge was a land of treasures in the eyes of many powerful sects and nations. This place had an abundance of godly ores, a plethora of spirit medicines and dan herbs, and was accompanied by the roars of heavenly beasts and groups of longevity spirits. Even though in the legends, the evil-infested ridge was far away from the forbidden burials or ancient earths, it was still a rare ground with treasures and riches. No one could clearly speak of the exact origin of the evil-infested ridge. Some said that it was a natural ground. Some described it as a land that came from another world. Some also said that it was a place of the gods. 30,000 years ago, until their loss at the hands of the heavenly god sect, the evil-infested ridge belonged to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even though they managed to keep their ancestral land, they couldn't hold on to the evil-infested ridge. That year, the ridge was the hunting ground for the cleansing incense ancient sect. No one dared to trespass. Even though there was an abundance of treasures that caused the mouths of others to become watery, no one dared to have any intentions against the sect. The defeat of the sect caused the evil-infested ridge to be a place without an owner. Even though the heavenly god sect was the victor, all of the grand sects and nations in the entire Grand Middle Territory were interested in the ridge. This was why the heavenly god sect didn't dare to own the ridge alone and had to share it with the rest of the world. Certain grand characters calculated that the opening of the evil-infested ridge would happen up to 1 year at the latest and within 3 months at the shortest. Thus, at this moment, all of the experienced big sects and nations clamored to send their disciples on their way to the evil-infested ridge, to see whether they would be fortunate enough to seize the treasures in the legends. As for the hosting country, the heavenly jewel kingdom also sent their disciples earlier and camped at the entrance to the evil-infested ridge. Besides greeting the disciples from the grand sects and powerful nations from the 8 directions of the Grand Middle Territories, they were also responsible for determining whether certain sects and cultivators had the qualifications to enter. Even though the saying was that the evil-infested ridge was for the world to share, in reality, the sects that could enter the ridge were all grand sects and powerful nations, or a renowned tyrant of one direction. As for the small sects or ordinary cultivators, they wouldn't expect to qualify to enter the evil-infested ridge. The evil-infested ridge was actually not far from the cleansing incense ancient sect. At most, it was only 100,000 miles. If the old boundary of the cleansing incense ancient sect resembled a sea snail, then the current sect would be located at its tail and the evil-infested ridge would be at its mouth. They had to pass through the sect's ancient land. Calculating the date a little bit, the time until the opening drew closer. Li Qie wanted to leave early for the ridge and wait for the opening date. All of the chosen disciples were waiting. At this point, Niufen quickly transformed into a giant snail. Because there were many disciples going, Niufen's body became even larger, like a giant mountain. Looking at this enormous snail, all of the disciples were dumbfounded. During their time growing up, this was still their first time seeing such an enormous snail. Begin. With Li Qie's command, Niufen carried all of the disciples of the sect towards the evil-infested ridge up ahead. The disciples sitting on the snail enjoyed this fresh and exciting experience. There were around 1,000 disciples coming along with Li Qie this time. Outside of the 300 disciples from the cleansing Jade Peak, Chu Daily and Protector Mo also led a group along with Tu Buyu and First Elder Gu Taizhou. The other 4 elders stayed behind to protect the sect. As Li Qie's maid, Li Shuangyan also came along. She was also a main part of Li Qie's power, so he had to bring her along. As for Nan Huiran, as Li Qie's errand boy, he naturally wanted to come along. Nan Huiran was completely loyal, so if there were any spoils, Li Qie wouldn't forget about his share. In reality, before the cleansing incense ancient sects group began their journey, there were people already stationed at the entrance of the evil-infested ridge. The entrance was a huge horizontal ridge. It was like a giant dragon lying on the earth, as if it was a separator between the heaven and earth. This entrance was in front of the ridge that ranged many million miles long. The moment one stood on top of the ridge to overlook all of the directions, it gave the feeling that the whole world was small in comparison. The door was at the highest peak in this region, extremely magnificent. Of course, this was only the entrance, the true evil-infested ridge was bigger than one ever could imagine. At the first checkpoint of the ridge, there was a team sent by the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. This vanguard was meant to welcome the disciples from the Grand Sects as the host, but they also determined who had the qualifications to enter. The vanguard group of the Heavenly God sect was personally led by Zhen Wei-ho. Zhen Wei-ho was a royal noble of the previous generation, just like Zi Shan-ho. What was worth mentioning was that Zhen Wei-ho's clan had a good relationship with the Dong clan. At the same time, Zhen Wei-ho's personal relationship with Dong Xinglong was very good. The moment the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's troops were stationed at the ridge, many cultivators had heard of the news. Especially the cultivators without a sect and weaker ones, they had come early and watched from a far distance. These sectless cultivators, along with weaker ones, absolutely didn't have the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge. However, they still wanted to watch the situation and take advantage if the opportunity arose, maybe they could even sneak inside the ridge. If not, they could use this chance to observe the grand characters of the big sects and strong nations for a little bit. There was even a chance to watch the auras of enlightened beings and ancient saints, this would then be a worthwhile trip. After the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's vanguard had stationed at the entrance, these sectless cultivators knew to stay far away. They were not dumb enough to oppose a giant monster such as the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. Hun Yuanho has arrived. Not long after Zhen Wei-ho finished his encampment, there was another royal noble who arrived by riding a dragon horse. This royal noble only had 3 to 5 followers, but he possessed a powerful primordial blood energy that caused weaker cultivators to lose their colors. Witnessing the arrival of Hun Yuanho from afar, many cultivators spoke with admiration. Hun Yuanho is quite hard to judge, was only bestowed the title Royal Noble for not more than 50 years, yet he already obtained the Mortal King's special permission to have the qualification in entering the evil-infested ridge. Zhen Wei-ho, as the host, simply clasped his hands together to greet the arrival of Hun Yuanho and didn't prepare any special arrangement for him. Hun Yuanho, in front of Zhen Wei-ho, was also very careful and arranged everything himself. Then, there were many other royal nobles from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, with the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge, who also arrived one after another. However, within their own groups, only one royal noble could actually enter. The Violet Cloud sect has arrived. As the day went on, there were many disciples from the big sects and powerful nations outside of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom that arrived. The Violet Cloud sect arrived from a rainbow in the sky, spanning across the ridge. After the disciples of the Violet Cloud sect had arrived, Zhen Wei-ho ordered some disciples to greet them. The disciples of the Violet Cloud sect are all extraordinary and had purple energy. A wise man would notice that the majority of these disciples had stepped into the heaven's primal realm. For the younger generation, to be able to reach the heaven's primal realm was an excellent achievement. Especially when 10 years ago, it was still during the difficult Tao era. With the lack of heaven's will and how the world's essence was dried up, it made cultivation extremely difficult. A person movingly said, "The Flying Dragon Lake has also arrived, very hot stuff." I heard that this time, the Flying Dragon Lake was personally led by its young master. Rumor has it that the young master of Flying Dragon was a giant python that cultivated into a demon, and there was even a chance for him to become Demon King in the future. The arrival of the Flying Dragon Lake carried the roar of a dragon. One giant dragon spanned across the sky and carried 100 disciples, they were all extraordinarily talented. However, the disciples of the Flying Dragon Lake were all demons versed in the Tao and had different appearances. Some had a human body but the head of a hawk, some had ox horns, and some at the back had human heads on a bird's body. Seeing the arrival of new countries along with big sects, a few inexperienced cultivators didn't know the reasons and curiously asked, "How come there are no ancient saints arriving?" An older cultivator said, "There is something you aren't aware of." The old legends had it that the evil-infested ridge was a place to train the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It was meant to be a hellish training ground and only awarded to the younger generations, so only cultivators under the ancient saint realm could enter. Otherwise, any higher cultivators would be suppressed by immortal power. An even more experienced cultivator gently shook his head and explained, "Ancient saints will not easily appear at the moment. The difficult Tao era made everyone suffer for a long 30,000 years. The majority of grand characters above the enlightened being level were all accomplished before the last 30,000 years. Within these 30,000 years, no matter if they were ancient saints or heavenly kings, their cultivations were stuck at the same place, so new ancient saints within the last era could be counted on one's fingers. Therefore, all of the ancient saints from 30,000 years ago are either dead from old age, or they forcibly froze their lifespan and are reluctant to go outside. Legends had it that 30,000 years ago, the Black Dragon King suddenly became furious and fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong, wanting to rob the heavens that was shouldered by him. This battle was murderous to the point where the gods were crying and the devils were lamenting. In the end, the heavens was ripped apart. After this, the world's energy dried up and this became the hardest 30,000 years for cultivators. During such hard times, many great characters that had reached enlightened being an ancient saint couldn't take another half step forward because of the dried up world's essence, so their cultivation remained at the same place. This era caused countless enlightened beings and ancient saints to die from old age. The ones that managed to escape this fate all froze their lifespan and went into mortal isolation and didn't dare to appear in the world. Ho is indeed a title, with all of these house appearing. Ho meaning noble or marquis and are given by the mortal king. Hun Yuan equals primordial. Mortal isolation equals a cultivation session that will determine whether you live or die. Also, this is an explanation of why the cleansing incense ancient sect's elders are all stuck at royal noble and below, even if their aptitudes were limited. Chapter 100. This tough era had only ended 10 years ago. So many geniuses ended their path at the enlightened being realm. To be able to reach the ancient saint realm would mean that the person was a peerless talent. In these last 30,000 years, countless geniuses lamented being born into the wrong generation. Boom! Boom! A thunderous roar resounded in the sky. Suddenly, there was a group of cavalry riding the air, their godly stallions underneath them moved like lightning as they trampled the empty space, traveling several hundred miles in just a second. This cavalry that came from the sky left behind streams of shadows due to their magnificent speed. Nay, after a long neigh, the cavalry, like a wave of torrential steel, suddenly stopped on top of the cliffs. There were almost 1,000 riders, but their formations were extremely organized. It was as natural as the flowing waters and floating clouds. This cavalry squad was clad in the same pure color of iron armor as if they had just returned from a battlefield. The squad's disciples were chilling with killing intent. The whole team was cold and heartless with a murderous aura that filled the sky and rendered others to be unable to breathe. Everyone held their breaths thinking about the heaven-frightening power that was able to groom such a powerful iron cavalry. This had to be a powerful sect or nation. The Jiangzhou clan, seeing this scene, many people were shocked at witnessing a true ancient lineage. Even the Violet Cloud sect master couldn't help but mutter, "This generation of the Jiangzhou clan is definitely ferocious with wave after wave of talents, ah." Seeing such an ancient clan, the arrogant group of geniuses of the Flying Dragon Lake also lost their colors and didn't dare to provoke such an ancient existence. A serpent demon lord of the Dragon Flying Lake was extremely dreadful and murmured, "The Jiangzhou clan, an existence that is even older than the cleansing incense ancient sect." The iron cavalry of the Jiangzhou clan was led by a young man. He was cold and emotionless. He was encompassed in a godly aura and his body was akin to a jade mountain, yet he was still able to jump down from his godly stallion with ease. Jiangzhou Ho, this person is extremely unfathomable. He's only around 20 years old but is already a marquis. Even an official royal noble, such as Hun Yuan Ho, was moved when he saw this young man. Seeing the Jiangzhou clan's arrival, Zhen Weiho didn't dare to be careless and personally welcomed them. The Jiangzhou clan, so extremely ancient. It was not only older than the cleansing incense ancient sect, but some even say that an extremely great virtuous monarch came from it, and he was a strong enemy of immortal Emperor Min Ren when he was younger. There were even rumors that the young immortal Emperor Min Ren had lost to him before. Virtuous monarch Jiangzhou. An old demon lord of the Flying Dragon Lake exclaimed, "I heard that he was a rival of immortal Emperor Min Ren during their younger days, but unfortunately, he still lost in the hands of immortal Emperor Min Ren in the end and couldn't shoulder the heaven's will." The other cultivators who were listening became astonished from finally realizing how frightening the Jiangzhou clan was. When Min Ren was younger, he could be described as peerless amongst his generation. Even though his origin was humble, he had swept through countless powerful enemies when he was younger. He even trespassed into forbidden burials and fought inside the ancient earth. Oh, what kind of invincible youth he was! However, the ancestor of the Jiangzhou clan was able to defeat the young Min Ren. This existence couldn't be underestimated. Virtuous monarch Jiangzhou, at that era, was indeed a young genius renowned throughout the mortal emperor world. Jiangzhou Ho, his presence is right behind his ancestor, virtuous monarch Jiangzhou. An older cultivator from the Violet Cloud sect mumbled, "I heard that the Jiangzhou clan has extremely high expectations of him and believe that he can definitely exceed his ancestor." The moment when the difficult Dao era had not yet ended, Jiangzhou Ho was already a great talent. Currently, there is a rumor that he has stepped into the royal noble realm. Many disciples from big sects and powerful nations came after the arrival of the Jiangzhou clan, but their prestige was lacking in comparison. The fact that the Jiangzhou clan still remained so relevant until now was indicative of their heavenly frightening power. The upper cliff of the ridge was filled with many cultivators that had started to set up their camp. Some had a treasure pavilion hovering in the sky with their disciples residing inside. Some had ancient giant ships as their temporary homes. There were also many cultivators on the ground that gathered in droves, just to discuss recent matters. However, cultivators that came to the evil-infested ridge were not just limited to these. In the sky, there would occasionally be cultivators that rode on their swords or eagles to arrive, and sometimes even a huge flying mountain would show up. There was a multitude of colorful and strange scenes. One could even say that people that arrived on the ground do not have the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge. In the end, for cultivators, reaching the heaven's mandate realm would allow for one to use flying treasures to fly. After reaching the heaven's primal realm, the cultivators could stomp on space to fly. A cultivator that isn't able to fly, this was enough to show how low their cultivation was. Cultivators or low-ranking sects like these essentially were not eligible to enter the ridge. Bang! 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 The moment when numerous cultivators were eagerly awaiting the arrival of bigger sects that came to join the party at the evil-infested ridge, the mountains and earth suddenly shook, as if there was an earth bull shaking its body. Many cultivators were scared to the point where they fled into the sky to avoid the tremors. A surprised cultivator wondered, "What is happening? Is the evil-infested ridge wanting to open?" However, very soon, many people found that it was not anything like that. At this moment, they saw a giant snail slowly crawl up the ridge. It was as big as a mountain. Seeing this giant snail, many people were dumbfounded. Many of them had not seen such a huge snail during their whole lives. What was even more surprising was that on top of the snail's back, there was a group of more than 1,000 people. Seeing how slow the snail was crawling up the ridge, many cultivators couldn't help but laugh. They had never seen such a funny matter before. "Fuck, you guys have legs yet don't know how to walk. All of you sitting on the snail's back, are you not afraid of crushing it to death?" A cultivator felt that this scene was too funny and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Another one loudly sneered towards the people sitting on the snail, your snail is crawling so slowly, do you want everyone to help push you up? Otherwise, what year will you all actually crawl up here? This caused another wave of laughter and the spectators all felt that this scene was too irrational. Of course, it was Li Qiye's group on the snail's back. With Niufan's speed, he could crawl up the ridge in a flash, but Li Qiye was just enjoying the surrounding scenery as he was filled with nostalgia. Facing wave after wave of laughter, Tu Buyu and Gu Taizhou could calmly sit there, but people with thin skin, like Luo Fenghua, couldn't do anything but smile mirthlessly with a hint of embarrassment. Li Qiye was also as calm as an ancient god, and he leisurely sat at the same place while he enjoyed his travel. He essentially didn't care about the laughter of the crowd. Riding this snail towards the top of the ridge was like riding a godly stallion in his own courtyard, comfortable and relaxing. When the snail was climbing up the hill, many cultivators from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom recognized the flag of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and said, "It is the people from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect." Seeing that it was the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, this caused many other cultivators to glance at each other in confusion. 30,000 years ago, this was a territory of this sect. During those years, who dared to gather at this place? Today, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was declining. Not only could the world congregate at this spot, but the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, as the previous owner, had long lost the qualifications to enter the ridge. After the war 30,000 years ago, the Heavenly God sect did not allow the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect to be involved with the ridge. In reality, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect no longer had the power to encroach near the ridge. However, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect had arrived today and caused many cultivators to be perplexed. This meant that there would be a conflict between them and the Heavenly God sect, along with the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. A few lineages from within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom were secretly alarmed because not long before this, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect had executed Dong Xinglong and Zhen Weihou. They even arrogantly destroyed the mortal king's will. This set off a huge storm, and everyone thought that the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect didn't care for the face of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. However, the Nine Saint Demon Gate took a step and settled this matter. Still, this matter had not passed for too long yet. The Cleansing Incense Ancient sect was now arriving at the ridge. Wasn't this making things difficult for the Heavenly God sect? Sitting on Niufan's back, Li Qiye looked through the ancient stone entrance at the edge of the cliff and couldn't help but become emotional. Stop! At this time, a loud and deafening yell rang in the air. Zhen Weihou brought a team to block the path and angrily exclaimed, "Gu Taizhou, this path is blocked." At this moment, Zhen Weihou's anger reached the heavens, and he didn't hold back his royal noble aura. It furiously rolled forward, wanting to suppress the disciples of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. Why is it blocked? Gu Taizhou stood up and glared at Zhen Weihou. Zhen Weihou glowered back at Gu Taizhou. Him and Dong Xinglong had a great personal relationship, but Dong Xinglong was executed by the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. How could he not be vengeful towards this sect? If it wasn't for the order from the mortal king, he would have claimed justice for Dong Xinglong. A tiny sect like your Cleansing Incense Ancient sect dares to come to this place. Zhen Weihou coldly scowled and contemptuously said, "Your Cleansing Incense Ancient sect does not have the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge." That's right, the evil-infested ridge no longer belongs to your sect. Roll back however far you came from and don't look for trouble. Men from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom started to sneer. From start to finish, Li Qiye never looked at Zhen Weihou. He only calmly said, "The places I want to go, there is still no one that could stop me. Elder Gu, make him roll." A rank within virtuous paragon. Chapter 101, Li Qiye's words suddenly made the people on the ridge change their expressions. Marquis of Suppressive Might was a previous generation royal noble of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and had a very high status. Plus, his cultivation was at the peak of royal nobles and caused others to be very wary. He and Marquis of Violet Mountain were equally famous within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. Ignorant animal. Today, this hoe will take care of you. Marquis of Suppressive Might's expression greatly soured. As a royal noble, he had never been denounced by a younger generation. This matter greatly diminished his status. Under this anger, he directly struck towards Wuxia. A giant palm as large as a mountain, this move could completely crush Wuxia. A boom sound occurred, but Wuxia still sat on the snail, completely firm and immobile. He basically didn't even watch the strike. Gu Taizhou slid over to stop Marquis of Suppressive Might's giant palm. Marquis of Suppressive Might, if you want to fight, then I will just have to humor you. There is no need to make a move against juniors. Gu Taizhou coldly said. These words of Gu Taizhou immediately alarmed other people. He simply wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, this was essentially a slap to their face. One has to remember that the declining Cleansing Incense Ancient sect had always kept a low profile, let alone directly opposed the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. At this moment, Gu Taizhou, without a care, decided to fight Marquis of Suppressive Might just for a junior. Could this be the rising momentum of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect? Good, good, good. Gu Taizhou, this hoe wants to see the power of you and the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. Let it all out. Marquis of Suppressive Might chillingly glared at Wuxia and said, wait until this seat slays Gu Taizhou. Then, it still wouldn't be too late to slay you as well, little brat. Finished speaking, he flew up to the sky. Within a blink, Marquis of Suppressive Might and Gu Taizhou were both situated in a corner of the sky. Their blood energies filled the air as their life wheels rotated up and down with unlimited blood gushes that contained blood aura in waves. The aura of the royal nobles swept across 10,000 miles. In the face of the battle between two royal nobles, weaker cultivators shivered from the frightening aura of the royal nobles even when they were fighting in the sky. Marquis of Suppressive Might, with a magical pagoda in his right hand and Tao laws that emerged from his eyes, coldly stared at Gu Taizhou. Meanwhile, Gu Tieshou's gaze was sharp as his fate palace sat on top of his head and exuded an undying brilliance. His longevity treasure continuously channeled his always rolling blood like an unstoppable torrential flood. Kill! Marquis of Suppressive Might let out a deafening roar and his magical pagoda exploded. In a flash, the pagoda became as big as a mountain. The moment it opened, countless powerful energies, like gigantic waves, came out and were capable of breaking mountains. Open, Gu Taizhou cried out and widened his fate palace. One could only see a Kuan-Peng jumping and snapping its tail. With a bam, at this moment, the Kuan-Peng covered the ocean and its heavy tail swept the sea water, causing the powerful energy from the magical pagoda to be returned. Marquis of Suppressive Might was shocked and immediately commanded for his magical pagoda to withdraw the reversed energy flow. However, right at this moment, Gu Taizhou flew in the sky like a Kuan-Peng and immediately appeared in front of Marquis of Suppressive Might. A Kuan-Peng swooped down with its wings that covered the whole sky and flattened the mountain peaks and knocked away the cliffs. Kill! This imposing aura made Marquis of Suppressive Might's face ugly. He no longer held back his strength and used the magical pagoda to borrow the world's energy. It also had a suppressing downward force, like a rainbow that destroyed the empty space and crossed through the earth, that wanted to suppress the Kuan-Peng. In a short amount of time, the fight between Gu Taizhou and Marquis of Suppressive Might caused the earth to shatter and the sky to freeze in another corner of the heavens. Marquis of Suppressive Might had his magical pagoda unleashing chaos everywhere while Gu Taizhou didn't even summon his life treasure. He only used the Kuan-Peng's 6 variants to directly face the treasure of Marquis of Suppressive Might. This scene caused others to lose their colors. Whether it was Marquis of Primordial Origins of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom or the experienced cultivators of the Violet Cloud sect and even the demons of the Flying Dragon Lake, they were not capable of doing such a task. As for the other cultivators, they were breathless under the suppression of the killing intent. Peerless Emperor Merit Law, ah! Seeing how Gu Taizhou was able to fight to this extent without using a life treasure and only rely on the Kunpeng's 6 variants, it caused Marquis of Primordial Origins to murmur with a pale expression. The cultivators present that were aware of the worldly matters were amazed. For instance, the turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake admiringly spoke, the Kunpeng's 6 variants ah. It is the peerless Emperor Merit Law of immortal Emperor Min Ren and copies the invincible Kunpeng's transformations. Even the Jiangzhou clan's Marquis of the Eastern River, seeing the Kunpeng's 6 variants, thought about utilizing different methods to seize this merit law from the cleansing incense ancient sect. His eyes became cold and emitted chilling and frightening intentions. To him and the Jiangzhou clan, this particular Emperor Merit Law had a special meaning. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's merit laws were a type of pain to the Jiangzhou clan. Their ancestor, virtuous monarch Jiangzhou, was an untouchable mighty giant and the most gifted of talents during that era. Even Min Ren had lost to him before. However, in the end, immortal Emperor Min Ren had the last laugh. The merit laws created by their ancestor were no match for the merit laws created by Min Ren. Shouldering the heaven's will, Min Ren ultimately created immortal merit laws. This meant that no matter whether it was an ancient method or a virtuous paragon merit law, in the end, they were all inferior to Min Ren's merit laws by one step. Seeing the invincibility of the Kunpeng's 6 variants, it caused Marquis of the Eastern River's eyes to become terrible. If they were able to seize the cleansing incense ancient sect's Emperor Merit Law, then the power of the Jiangzhou clan would be raised to a new height. Within this short amount of time, many people wanted to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect in order to seize their merit laws. Their greed caused them to salivate while they secretly planned. This was the reason why previously, Gu Taizhou rarely took action, as well as being hesitant when using his Emperor Merit Law. This type of existence truly incited the greed from other people, but at this moment, the situation had changed. Li Qiye didn't look at the battlefield too much and commanded Niu Fen to go towards the stone entrance on top of the ridge. Stop, this isn't a place that the cleansing incense ancient sect can enter. Quickly leave. Otherwise, your cleansing incense ancient sect will meet a sect-destroying disaster. The disciple of Marquis of Suppressive Might yelled and blocked the path of Niu Fen. A sect-destroying disaster. Li Qiye, who sat on top of the snail, coldly glared at the people from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and said, "Anyone who wants to attack the cleansing incense ancient sect, I will always welcome them. The more the better. Otherwise, if it wasn't too clamorous, it wouldn't be as fun. Now, get the fuck out." Truly big words. Since when did the cleansing incense ancient sect have such an arrogant disciple? Do you dare to challenge the whole world? Li Qiye's words made many people look at each other. You are courting death. Li Qiye's arrogant attitude angered the people of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and life treasures immediately struck towards Li Qiye on top of the snail. Boom, however, Niu Fen's giant body stopped. More than 100 fighters, who blocked Li Qiye's path, were knocked away. The moment they were up in the air, a tentacle suddenly flew forward and dragged all of the flying fighters into its mouth, eating these 100 fighters like a hungry tiger. This demonic being, seeing Niu Fen swallow so many fighters in just one bite, made many people shiver as they felt a chill from their backs. The snail of the cleansing incense ancient sect gave rise to such a shocking result. Even Su Pei's face was pale, with cold sweat in her palms, as she asked, It can also eat people. It is a ferocious beast whose life was given by the heavens. What is so strange about eating people? Li Qiye calmly answered as he sat on the snail. It was as if nothing had happened. The cleansing incense ancient sect felt a cold shiver of fear in their hearts. Niu Fen was just like an uninteresting old man, dried and skinny. The disciples thought he was just a demon snail, but at the moment, after seeing Niu Fen eat more than 100 fighters, they were shaken down to their core. This was not a regular demon but an extremely fierce existence. If Li Qiye wasn't here, they wouldn't dare sit calmly on Niu Fen's back. Of course, the disciples didn't know that the heavenly ancestral snail was a terrible existence in the ancient era. However, later on, they were almost killed to the point of extinction, so the world rarely saw them. At this moment, the snail slowly crawled to the stone door. The powerful fighters of the heavenly jewel kingdom were shivering in fear and kept on backing up. They didn't dare to stop its path since this snail was such a frightening existence. Li Qiye jumped down when the snail had arrived. 2 giant stone doors were next to the ridge. At this moment, the doors were tightly shut. These doors were built on top of a heavenly pedestal, as if this used to be a ceremonial altar. Whether they were part of an altar or simple stone doors, at this moment, they couldn't maintain their original appearance. The stone foundation was not complete and the doors were scarred with weapon marks. It was apparent that someone had tried to attack this monolith. The truth was that not many people were happy with the evil-infested ridge only opening once every 100 years. There were many people who wanted to pierce through the doors. Unfortunately, no one had ever been successful, not even virtuous paragons. Li Qiye gently touched the stone doors. The evil-infested ridge had experienced many ancient stories. In reality, immortal Emperor Min Ren was not the first to enter the ridge. When Li Qiye was still the Dark Crow, Min Ren was not the only person he brought inside. However, in the end, they expended countless efforts and turned the evil-infested ridge into the property of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Do you know who was the actual first to open this place in the far distant era? Li Qiye finally removed his hands and asked Li Shuangyan, who was standing next to him. Chapter 102, Li Shuangyan gave him a cold look and didn't say anything. She was familiar with this expression. Everything was already under Li Qiye's control whenever he showed this expression. Many people paid attention to Li Qiye when he looked at the stone door, and there was also attention towards Li Shuangyan, who was next to him. She attracted even more gazes from the younger disciples. Who is that boy? Li Qiye's arrival was reprimanded by Marquis of Suppressive Might, but afterwards, he still spoke conceited nonsense. At this moment, he even had a peerless beauty like Li Shuangyan by his side. It would be too difficult to not attract the attention of the people. Even people of the older generation were perplexed and thought that Li Qiye's origin must be heavenly frightening. I heard that he is the prime disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect from 2 years ago. He's not very exceptional and is only a disciple with a mortal physique, mortal life, and mortal fate. Rumor has it that he was only eligible to become the prime disciple because he found the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's ancient order. There were a few sects close to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and discovered some information regarding Li Qiye. Hearing this caused many people to glance at each other. He was a disciple with only a mortal physique and mortal fate, yet he was still being so arrogant. Was he tired of living? The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect truly has no talents. This type of disciple is considered a treasure. Seeing Li Shuangyan next to Li Qiye caused the hearts of many to be uncomfortable, especially the younger ones. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect only values him because he has the backing of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. As a royal noble of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, Marquis of Primordial Origins somewhat knew the inside story, and he said, "It is said that the progenitor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate established an ancestral rule. If the prime disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was male and the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was female, then the descendant would have to marry the prime disciple so that the 2 sects would be in-laws. Isn't this a bouquet of flowers stuck into a pile of cow manure?" A few young ones that heard this news became indignant and felt injustice for Li Shuangyan. Goddess Li's beauty is peerless. She is also the grand beauty of our Grand Middle Territory. Rumor has it that she has a Saint Fate Palace along with a peerless aptitude. She's definitely a young genius, for an amazing character like Goddess Li, even throughout the whole Grand Middle Territory, there are only so few people who could be a good match for her. There was a talent from Old Ox Country who proposed a marriage to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but he was refused. And now, such a peerless character like Goddess Li is betrothed to a bag of straw. This is so unfair. The young cultivators gritted their teeth in an indignant and infuriated manner. It was as if everyone in the world was displeased with this matter. That's right, it's so unfortunate for Goddess Li. A character like her shouldn't be in this situation. At the Grand Middle Territory, countless people adored Li Xuanyan. In the hearts of countless cultivators, Li Xuanyan was their goddess. Today, she was betrothed to such a bag of straws. How could they not be feeling indignant? In a short amount of time, many angry glares, that were seemingly capable of killing him, fell upon Li Qie. Li Qie's great fortune caused others to be hateful. It turns out to be a loser that is only relying on a woman to be arrogant. A genius like Marquis of the Eastern River also contemptuously glared at Li Qie. Li Qie, this type of person, he is not worthy to be Marquis of the Eastern River's opponent. The moment Li Qie returned his hands, he looked at the battlefield and saw that Gu Taizhou and Marquis of Suppressive Might were unable to determine a victor. He shook his head and said, "Elder Gu, the Kunpeng 6 variance does not rely on its offensive power but its space-traversing property. You still don't understand its profound principles, so you cannot exert its true power. For the Kunpeng 6 variance, power isn't important, the importance lies in its ability to escape the confinements of space. Gather the power of space, then naturally release it." Gu Taizhou, using the Kunpeng 6 variance, was powerful and continuously broke the offense of Marquis of Suppressive Might, but the true treasure of Marquis of Suppressive Might was not just for show, his attack was relentless and became increasingly murderous. Li Qie's words moved Gu Taizhou. A fate merit law was not only the foundation of the Tao, but it was also a technique to protect the fate palace and punish one's enemies. Therefore, Gu Taizhou didn't even need a life treasure and directly used the Kunpeng's 6 variance to, once again, suppress Marquis of Suppressive Might. Moreover, he became more comfortable as the battle went on. Gu Taizhou felt a bit proud. Before, he could only hide his strength and couldn't battle and kill. He definitely couldn't meet an opponent at the same level. However, now, he was using the Kunpeng's 6 variance so meticulously that it caused Gu Taizhou to feel extremely satisfied. Now, Gu Jieshou's heart was shaken. Until a moment ago, he had only used the Kunpeng's 6 variance for 2 purposes. The first was to cultivate his Tao foundation and refine his true fate, while the second was to punish the enemies and protect his body. At this moment, Li Qie's words broke through his limited understanding. Roll. The phrase woke up someone from his dream. Gu Taizhou roared and the Kunpeng landed at the top of his head. At this moment, the Kunpeng was only as big as a fist. It swung its tail at an extremely alarming pace, and there was an immediate feeling of space and power that began to pile up 1,000 times. Within a flash of light, Gu Taizhou released a punch. This was the Black Tiger Crawling Heart, the most ordinary technique in the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. However, this punch carried along the 1,000 rhythms from the Kunpeng and a power of the endless Grand Tao. This punch looked like an ordinary punch, but the blood energy's future waves encompassed the other older waves and cascaded into many layers. With his life will rolling, it flooded out like an entire sea of blood. Bang, bang, bang! In a flash, the space under this one punch cracked like a mirror and finally, a boom sound emerged. The punch heavily struck the treasure pagoda of Marquis of Suppressive Might. Marquis of Suppressive Might's treasure pagoda was a true treasure. At this moment, it risked its life to borrow the world's energy. The world's energy turned into a spring as it was channeled into the pagoda, but it was not enough to block this one punch. This one punch knocked the treasure pagoda, along with Marquis of Suppressive Might, more than 1,000 miles away. Bang, bang, bang! The remaining aftershock of the punch slammed the ground and a few mountains were shattered into dust. Under the power of this punch, many people lost their colors. The ones with shallow cultivation shivered in fear and their legs went weak. This is the true power of an emperor's merit law. Seeing this one punch collapse the world, the turtle monarch from the flying dragon lake became pale. This was an incomprehensible matter. using one fist to blow away a life treasure. However, Gu Taizhou was able to do it. Emperor merit laws were truly frightening. It was no wonder why immortal emperors could shoulder the heaven's will. Gu Taizhou couldn't calm his excitement right now. He finally understood the profound principles of this emperor merit law. Even though Li Qie had instructed him before, he always viewed the Kunpeng's 6 variants as a killing technique. It seemed like he, in the past, couldn't utilize the true power of the merit law that was created by the patriarch. Kill. At this time, Marquis of Suppressive Might jumped and screamed. He didn't have any noticeable injuries because he had his own true treasure to protect his body. At this moment, he no longer used his treasure pagoda. From his roar came a godly saber, slashing straight forward across 1,000 miles. It cut through the mountains and rivers. This blade carried the presence of an ancient saint. It was as if an ancient saint's long arms had maneuvered to conduct this one-hit kill. An ancient saint life treasure. A cultivator surprisingly exclaimed as he saw this blade cross the sky. The presence of an ancient saint caused others to be in a daze. Earth transformation, Gu Taizhou loudly screamed. Suddenly, his whole body felt as if it was carrying a heavy weight while the rolling blood energy became condensed. The waves of blood became increasingly impactful with monstrous power. At this moment, Gu Taizhou still only punched once, and it was still the black tiger crawling heart fist, but it carried the condensed power of the earth. It was no longer a regular punch from Gu Taizhou. Clank, something impossible to imagine happened. Gu Taizhou used this fist to knock away the ancient saint's saber. This was enough to determine who was superior. Heaven transformation. After releasing this fist, Gu Tieshou's speed suddenly exceeded one's imaginations. He instantly drew near Marquis of Suppressive Might and used the most common fist to collapse Marquis of Suppressive Might's chest. The snapping sound of broken bones resounded. Blood gushed out, like a spring, from Marquis of Suppressive Might's mouth as he was knocked far away again. This time, he was truly wounded, and it was not a light injury. Injuring the enemy made Gu Taizhou ecstatic. Before, when he fought against another royal noble, he was at a huge disadvantage under the ancient saint's formation. However, at the moment, he could injure Marquis of Suppressive Might who carried a life treasure. This made him understand that this was the true power of the Emperor Merit Law. The Kunpeng's 6 variants, Heaven Transformation, Earth Transformation, Dark Space Transformation, Tsunami Transformation, Sea Transformation, Galaxy Transformation. Gu Taizhou finally understood that the Kunpeng's 6 variants was not just a simple technique. Now this is the Kunpeng's 6 variants. Otherwise, it would be too unworthy of the effort immortal Emperor Min Ren put in to create this law. Li Qie watched Gu Tieshou's moment of enlightenment and nodded his head approvingly. One has to know that the Kunpeng's 6 variants was the strongest Emperor merit law from immortal Emperor Min Ren. In order to create this merit law that year, under the Dark Crow's instruction, little brat Min Ren took a great risk to observe a Kunpeng. This scene shook everyone's gazes. Marquis of the Eastern River's eyes became serious and was filled with a cold and frightening sensation. At this moment, the Kunpeng's 6 variants was too tempting for him. If he could steal the Kunpeng's 6 variants and successfully cultivate it, he could look down on the entire contemporary younger generation. It is time to finish this. Marquis of Suppressive Might vomited blood from anger and crazily screamed. At this moment, he spit out a godly umbrella. The moment this godly umbrella came out, there was an immediate sound of ghosts wailing and gods screaming. The sky even started to pour a rain of blood. The family heirloom of Marquis of Suppressive Might, the heavenly sovereign blood umbrella. Seeing this godly umbrella open, countless people were left aghast. This was a heavenly sovereign true treasure, ah! A heavenly's will true treasure. It was very terrifying. Even a small drop of blood from this rain was enough to refine an enlightened being. The one who will be finished is you. Seeing the opponent bring out a heavenly sovereign true treasure, Gu Tiesho's expression sank. At this moment, Gu Taizhou took out his weapon. A boom rang out, and the moment this one weapon came to being. If the enemies continue to exist, then I will no longer exist. At this moment, weaker cultivators bellowed without stop with their legs weak as they directly fell to the ground. A virtuous paragon life treasure. Seeing this one weapon coming down from the heavens, the expressions of Marquis of Primordial Origins' group greatly changed and bursted into horror. A virtuous paragon life treasure. Even though a true treasure was far stronger than a life treasure, a virtuous paragon was much stronger than a heavenly sovereign. The moment this one weapon struck down, a deafening bang filled the air. Marquis of Suppressive Might, along with his umbrella, was knocked flying away as his blood flowed like the rain. The sound of bones shattering continuously resounded. Chapter 103. A virtuous paragon life treasure was an item that could cause many people to shiver. A virtuous paragon, no matter which era, was an existence that could cause the rain to fall and wind to blow in an entire corner of the world. They could even trample the 8 Desolaces. However, to become a virtuous paragon was not such an easy matter. In any given generation, a virtuous paragon was enough to establish a sect, or even establish a profound heritage. Even though the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect had lost its emperor weapons, it still had 3 or 5 virtuous paragon life treasures. These were the last hidden cards of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. To many great sects and powerful nations, virtuous paragon life treasures and true treasures were the national treasures or sect-protecting existences. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect still had 3 or 5 virtuous paragon life treasures left. This was called a thin camel is still greater than a fat horse. Before, when Li Qie only said one word, he then immediately cut the imperial word and destroyed the mortal king's will. Towards this legendary character with a mortal physique, mortal life, and mortal fate, the prime disciple of the 3rd generation of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, he was a bit dreadful. Marquis of Violet Mountain, as a previous generation royal noble, had seen many waves and winds. He had a good eye for judging other people, as well as the ability to guess people's thoughts. There were many cultivators and sects here who were surprised because, after the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect lost their ancient kingdom, it no longer had the chance to participate in the evil-infested ridge. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom was especially compromising for the sect to enter the ridge. Could it be that the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect of today had truly revived? There were royal nobles that knew the inside stories, so they sighed. It seems like the 9 Saint Demon Gate has decided to support the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. At this moment, Gu Taizhou also glanced at Li Qie. Currently, whether or not to kill, it was up to a single phrase from Li Qie. As for Marquis of Suppressive Might, he was a fish on a platter and couldn't do anything but accept his fate. His Majesty said that this time, for the journey into the evil-infested ridge, all of the sects and royal nobles of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom have to be harmonious, and work together, hand in hand, to seize the treasures. Seeing Gu Taizhou glancing at Li Qie, Marquis of Violet Mountain was smart enough to say a few words that were advantageous for the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. As for the harmonious and hand-in-hand comment, the mortal king did not say. However, outsiders had no way to know. At this moment, Marquis of Violet Mountain didn't want to escalate this matter. Last time, he could only bring the heads of Dong Xinglong and Marquis of Fierce Warfare back. If something also went wrong this time and he had to bring back the head of Marquis of Suppressive Might, then he would have nothing to say to the mortal king. This matter forced him to throw away the face of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. If everyone was just confused, then let us forget about this misunderstanding. Li Qie leisurely smiled. He was very comfortable and at ease, like he was standing in his own garden. Gu Taizhou didn't say another word and put away the virtuous paragon life treasure, then he silently went back to his place. As for Marquis of Violet Mountain, he could only bitterly smile. He could only swallow the bitterness of this situation. Under these circumstances, his intuition told him that the most frightening thing was not the number one expert, Gu Taizhou, but this Li Qie, who seemingly had a shallow cultivation. Marquis of Violet Mountain didn't have any other choice. Unless there was an enlightened being or an ancient saint that came, named heroes and royal nobles were not capable to reversing this situation. His instinct was telling him that if he dared to make a move, this young person in front of him would eat him alive. This was a demon who would eat humans without spitting out the bones. Marquis of Suppressive Might was mortally wounded and more than 100 experts were eaten alive, yet only one word, misunderstanding, was enough to let the whole thing go. To Marquis of Violet Mountain, as a royal noble, even in his whole life, this was harder to swallow than a fly. However, if he didn't deal with it like this, then not only Marquis of Suppressive Might, but maybe even his own head would be brought back by another person. Many cultivators glanced at each other and felt that the cleansing incense ancient sect was too arrogant this time. Could it be that the backing behind the sect was this frightening? Bang, 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 when the cultivators were still staring at each other, a thunderous sound appeared. It was like an army of 10,000 stallions riding and the sounds of heavy battle drums beating. At this time, many people lifted their heads up to observe this phenomenon. They could only see ancient chariots, crushing the empty space. They came like a wave of steel, leaving behind mottled marks on the golden wheels. There were not many chariots, there were only around 10. However, these chariots sounded just like 10,000 riders. The chariots were made from godly gold and rushed forward, causing others to think about a powerful division made from thousands of wolves and tigers. The chariots didn't land on the ground, they stopped in the air above the ridge. Each and every ancient chariot emitted a powerful aura and was scarred with battle marks. This was not a decorative carriage but a chariot of the battlefield. Before, the Jiangzhou clan used 1,000 stallions to arrive with a surging momentum. However, compared to these 10 chariots, the presence was much greater than the Jiangzhou clan. The Nantian clan, seeing the banners on the chariots, a person exclaimed, "They are the ancient chariots from the southern heavenly nation. Which prince has arrived?" Seeing the aura of the chariots, the old expert of the Violet Cloud sect lost his colors as he murmured, "To travel with more than 10 chariots, only a prince would have this standard." Hearing the words, Nantian clan, many cultivators lost their colors. Although Marquis of the Eastern River was from the Jiangzhou clan and it was an ancient family, but in front of the Nantian clan, the Jiangzhou clan wouldn't dare to call themselves an ancient family. The Nantian clan was much older than the Jiangzhou clan. The Nantian clan dated back to the Desolate Expansion era. During that era, heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were rampaging about, but the Nantian clan still towered in one direction. They overcame all obstacles and treacheries during the desolate time of the world. Chapter 104, Even a weak clan that had survived from the Desolate Expansion era had had an immortal emperor, such as Immortal Emperor Fei Yang. His whole life, Fei Yang proudly wandered over the 9 worlds. What was even more extraordinary was that the Nantian clan ruled over the southern heavenly nation for more than 1,000,000 years without falling. Think about it for a moment, between the Desolate Expansion era to the Emperor's era, there were countless years with countless ups and downs. Many heritages came crashing down into smoke and disappeared from the river of time. However, the Nantian clan was able to dominate an entire sphere and rule over a vast nation, standing strong without falling. Think about how frightening this clan had been. The Jiangzhou clan might have existed for many years, but compared to the Nantian clan, they were far too lacking. Plus, the Jiangzhou clan also didn't rule over a persistently powerful nation like the Nantian clan. The Nantian clan established their nation a long time ago, and it was called the Southern Heavenly Nation. It had an immortal emperor, Fei Yang, and had enough power to be considered an ancient kingdom. However, even though others referred to it as the Southern Heavenly Ancient Kingdom, they themselves called it the Southern Heavenly Kingdom. As for why, not a single person knew. This was why people assumed that it was because the Nantian clan was modest. At this point, a leading young teen came down from the chariot. He had the presence of a dragon and tiger. Wearing a golden silk crown with a four-clawed dragon engraving robe, he was handsome and arrogant. As he walked, step by step, he was no different from a dragon and phoenix amongst the human race. In fact, all of the strong experts in the ancient chariots had a similar presence. Despite their attempt of suppressing their own auras, people were still shivering. The person who came down from this chariot was the eminent genius of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom. The Southern Heavenly Regional Monarch, Nantian Hao, a hero not limited by his age. The Southern Heavenly Ancient Kingdom has two great heroes, truly worthy of being an ancient nation. Seeing this young man, the turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake, with his vast knowledge, emotionally revealed the identity of the young man. Hearing the name, Nantian Hao, many cultivators were shocked. Even the ones who weren't convinced also lost their colors. There was a saying within the Southern Heavenly Kingdom, in the court, there was young King Nantian, outside of the government, there was Nantian Hao. Li Qia's words caused many people standing on the ridge to glance at each other. This boy was truly too arrogant, he didn't notice how gigantic a monster the Southern Heavenly Kingdom was. He just opened his mouth yet already offended the Southern Heavenly Kingdom. If this boy was an absolutely brilliant genius with a heaven-frightening origin, then so be it. However, this boy's blood energy and cultivation were both ordinary. Just a glance was enough to tell that he was someone who feeds off of a woman. No one could believe that he would still be so arrogant. These words caused Nantian Hao and the expert on the chariot to become angry. The expert jumped down from the chariot and coldly yelled, "This thing doesn't comprehend life from death. The regional monarch asking you is already a great honor. Xuanyan, slap him." Li Qie didn't even give him a glance as he commanded Li Xuanyan. Pa, the expert from the Southern Heavenly Kingdom had just jumped down and wasn't even fully situated, but his two cheeks were already slapped by Li Xuanyan more than 10 times. Even though this person was a new rising star of the kingdom, compared to a true genius like Li Xuanyan, he was far too lacking. "I'll risk it all against you." The expert roared, but Li Xuanyan immediately exerted her royal noble aura and pointed one finger towards him. With a bang, this expert was knocked away and couldn't stand up in a short amount of time. Li Xuanyan's gaze emitted a chilling air as her royal noble aura billowed. She not only covered the sky with her momentum, that was like a patrolling king, causing 10,000 laws to retreat, but the heavenly Grand Tao also didn't dare to approach her. Such momentum and grand cultivation caused many younger experts to lose their colors. To reach royal noble at such a young age, this was a matter that would make others dreadful. What was even more frightening was that even the laws and heavenly Tao were running away, this left others in horror. Could it be that she is a grand completion pure jade saint physique? The old informed turtle from the Flying Dragon Lake became palely aghast. If this was a grand completion saint physique, then it was a very scary matter. At this moment, not mentioning Marquis of the Eastern River who was a young talent, but even an experienced royal noble like Marquis of Primordial Origins was also alarmed. A young royal noble truly caused others to be fearful. Li Xuanyan's cultivation was the Void Imperfection Immortal Physique. The Void Imperfection Physique was also known for not having any stains or corruption. When this physique was completed, all of the laws and heavens had to retreat. This was an extremely frightening physique. The Void Imperfection Immortal Physique that Li Xuanyan was currently practicing was the ultimate ancient physique in this world. Imagine for a moment, how terrifying this physique was. It was not something that the pure jade saint physique could compare to. At this moment, Li Xuanyan's Void Imperfection Physique was very far from grand completion, but it still caused a frightening scene where 10,000 laws had to retreat. "Boy, do you dare to fight me once or not?" At this moment, Nantian Hao's expression was extremely ugly. He pushed all of his fiery anger on Li Qie. His aura surged as his gaze became severe. A sharp cold air surrounded Li Qie. Li Qie finally glanced at Nan Tianhao and calmly said, "Your southern heavenly kingdom holding its tail and behaving with integrity was the correct decision. Your ancestors called themselves a kingdom and didn't dare to proclaim themselves as an ancient kingdom. At the very least, this was 3 parts wise. Today, you are so arrogant. Do you truly think that you are an ancient nation? Do you truly think that you are of immortal emperor lineage?" Immortal Emperor Fei Yang had never announced that he was a member of the Nantian clan. Li Qie's words caused the people at the ridge to become silent. With regards to public defiance, with regards to overbearing arrogance, no one here was comparable to this guy. This thing that can't comprehend life from death. You dare to talk big and disgrace the southern heavenly kingdom. I will certainly exterminate your 9 familial relations. Exterminate my 9 families? At this moment, Li Qie bursted out in laughter and slowly said, "You're only a kingdom yet you still dare to say that you would exterminate my 9 families? You are painting too much gold on your face." The spectators on the ridge were silent. They had seen many arrogant people, but arrogance to this level was truly invincible. He didn't even put the southern heavenly kingdom in his eyes. This was either an immortal emperor or a crazy madman. You truly have a big tone. Did a mad impetuous disciple appear in the cleansing incense ancient sect? At this moment, a voice rang. A young man stepped forward, followed by many old men. Even though these old men suppressed their pressure, it still caused others to be moved. The young man wore a yellow robe and still maintained his overwhelming aura. The youth had an imposing appearance. With bright eyes and sharp brows, he exuded an extraordinary presence, like a crane in a flock of chicken. The arrival of this young man caused the royal nobles of the heavenly jewel kingdom to come and greet him. Even someone from the previous generation, like Marquis of Violet Mountain, also had to try his best to be respectful in front of this young man. Dao Child Xingtian, seeing this young man, the sect masters of the heavenly jewel kingdom's great heritages couldn't help but change their expressions. Chapter 105, Dao Child Xingtian, the genius of the Grand Middle Territory. At 15 years old, he was already ruling over one part of the heavenly jewel kingdom. With the power to order 1,000,000 troops, he had made many illustrious contributions for the kingdom. The elegant demeanor of Dao Child Xingtian would be outstanding no matter where he went, like a crane amongst the chickens. Dao Child Xingtian was the descendant of the heavenly god sect. There were some that believed he was a noble of the heavenly jewel kingdom, and that he was a prince. The origin of Dao Child Xingtian was quite mysterious. His cultivation was very heaven-defying. There were early rumors that believed he was already a royal noble. Even though he was not bestowed a title, but he had the status of a royal noble, and were even respected by many of them. Dao Child Xingtian's arrival, with his heroic presence and natural royal aura, garnered the attention of the many people present. Even though he rarely appeared, and likewise with the grey-robed old man next to him, they forced others to notice them. Dao Child Xingtian arrived at the ridge and his gaze focused into a celestial light that was seemingly able to pierce through the void. At this point, Dao Child Xingtian glared at Li Qie and said, "A junior of the physique accumulation realm. Do you think that with the backing of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, you could do whatever you feel like? The new golden era has begun. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere, with wave after wave of geniuses appearing. You are only a junior, simply a floating piece of dirt." Even though many grand characters noticed that Li Qie's cultivation was shallow, they couldn't pinpoint the exact level. At the moment when Dao Child Xingtian was able to discern that Li Qie was only of the physique accumulation realm, it caused many to glance at each other. For the aggregation of the cultivators here, the physique accumulation realm was not enough to be put on the table. To be able to stand in this place, at the very least, they had to be at purified rebirth or heaven's primal. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Wave after wave of geniuses appearing. Li Qiye perched his lips and nonchalantly spoke with a meticulous pronunciation, "Dragons and tigers are only mounts beneath my crotch. No matter the type of genius, they are nothing in front of me. In my presence, geniuses are only dry bones for me to step on as I reach the apex. The grand Tao lasts for ages, only my will is invincible. How many coins are these geniuses worth?" "You truly have an impetuous and arrogant tone." Li Qiye saying such thing made others perplexed. One couldn't help but say, "Such crazy and foolish words, you actually dare to say such phrases?" Many cultivators looked at him with disdain. This was indeed bragging straight to the heaven, saying, "How many coins are these geniuses worth?" Even a peerless genius wouldn't dare to say such a thing. The grand Tao lasts for ages, only my will is invincible. At this time, a clear and beautiful voice appeared. She praisingly exclaimed, "Well said. Geniuses aren't anything special, they were only born with good bones and physiques." Suddenly, these words appeared, confusing the nearby cultivators. At such a key moment, saying these words. Wasn't this making things difficult for Tao Child Xingtian? Unknowingly, a horse carriage appeared in the sky. This horse carriage was not anything special and it didn't garner any particular attention. The driver was an old man who wore a felt hat. However, seeing the words on the horse carriage, they were surprised. A cultivator exclaimed, "The Jewel Pillar Sacred School." The Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Many people's expressions changed after hearing the name of this sect. In the name of this sect was the word pillar, meaning body, and also meaning physique. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School was renowned throughout the Grand Middle Territory, and even the whole mortal emperor world. Even though they never had an immortal emperor, they had many of the best physiques. There was a rumor that stated that this school had the most physiques, that it was number one in the Grand Middle Territory. Some even said that they possessed an immortal physique. Legends had it that the Jewel Pillar Sacred School had many virtuous paragons who almost achieved grand completion for their immortal physiques, thus, people believed that the school had immortal physique merit laws. Seeing this horse carriage, Xingtian Dao was not angry. Instead, he handsomely smiled and said, "Baojiao, you coming to the evil-infested ridge, are you trying to help your husband or are you trying to make me feel vexed?" Tao Child Xingtian's words caused many people to guess the correct identity of the person in the carriage. A surprised person exclaimed, "It is the princess of the Jade Valley country. I heard that the princess of the Jade Valley country and Tao Child Xingtian had a marriage arrangement. Several years ago, the Jade Valley country proposed to the Heavenly God sect. As a result, they married their princess to Tao Child Xingtian." A cultivator spoke softly. Tao Child Xingtian, with unparalleled talents, is the one and only of his kind in the current generation. Many descendants and princesses want to marry him. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School wanting to establish an in-laws relationship with the Heavenly God sect is a normal matter. The school, of course, wants to have Tao Child Xingtian. A cultivator who knew the inside stories explained. "You are too full of yourself. Who did you say was your fiancé?" A cold voice rang from the carriage. Without a doubt, the woman inside the horse carriage was not happy with Tao Child Xingtian's words. Tao Child Xingtian smiled and said, "Baojiao, the great matter of marriage was arranged by our parents. If the Jewel Pillar Sacred School wants you to marry me, you should be a gentle wife and a good mother." Roll. At this moment, the princess inside the carriage suddenly became angry and made a move. A shot like a rainbow immediately headed straight for Tao Child Xingtian. However, Tao Child Xingtian was still calm. He simply waved his hand and his royal aura spread out like an entrapment of this world. This hand was gigantic and easily blocked the offensive move of his opponent. However, this woman inside the carriage was very fierce. The moment she had made her move, she unleashed another 10 powerful and domineering strikes. The blood energy of one wave was higher than the previous one. However, under the bashing of this woman, Tao Child Xingtian nonchalantly blocked them all. One could only hear the sound of his sword energy as he used his finger as a substitute for the sword. Each edge was filled with profound truths and was able to easily dissolve the power of the enemy. Pop! Finally, the sword energy of Tao Child Xingtian rose vertically. With one sword encompassing all existences, it easily suppressed the woman. Without a doubt, this woman was not a match for Tao Child Xingtian. The moment the woman stood still, people could finally see her appearance. Witnessing her features, many people went into a daze and were overwhelmed. The woman in front of them was around 23 years old. With extreme beauty, her blue hair was like a waterfall and had tall brows and eyes like a red phoenix. Her oval face was blessed with crimson luscious lips. This woman was seductive while she also carried a gentle feel like the water. One frown, one smile, one glance was already enough to charm all human souls with her seductive beauty. Her figure was even more fascinating, it was enough to turn your spirit and soul upside down. Even though this woman was wearing a silk gown, one could still see the milky breasts that could shake others straight to the core. The milky breasts towered like the high peaks, very full and round. Even her baggy clothes were not enough to hide their appearance as they seemed to be trying to break free. Her figure was poised and elegant and had a very thin waist while her thrilling bottom was mind-blowing. It perched upward, round and plump. Even her large dress was not enough to hide the supreme valley. What made even more people to lose their minds were her slender and long jade-like thighs. They seemed to be roundly crafted in a meticulous manner, one part bigger was too fat, but one part smaller was too thin. The woman before them, her features were not peerless in this world, but she was definitely a charming existence that caused others to be emotional. She was absolutely a femme fatale that made all men want to embrace her. Seeing this woman, everyone was frighteningly marveled. This was truly too entrancing. Alluring features along with a devilish figure, this was absolutely an extraordinarily beautiful woman in any man's eyes. Baojiao, you have just ascended to named hero, you are still too far from being my opponent. Tao Child Xingtian smiled. He greedily glanced over, then said, don't force me. Be a good girl and follow me. Get the hell out, but this woman's temper was very hot and she yelled, you should stop your daydreaming. It seems like this husband has to personally subdue you. At this moment, Tao Child Xingtian became serious and reached towards the woman. Roll, the woman roared and counterattacked Xingtian Tao. The woman was a princess of the Jade Valley country. Chen Baojiao was betrothed to Tao Child Xingtian. Even though she was very opposed to this marriage, she had no power to resist. Chen Baojiao's appearance made Li Qiye stare at her non-stop. Finally, he nodded his head and said, excellent, truly excellent. This girl, I absolutely must have. Seeing Li Qiye stare at Chen Baojiao, Li Shuangyan, standing beside him, became angry and glared at him, you're truly lewd. You don't need to make it so obvious. Seeing Li Shuangyan's angry expression, Li Qiye replied, Shuangyan, you are looking at this matter in such a shallow manner. I am praising her as a good seed, not about her beauty. Beauties, in my eyes, are only a container made out of skin. Even if it was a beautiful woman akin to a fairy, should she be without potential, I wouldn't keep her by my side to waste my resources. Li Shuangyan gave him a stern look and felt a little strange inside. This boy was only around 14 or 15 and was younger than anyone else here, yet he still commended women as if he was a highly seasoned old man. Bang, bang, bang. At this point, the fight between Tao Child Xingtian and Chen Baojiao was reaching its end. Even though Chen Baojiao's talents were very good, there was still a huge gap between her and Tao Child Xingtian. If it wasn't for Tao Child Xingtian going easy on her, she would have lost a long time ago. Many people were envious of Tao Child Xingtian as they observed the fight. Some were also jealous, but they had to admit that only a heaven's proud son, such as Tao Child Xingtian, was worthy of Chen Baojiao. Baojiao, follow me back. At this moment, Tao Child Xingtian opened his palm. Chen Baojiao was no longer a match. His palm was like a spider web catching a butterfly. Seeing this scene, the old man controlling the horse carriage for Chen Baojiao had a serious expression, but he still remained seated. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.